At midnight, I was on duty in the neighborhood when a beautiful young woman hurriedly pulled me into her room. Her curvaceous figure and the alluring fragrance she exuded perfectly showcased her mature charm. Her face was flushed with a hint of shyness as she said, "Xiaoguan, your big brother isn't home today. Could you stay and keep me company?" Before I could respond, she leaned in and kissed me. My mind went blank as if struck by lightning, but my body reacted with undeniable honesty. "Xia, please don't do this. Brother Niu has been so good to me. I can't betray him like this. He is only pretending to be kind. He is a complete hypocrite. The number of mistresses he has outside could fill 5 mahjong tables. But he is still a homeowner here, and I'm just a lowly security guard. If this gets out, don't be afraid, I'm here. I've secretly transferred all the assets under his name. Even this house is now under my name. He wouldn't dare make a scene. But, no buts, it's settled. From today on, you're my little man, Lu Xia. I promise, as long as you stay with me, I'll make sure you live a happy and prosperous life." I seemed to want to say something more, but the woman named Lu Xia didn't give me another chance. Before long, the vast bedroom was filled with continuous sounds, transforming the once silent night into something entirely different. 2.5 minutes later, Xiaoguan, these 300,000 dragon coins are just pocket money from me. Seeing bundles of cash thrown right in front of me, my breathing grew rapid. With my current salary, it would take me only 4 years to earn this amount, but how many 4 years does a man have? Just as I was about to reach out to accept Lu Xia's gift, a mechanical voice echoed in my ear. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered a divine-level choice. Please make a decision. Option 1, accept Lu Xia's gift and live comfortably as a kept man from now on. Reward, 3 million dragon coins. Option 2, refuse Lu Xia's gift. A gentleman does not eat food given in contempt and strive to become a superior man. Reward, 500,000 dragon coins and the favorability system. I can get a system? At this moment, my heart felt like it was about to leap out of my chest. As someone who has devoured web novels for 30 years, how could I not know about the golden finger? What's 3.3 million? With a system, 3.3 million is just a matter of time. No, Sister Xia, thank you for your kindness, but I can't take this money. You really don't want these 300,000? At the bedside, Lu Xia stared at me in astonishment. Sister Xia, I know you're trying to make it up to me, but things have come to this point, and I'm also at fault. It's just that Sister Xia is too beautiful. I shouldn't have gotten so close to you, otherwise we wouldn't have made such a grave mistake. If acting had tears, my performance at this moment would at least be at the king level. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia's eyes filled with even more affection. However, my finishing move didn't stop there. Of course, there is one more crucial point. I'm afraid that taking this 300,000 yuan might lead Sister Xia to misunderstand me. Lu Xia pressed further, misunderstand what? I gritted my teeth, putting on a hesitant expression. Seeing this, Lu Xia grew increasingly anxious. Finally, under her urging, I reluctantly uttered those words, "I'm afraid Sister Xia might think I only got close to you because of your money." The moment these words were spoken, Lu Xia froze completely. When she snapped out of it, she immediately threw herself into my arms, complaining tenderly, "Silly little brother, how could you think like that? Sister has seen all the kindness you've shown me. How could I ever suspect you of getting close to me just for money? I know Sister Xia wouldn't doubt me, but I don't want our relationship to be tied to money, so please take back these 300,000 yuan. I won't accept it." Giving up 300,000 yuan that was already within my grasp, how could I not feel reluctant? But for the sake of a brighter future, this was the only way. Unaware of the truth, Lu Xia was deeply moved by these words. "Good brother, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. If only I had met you 10 years earlier." As she spoke, tears of emotion even welled up in her eyes. Seeing this, I immediately extended a warm right hand. "Sister, you're still young. It's not too late to start a new life even now. Brother, do you really not mind that I'm older? Where do you look old? To me, sister, you're no different from the younger girls at my school. No woman is indifferent about her age, and likewise, no woman can resist the onslaught of sweet words, especially a woman deeply in love." Hearing this, Lu Xia could no longer suppress the surging emotions in her heart and hugged me tightly, pressing herself against me. I had held back before, but now I completely dropped the act. "Sis, can I really do this? Come on, little brother, tonight your sister is all yours." The bedroom, which had just quieted down not long ago, soon became lively again, and this time it was noticeably more intense than before. By the time everything settled down, over an hour had passed. That's right, once I let go completely, it only took me a little over an hour to conquer this long-deprived beauty. After covering the unconscious Lu Xia with a blanket, I left the room and headed to the fridge, expertly opening a bottle of soda and taking a refreshing gulp. The master of this house, Lu Xia's husband Niu, was currently out fooling around, so I wasn't worried at all about getting caught. After a moment of satisfaction, I finally remembered the main point. "Hey, isn't it time to hand out the reward?" As soon as the words left my mouth, the familiar mechanical voice rang out. "Congratulations, host. host for completing the task. Reward 500,000 dragon coins and the favorability system acquired. The system notification tone had just ended when my phone vibrated. I opened it and saw that the money had indeed arrived. Although it was far less than the 3 million from option 1, I firmly believed that the favorability system was definitely worth more than 2.5 million. Just as I was thinking this, another notification tone came. Ding, the favorability system is being bound. Ding, the favorability system binding is complete. Now distributing the initial gift package. Please decide whether to open the package. Host. Open it, absolutely open it. I didn't hesitate for a second. The initial gift package is being opened. Congratulations, host, on receiving the following rewards: 500,000 dragon coins, 500 favorability points. Mind reading using this skill allows you to hear the inner thoughts of the target person, limited to 3 times per day, 30 minutes each time, and body enhancement pill after consumption. It significantly improves all physical attributes, turning you into the world's strongest man. At first, I was really heartbroken. It felt like giving up a whole 3.3 million. But now I realize what a brilliant choice I made. Just the title World's Strongest Man alone is an irresistible temptation for any man. So, I couldn't wait any longer and took out the body enhancement pill, demonstrating what it truly means to be desperate. As the health-enhancing pills entered his body, a warm current instantly enveloped Lin Feng's body. Immediately afterward, an endless stream of energy began surging from every part of his body, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of power. That overwhelming sensation was so intense that Lin Feng even had the absurd delusion that he could knock out boxing champion Tyson with a single punch. In addition to the enhancement of his strength, Lin Feng clearly felt that he had become much more powerful in that aspect. After 2 intense battles, he had been feeling exhausted, but now he suddenly felt an urge to charge into the room and fight Lu Xia for another 300 rounds. Of course, that was impossible. He had finally earned Lu Xia's trust, and he couldn't risk losing it all because of his own desires. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that the affection system he had just obtained played a significant role in this. System: how do I use the goodwill system? The host can bind a target character and gain affection points by increasing the target's affection toward the host. Note: only female targets can be bound. Additionally, the higher the overall score of the bound target, the more affinity points you earn. What's the use of these affinity points? Lin Feng asked curiously. The system has a goodwill shop, where hosts can use goodwill points to exchange for any items they desire. As soon as the words were spoken, a dazzling array of shops appeared before Lin Feng. He didn't know what to expect, but when he saw it, he was shocked. From airplanes and cannons to tanks and aircraft carriers, even space vehicles were available. However, the amount of goodwill points required for these items was simply astronomical. Besides these items, everything else was also priced exorbitantly. In short, he couldn't afford anything at the moment. System: check my panel. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 23. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 153 pounds. Appearance: 90. Maximum appearance score is 99. I won't say who gets 100, you can claim it yourself. Goodwill points: 500. Assets: 1 million dragon coins. Soon after, Lin Feng returned to the bedroom. Tonzi, check Lu Xia's profile. Name: Lu Xia. Age: 38. Height: 166 centimeters. Weight: 101 pounds. Appearance: 88. Overall rating: 8.8. Tonzi, can I bind Lu Xia now? Yes. Let's link it then. Binding in progress, please wait. Chapter 3, The Rich Sister Can't Even Eat Breakfast Properly. The next morning. As the warm sunlight streamed through the window, Lu Xia, who had been sound asleep, finally opened her sleepy eyes. Despite having stayed up late with Lin Feng the previous night, Lu Xia now looked completely refreshed, showing no signs of fatigue. Not only that, but her complexion looked noticeably better than the day before. She looked radiant. But when she saw no one beside her, her handsome face instantly clouded over with deep disappointment. About 10 minutes later, Lu Xia, still in her pajamas, finally stepped out of the bedroom. As soon as she stepped out of the bedroom, the fragrance that greeted her instantly filled her nostrils. The next moment, Lu Xia was as energetic as if she had been injected with adrenaline, rushing excitedly into the kitchen. Sure enough, at the kitchen counter, she saw the man who was cooking breakfast. Perhaps sensing something, the man turned his head at that moment and spoke in an incredibly gentle voice. "You're up so early? I haven't finished breakfast yet. How could I sleep without you by my side?" Lu Xia said, feigning a complaint as she walked toward the man. Soon, Lu Xia arrived at the man's side. After greedily sniffing the scent on his body, she finally reached out her hand and buried her head in his embrace. "I'm making breakfast. Why don't you wait over there for a moment?" The man's voice remained gentle, tinged with a hint of indulgence. Lu Xia lifted her head and shook it in protest. "No, I'm not leaving." The man couldn't help but laugh and cry, "If you don't leave, how am I supposed to make breakfast? The porridge will burn soon." "Then let it burn. I don't want to eat it anyway." You don't want to eat it, the man asked, looking confused. I'd rather eat you than the porridge. After saying that, Lu Xia tiptoed up and kissed him. The scene shifted, and the once empty bed now held two bodies rolling around. Amidst the tumbling, the familiar mechanical sounds echoed continuously in Lin Feng's mind. Lu Xia's affection +1, gain 3 affection points. Lu Xia's affection +1, earned 3 affection points. Seeing how easily the affection points were coming, Lin Feng immediately put in even more effort. After all, comforting the wealthy older woman was his duty as a security guard. Lu Xia, that suits me perfectly. By the time everything was over, Lin Feng had accumulated over 300 favorability points. The goodwill points section on Lin Feng's interface now read 851. Though not much, he understood the principle of accumulating small amounts over time. One day, he would be able to exchange them for everything he desired. Looking at Lu Xia, she was lying weakly in Lin Feng's arms, her rosy cheeks radiating a sense of satisfaction. Good brother, you're so amazing. I've lived these past 30 years in vain. Sister, you're too kind. I'm just in good shape. This wasn't Lin Feng exaggerating. Before meeting Lu Xia, he had never interacted with any woman, only occasionally watching videos of Sun Lasher to learn a thing or two. Having stamina is enough. There's plenty of time ahead. Whatever you don't know, I can teach you. Sis, it's almost time for me to go to work. You should rest first. I'll come back later in the afternoon. Alright, go ahead. Don't overwork yourself. Take a break when you need to. Lu Xia actually wanted Lin Feng to quit his security job. After all, with her current status, even if the two of them never worked again, they wouldn't starve to death. But Lin Feng refused to live off someone else and was determined to carve out his own career. What could Lu Xia, who was head over heels in love, do? She could only agree to Lin Feng's request. After all, he was her beloved younger brother. After sharing a passionate goodbye kiss with Lu Xia, Lin Feng left the place that had briefly intoxicated him with its hedonistic allure. Back in his luxurious single room, he skillfully changed into his work uniform and sprayed himself with plenty of alluring perfume. Chatting about life and aspirations with his wealthy older sister was just a side hustle. His real job was being a security guard. He wasn't the type to forget his roots. Sure enough, once everything was in order, he immediately rushed to his post, ready to start his day's work. However, before he even reached his station, he spotted a familiar figure standing there from a distance. Without daring to stop, he hurried over to the person. Sorry, Ms. Fei, I'm late again. The woman turned around with a cold expression. You have the nerve to show up. You've been working 6 days a week, and you've been late 5 days in a row. The woman scolding Lin Feng harshly was none other than Yu Fei, the deputy manager of the property management company at Xiaoshan Yuyuan. Despite being only 30 years old, she had risen from an unknown nobody to a feared deputy manager in just 3 years through her ruthless and decisive methods. Those who had experienced her terrifying nature affectionately gave her a nickname, the female demon. At the same time, Lin Feng had been warned on his first day of work, it's better to offend the residents than to provoke the female tyrant. After all, in their line of work, clients are like gods, they are the ones everyone must serve. Yet now they were using such words to warn the newcomer, which was enough to prove how terrifying the female tyrant truly was. Facing such a terrifying female tyrant, Lin Feng could only bow his head and admit his mistake. After all, she held his fate in her hands. I'm sorry, Ms. Yu, I know I was wrong. But the female tyrant Yu Fei clearly had no intention of accepting his apology and continued her criticism. I wonder what they taught you at your school. You can't even manage to show up on time. If it weren't for the fact that you're still a student, I would have fired you already. Originally, Lin Feng had planned to put this matter behind him as soon as possible. But upon hearing Yu Fei's words, his temper flared instantly. If he had been late by half an hour, or even 5 minutes, Yu Fei could have said whatever she wanted, and he wouldn't have objected. But he was only a few seconds late, and Yu Fei was so relentless, even bringing it up with the school. Others might tolerate it, but Lin Feng couldn't. You think I'm still the same Lin Feng who used to be at everyone's mercy, don't you? I'll show you what I'm made of today. System, is there any item that can help me vent my anger? We recommend the host purchase the Privacy Viewer. The Privacy Viewer can access the target's private information. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. How many goodwill points does the Privacy Viewer require? The Privacy Viewer costs 8,000 goodwill points, but since this is your first purchase in the store, you can enjoy a 10% discount, making it only 800 goodwill points. 8,000 points for 800. That's so fair. Hurry, I'll take it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully spent 800 goodwill points and obtained the Privacy Viewer. As the notification sound faded, a device resembling a tablet appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Of course, the most prominent feature was the large Arabic numeral 1 displayed on the screen. System, what does the 1 mean? Reporting to the host, that is the usage count for the Privacy Viewer. After purchasing the Privacy Viewer, you automatically receive 1 free usage. Any subsequent uses will require the payment of a certain amount of goodwill points. Lin Feng, who had initially thought he had struck gold, immediately deflated. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Well, 800 goodwill points can buy such a useful item. I should be satisfied. System, let me use the privacy viewer. I want to see the hidden secrets of this female demon. Soon, the tablet-like device in his mind began to play the footage. In the footage, a woman who looked exactly like Yufei was lying on the bed, and her hands. I never expected the female demon to be such a lustful woman in private. Chapter 4. My female boss actually used a cucumber in the middle of the night. What did you say? I said that manager you is so old and doesn't he have a boyfriend? She must be pretty lonely in private. You think I'm lonely? Yufei's eyes widened, her face betraying her shock. Compared to Yufei's shock, Lin Feng remained calm. He smiled lightly, stepped forward, leaned in close to Yufei's ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Otherwise, why would manager you bring out a cucumber in the middle of the night? Upon hearing this, Yufei's face instantly lost all color, turning pale, and her body began to tremble. The look in her eyes toward Lin Feng was now filled with fear. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke again with a hint of mockery. Isn't it unbelievable that I know about your secret? I find it unbelievable too, but I just happen to know. Before he could finish speaking, Yufei, overcome with anger and shame, could no longer contain her emotions. She raised her hand, ready to strike Lin Feng. But before she could reach him, his voice, as if enchanted, echoed in her ears once more. You'd better stop, or I swear that tomorrow, every staff member at Xiaoshan Yuan and every resident here will know that the renowned manager Yu is a woman so desperate she uses a cucumber to satisfy her physical needs. You're threatening me. Yufei gritted her teeth. She had been thriving at Xiaoshan Yuan for all these years, never expecting to fall into the hands of a young upstart today. It was an utter disgrace. So what if you're threatening me? If you've got the guts, fire me. With this leverage, Lin Feng shouldn't get too cocky. Anyway, he had already hooked up with Lu Xia, a billionaire, so the worst that could happen was starting over from scratch. But Yufei is different. She is already 30 and considered an old maid. Even if she is highly capable, finding another job as good as this one won't be easy. As expected, after some thought, Yufei eventually made a concession. Spit it out. What do you want? What does manager you think? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and gave a mischievous smile. Yufei seemed to recall something unpleasant, her expression changed drastically, and she quickly covered herself with both hands. I'm warning you, I have my limits. If you dare to cross the line, even if it means going down together, I won't let you off easily. Seeing Yufei's tense and defensive expression, Lin Feng knew she had misunderstood his intentions. To be honest, Yufei was indeed very attractive, much younger and more beautiful than the wealthy women he had been targeting. But beauty doesn't put food on the table. Moreover, Yufei had such a terrible temper and always wore a sour expression. Rather than serve Yufei, he'd rather go flirt with the rich women. You're thinking too much. Even rabbits don't eat the grass by their nests, and besides, you're already 30. I'm not interested in sucking on an old woman's lips. Yufei heard this and visibly grew excited, her voice becoming much sharper than before. What did you say? I'm an old woman. Sure enough, no woman cares about her age. But Lin Feng didn't care at all, continuing to speak. Once a woman turns 30, isn't she just an old woman? Fine. Very well. Lin Feng, is that your name? I'll remember you. After glaring angrily at Lin Feng, Yufei stormed off. Just like that? I haven't finished threatening you yet? Don't you think you're taking me too lightly? Never mind. We work in the same neighborhood anyway. A gentleman takes his time to get revenge, there's no rush. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lin Feng finally stood at his own workstation. However, just as he had assumed a military stance, a beautifully dressed woman in a long gown approached him. Lin Feng, who had been serious just a moment ago, immediately switched to a fawning smile. Sister Rong, heading to the office so early? The woman before him, exuding a fashionable aura from head to toe, was a single woman living alone named Tang Ro. Although Tang Ro was a single woman, Lin Feng rarely went to her home to help out. The reason was simple, Tang Ro kept an extremely aggressive Doberman at home. Strangely enough, the Doberman was always docile around others, not even barking. But every time it sees him, it can't help but bark wildly. Once, it even ignored Tang Ro's attempts to pull it back and charged straight at Lin Feng, biting him. Because of that incident, Lin Feng ended up spending a few days in the hospital and even had to get a rabies vaccine. Although he was injured, it wasn't all bad. Perhaps out of guilt, during his hospital stay, Tang Ro visited him every day, and their relationship grew much closer. This was evident from their conversations. Tang Ro pretended to scold him playfully. I just saw manager you storming out of here. Did you make her angry again by being late? Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Tang, you know I like staying up late. Coming here this early every day is already pretty good. Besides, I wasn't late by much, just a minute. While speaking, he secretly started flirting with Tong Zigu. System, bind me to Tang Ro. Tang Ro was the richest woman he knew, aside from Lu Xia. He couldn't miss this opportunity to earn goodwill points. Being a minute late isn't being late? Tang Ro scolded him playfully. But the next moment, she seemed to think of something, and her tone softened considerably. Xiaofeng, I know you have pride and want to make it on your own, but being a security guard is too tough. Why don't you quit and come work at my company? I'll give you an easy job. Indeed, Tang Ro wasn't just a single woman, she was an exceptionally successful one. She owned her own clothing company in Jinghai City. Though it wasn't very large, it generated at least 100 million yuan in net profit annually. As the company's chairwoman, Tang Ro had been named one of Jinghai City's top 10 outstanding women for several consecutive years. Most people would immediately accept such an offer. But Lin Feng didn't take the conventional path, he refused. And this wasn't the first time he had turned her down. Previously, Tang Ro had mentioned it to him twice, but both times he turned her down. Today marks the third time. Rejecting Tang Ro 3 times in a row was unheard of in Jinghai City. Sister Tang, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I really think the security guard job suits me. And if I were to work under you, then I'd. As he spoke, Lin Feng, a grown man, actually blushed. What? Tang Ro couldn't help but ask curiously. I wouldn't be able to see Sister Ro like this every day. Tang Ro, who had been looking puzzled, suddenly blushed deeply. Even her voice trembled slightly. You, what are you talking about? Lin Feng immediately adopted a hurriedly explanatory expression. I'm being completely sincere. I'm working here as a security guard just so I can see Sister Ro a few more times each day. The blush on Tang Ro's face grew even more intense. From afar, she looked like a freshly picked red apple, tempting one to take a bite. Just then, the system alert sounded. Tang Ro's affection +1, earned 10 affection points. Tang Ro's affection +1, earned 10 affection points. Hearing these continuous notifications, Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. In just a few breaths, he had earned a whopping 500 points. After battling Lu Xia for so long, he had only earned 350 points. But how high is Tang Ro's overall rating? How could she have such a high affection point ratio? Before he could even check Tang Ro's profile, the shy Tang Ro playfully teased him. You're pretty small, but you sure have a lot of fancy ideas. Just stand guard properly. We'll talk about the rest later. After leaving those words, Tang Ro departed. Lin Feng was left standing there, completely bewildered. What did Sister Ro mean by her last sentence? What does "we'll discuss other matters later" mean? Chapter 5. Why did the rich sister put on battle armor? What the hell? Yuan Hua. At noon, Lin Feng had just finished his shift with his colleagues. Just as he was about to leave, an unexpected red figure suddenly caught his eye. It was none other than Yuan Hua, his roommate and best friend from the sports school, who had shared hardships with him for years. Seeing his best friend standing guard at the Shaoxiangye Yuan, the 183 centimeters tall Yuan Hua froze in his tracks. But he quickly snapped out of it, hopped onto his motorcycle, and rode up to Lin Feng with a sycophantic smile on his face. Old Lin, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. Indeed, what a coincidence. I never expected that while standing guard, I'd run into such an outstanding talent from a world-class Fortune 500 company. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua immediately felt embarrassed. I didn't say anything wrong. Our boss's company is a Fortune 500 company, right? Their company is indeed a Fortune 500 company, but what does that have to do with you, a delivery guy? Lin Feng was speechless. Yuan Hua immediately retorted, of course it's related. If it weren't for us delivery guys running around in all kinds of weather, how could Dongga make so much money? Besides, old Lin, how dare you talk to me like that? You're the one who took this kind of job. Originally, Lin Feng hadn't planned to dwell on the fact that Yuan Hua had secretly become a delivery guy without telling anyone. But when he heard Yuan Hua's shameless attempt to shift the blame, his anger flared up immediately. What's there to be ashamed of? I'm a security guard, it's an honest job. Unlike someone who boasts about joining the Fortune 500 just for that fleeting sense of prestige. Yuan Hua, who had been so confident a moment ago, immediately backed down. I'm sorry, old Lin. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. However, Lin Feng showed no sign of forgiving him. You're not at fault, it's my mistake for meddling in your affairs. With that, Lin Feng turned and walked away. Watching Lin Feng's back disappear without a single glance back, Yuan Hua couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Oh well, I've really blown it this time. But soon, his gaze fell on the extravagantly luxurious Shaoxiangye Yuan before him. But how did old Lin manage to become a security guard at Shaoxiangye Yuan? I guess I'll have to find an opportunity to learn from old Lin. As he muttered to himself, he finally remembered what he had come for. Oh no! The delivery is going to be late. On the other side, after the chance encounter at the door, Lin Feng hurried to Lu Xia's residence. After ringing the doorbell for a moment, Lu Xia, dressed in a sexy strapless long dress, opened the door. Xia Jia, you what is this? If it were an ordinary strapless dress, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Lu Xia was wearing a lace-up dress. Through the small opening, one could clearly see a scene that would make any man's nose bleed. Lu Xia didn't offer any explanation. She merely smiled gently, then extended her snow-white hand and pulled Lin Feng into the house. As soon as the door closed, the starving Lu Xia pressed Lin Feng against the wall. Then, she leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and whispered in a seductive voice. "Feng, does my outfit look good?" Lin Feng swallowed hard. "Yes, it's beautiful." "Then, do you want to do something to your older sister?" As she spoke, her slender fingers kept teasing him in his chest. Lin Feng was already restless and agitated. With Lu Xia teasing him like this, how could he possibly resist? Suddenly, he exerted all his strength, and Lu Xia, who had been in control, was pressed against the wall. Next, he cupped Lu Xia's increasingly delicate face and pressed it firmly against his own. He was like a starving wolf, greedily sucking on her, as if he wanted to devour her whole. During this time, Lu Xia's feelings for him continued to grow. Lu Xia's affection +1, gained 3 affection points. Lu Xia's affection +1, gained 3 affection points. Though not as high a ratio as Tang Rose, the sheer volume made up for it. Moreover, Lin Feng no longer cared about gaining favor points at this moment, he just wanted to get to the meat as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to take things further, Lu Xia suddenly mustered the strength to push him away. Lin Feng looked at Lu Xia in astonishment, unsure why she had done that. At that moment, Lu Xia smiled and explained. "Good little brother, your older sister knows you're in a hurry, but one must eat to live. Let us wait until after lunch." After giving Lin Feng a seductive glance, Lu Xia walked toward the kitchen with a seductive stride, leaving Lin Feng standing there dumbfounded. After a while, he snapped back to reality. Wow, she's playing hard to get. No wonder she can manipulate a billionaire like a puppet. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng finally looked at his interface. Wow, his goodwill points, which were originally over 500, had skyrocketed to 1,200. Just a short while ago, he gained over 600 points. If this continues for an entire afternoon, he'll be soaring high. Oh right, I haven't tried eavesdropping on thoughts yet. Might as well give it a shot on Xiajie. System, use eavesdrop on thoughts. Please select the target for eavesdropping. Lu Xia. Mind reading activated. Target, Lu Xia. Countdown, 30 minutes. As soon as the system prompt faded, Lin Feng heard Lu Xia's inner thoughts. Lu Xia, I just suddenly pushed Fengdi away. He shouldn't be angry, right? Lu Xia, but what if he really is angry and ignores me? Lu Xia, maybe I should give him a little something to make him happy? But will he fall for it? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly turned his gaze toward Lu Xia, who was busy in the kitchen. Sure enough, down there, he saw something swaying. He raised the corners of his mouth, wearing a mischievous smile, and walked over. At the same time, Lu Xia in the kitchen seemed to sense someone's footsteps, and her heartbeat clearly quickened. Lu Xia, he's coming, he's coming. Under someone's anticipation, Lin Feng embraced Lu Xia from behind in an extremely suggestive manner. Lu Xia trembled slightly before pouting playfully. We agreed to wait until after dinner. Why are you being so disobedient? Though her words were playful, her inner thoughts were enough to make one's nose bleed. Lu Xia, we haven't tried it in the kitchen yet. If my brother could sneak up on me while I'm cooking, that would be so much fun. Lin Feng leaned in close to Lu Xia's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. I wanted to wait until after dinner too, but who can resist such a beautiful woman like Xiajie? Your little brother just couldn't help himself. You should have waited. Before Lu Xia could finish speaking, she felt a chill, followed by a familiar sensation. Brother, how could you? Xiajie, don't worry. I won't disturb you. Just focus on cooking. Your little brother will take care of himself. Soon, the kitchen, which had previously only been filled with the aroma of cooking, became filled with a sensual atmosphere. By the time everything had settled down and Lin Feng sat down at the dining table, it had been over half an hour. With a flushed face, Lu Xia playfully scolded Lin Feng. It's all your fault. The braised pork was ruined. Lin Feng shrugged it off with a smile. There are still other dishes, and besides, there's only the two of us. We can't possibly eat all that. As they joked around, Lin Feng shifted his gaze to the screen. What he saw startled him. 3,000 goodwill points. In just half an hour, from 1,200 to 3,000? Is this really just a 1-to-3 feedback ratio? He checked the points history and realized that the ratio hadn't changed. It was still 1-to-3, but the frequency had increased significantly. It's several times higher than before. Wow! That's insane. However, he was well aware that the reason for the rapid increase in frequency was entirely due to his use of the eavesdrop on thoughts ability. Being able to pinpoint Lu Xia's inner thoughts so precisely, how could it not be fast? What a useful skill. Chapter 6. Oh no, the rich lady twisted her ankle. What? Make me the security guard in the surveillance room? In the manager's office, Lin Feng looked utterly stunned. Half an hour earlier, he had been at Lu Xia's house, enjoying a romantic lunch with her.
But before long, an untimely message interrupted their romantic moment.
Since it was a message from the manager, Lin Feng dared not take it lightly. When he arrived at the manager's office, he learned from manager Mao a shocking piece of news. He was being transferred from the security guard at the gate to the security guard in the surveillance room. There are many types of security guard positions. There were 5 types of security guards at Shaoxiang Yuan alone. They are gatekeeper security guards, patrol security guards, surveillance room security guards, special duty security guards, and temporary security guards. Among these 5 types, the most exhausting and least desirable position is the gatekeeper security guard. In ordinary residential communities, gatekeeper security guards just sit in the security booth watching TV shows, listening to opera, and occasionally stopping delivery personnel. However, gatekeeper security guards at Shaoxiang Yuan are different. They cannot sit down, they must stand on duty during working hours and wear uniform attire. Moreover, if residents require assistance, they must provide any help without hesitation. For example, parking cars, carrying items, and handling various emergency requests, among other tasks. Additionally, security guards at the main entrance have appearance requirements. After all, this is a high-end residential complex, and if the security guards look unprofessional, it could negatively impact residents' living experience. Lin Feng didn't meet the appearance standards when he first came for the interview. Fortunately, he had exceptional physical fitness, which compensated for this shortcoming, allowing him to barely pass. In comparison, the security guards in the monitoring room have it much easier. All they need to do is monitor the surveillance screens and keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals entering or exiting the premises. When there's nothing to do, they can do whatever they want. Most security guards would rather be in the monitoring room. But Lin Feng didn't want that. If he became a security guard in the monitoring room, his muscles and perfect physique would have no use. He was determined to become a man who lives off others, so why would he settle for a job in the monitoring room? Wenjia, you should let someone else take this opportunity. You don't want to transfer to the surveillance room? Ma Wen was clearly surprised. If it weren't for Yu Fei's recommendation, she would never have considered letting a fresh graduate take such a comfortable position. But who would have thought that Lin Feng would refuse the offer? Lin Feng nodded. Wenjia, I've just entered society and need experience. I think being a security guard is perfect for me. Ma Wen narrowed her eyes. You're not just saying that to try and win my favor, are you? Sister Wen is joking. You're the head of Shaoxiang Yuan. How dare I climb your ladder? As he spoke, Lin Feng secretly contacted the system again. System, check Ma Wen's profile. Name, Ma Wen. Age, 35. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 99 pounds. Appearance, 88. Overall rating, 8.9. Her overall score is actually higher than Lucia's. System, bind me to Ma Wen. Binding in progress, please wait. Ma Wen binding successful. Ma Wen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Dare not? I see all over the internet about how you Gen Zers are revolutionizing the workplace. That's everyone else, not me. In any case, everything I've said comes straight from my heart. Please reconsider your decision, Ms. Wen. Lin Feng's voice was so loud and firm that Ma Wen couldn't help but freeze in place. She had never seen anyone refuse to be transferred to the monitoring room before. This kid is interesting. Ma Wen's goodwill +1, earned 3 goodwill points. Ma Wen's favorability +1, earned 3 favorability points. Another 1-to-3 feedback ratio? Though it's a bit less, it's better than nothing. Ma Wen sat in the boss's chair, studying Lin Feng. After a long while, she finally spoke. Alright, since you don't want to go, let's just pretend I never mentioned it. Lin Feng hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, Sister Wen. Don't thank me yet. You've only been working as a security guard for a short time. There are some things you might not know yet. If you make any mistakes in the future, don't blame Wenjia for being unfeeling. Wenjia, rest assured. I'll never make any mistakes. Lin Feng immediately assured her. Ma Wen nodded satisfactorily. Alright, go back and rest. Don't forget your shift tonight. Yes, Wenjia. After bowing deeply to his superior, Lin Feng turned and left. Just as he reached the door, Ma Wen suddenly spoke up from behind him. What's your relationship with manager Yu? Lin Feng turned around in surprise. Ha? Wenjia, what did you say? Nothing, I was just asking. Go ahead. Ma Wen waved her hands hurriedly. In the end, Lin Feng left the place feeling completely confused. On his way out, Lin Feng couldn't stop thinking about what Ma Wen had just said. So engrossed in his thoughts, he didn't notice the road ahead and collided with someone without realizing it. A loud cry of ah startled him back to reality, and he realized he had hit someone. He stopped abruptly, looked down, and saw a woman lying on the ground, her face contorted in pain. I'm so sorry, miss. I didn't notice. Are you okay? Lin Feng apologized quickly. You hit me. How could I be okay? The woman looked up at him with a look of resentment. When Lin Feng recognized the woman's face, he exclaimed in surprise, Ruojia, how could it be you?
It turned out that the beautiful woman he had bumped into was none other than Tang Ro. I live here. How could I be here? Tang Ro replied irritably, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach. Lin Feng realized he had unconsciously walked all the way to the B building where Tang Ro lived. I'm sorry, Sister Ro. I was lost in thought and didn't notice. Let me help you up, Lin Feng explained awkwardly, reaching out his hand again. No, I can manage on my own. The resilient Tang Ro tried to stand up on her own, but her ankle protested. Ah! My foot hurts so much. Lin Feng quickly knelt down to check and was startled to see that Tang Ro's ankle was already swollen. Sister Ro, you seem to have sprained your ankle. What should I do? I have an event to attend this afternoon. Tang Ro clenched her teeth, her face contorted with pain. I'll take you back first. This is my fault, and I'll take full responsibility for you. Saying this, Lin Feng ignored Tang Ro's protests and picked her up in his arms. Yikes! There are so many people watching. How could you pick me up? Put me down right now. If you want your foot to swell up like a pig's hoof tomorrow, I can put you down now. At those words, Tang Ro fell silent. Seeing this, Lin Feng finally carried Tang Ro into Building B. It was midday, so while there weren't many people in the elevator, there were still a few. And those who were there happened to be people who knew or had seen Tang Ro before. To avoid being recognized, Tang Ro could only shyly bury her head in Lin Feng's embrace. Feeling the warm breath of the beauty in his arms against his chest, Lin Feng began to let his imagination run wild. If there was one person in the Shaoxiang Yuan he wanted to seduce the most, it was undoubtedly Tang Ro in his arms. Why not today? Just go for it? No, that's too beastly. She had just been injured because of him. How could he do such a thing? I am a gentleman, a proper gentleman. I would never do something so beastly. Absolutely not. Chapter 7, The rich sister looks so beautiful when she smiles. Lin Feng had thought he would remain cool and collected all the way. Little did he know that he hadn't even stepped foot inside Tang Ro's house before he completely fell apart. At that moment, Tang Ro, who was in his arms, suddenly lifted her head and said, "Why don't you just put me down? I can go in on my own. What about after that? Your foot is swollen like that. How are you going to move around the house by yourself?" Following Lin Feng's gaze, Tang Ro looked at her right foot, which was growing increasingly swollen and red. Then, as if making up her mind, she said seriously, "It's okay, I can manage on my own. No way, I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone." Lin Feng didn't even hesitate before rejecting her offer. "Xiao Feng, I..." Tang Ro tried to say something else, but Lin Feng cut her off ruthlessly. "Ruojia, you should have your manager's phone number, right? Do you want manager Yu to come over and help? But it's break time now, she might not come." "No. She will definitely come." Lin Feng was certain. "Why?" The scene shifts to Yufei, with a kind expression, opening Tang Ro's front door and stepping out. "Miss Tang, your dog has been taken care of." Tang Ro smiled gracefully. "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Yu." "Miss Tang, you're too kind. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." After glancing at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression, Yufei, the tool-like assistant, left the scene. "I thought Miss Yu definitely wouldn't come, but I didn't expect her to be so dedicated, even coming over during her break." Tang Ro murmured to herself as she watched Yufei's departing figure. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and looked at Lin Feng with a suspicious expression, asking, "But, Xiao Feng, how did you know that manager Yu would come? Your relationship with her has always been the worst, hasn't it? How come she agreed immediately when you asked?" "Our relationship was bad before, but it won't be like that anymore." "What do you mean?" Tang Ro was even more confused. "It means I used my personal charm to conquer the female tyrant of our Shaoxiang Yuan, someone everyone fears." "What? You conquered manager Yu? Are you two that kind of relationship?" Tang Ro was stunned. "What do you think, Sister Tang?" Lin Feng said with a smirk. Tang Ro furrowed her brows but ultimately denied this absurd notion. "I'm sure it's not." "Why not?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Manager Yu is such an outstanding person. How could she possibly be interested in someone as irresponsible as you? So that's how I am in Sister Rong's eyes? No love left? I'm leaving. Sister Rong, you're on your own now. You dare. You promised to take responsibility for me. If you dare to leave, I'll go complain to Manager Ma tomorrow. Ruojia, you've changed. You used to be so kind to me, but now you're threatening me. Stop acting innocent. Hurry up and go inside. Someone's coming." Sigh. Just as the two of them stepped inside the door, Yufei emerged from around the corner with a look of shock on her face. That's right, she hadn't left at all. Lin Feng and Tang Ro's conversation, she had heard every word. That guy must be related to Ms. Tang. Meanwhile, at Tang Ro's home, Lin Feng had just carried Tang Ro into the living room when a familiar figure rushed toward them. Upon seeing him, Lin Feng instinctively took a few steps back. Clearly, Lin Feng had developed a psychological aversion to it. At that moment, Tang Ro's voice, softer than spring breeze, echoed in his ears like heavenly music. Don't be afraid, Xiaomi can't hurt you now. It seemed that Tang Rou's voice had truly worked, as Lin Feng actually calmed down. Just then, the figure charged toward Lin Feng. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't Tang Rou's longtime pet Doberman. Xiaomi, who else could it be? However, this time, Xiaomi had something extra on its mouth, a bite guard. Once a dog is fitted with a bite guard, it can no longer bite people. The two had called Yu Fei all the way here just to have her install the muzzle on Xiaomi. Otherwise, Lin Feng dared not enter the house. After all, he had been bitten by a dog so severely that he had to be hospitalized. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the bite guard seemed to be damaged inside. He turned to look at the woman in his arms and asked, "Have you been putting the bite guard on Xiaomi all along?" Tang Rou nodded. "As long as I'm home, I always put the bite guard on Xiaomi, but it doesn't like it and often tries to tear it off with its mouth." Before she could finish, Lin Feng interrupted her. "Why? Ha? What do you mean why?" Tang Ye was confused. "Why have you been putting the bite guard on Xiaomi all the time?" Because I don't know when you'll come over, and I'm afraid I'll forget, so." Tang Rou blushed and lowered her head, her voice growing softer and softer, and the flush on her face growing deeper and deeper. Even Lin Feng, who was usually so reserved, understood what Tang Rou was trying to say. As the atmosphere began to grow tense, Tang Rou quickly cleared her throat. My foot still hurts. Oh, I'm sorry." Coming to his senses, Lin Feng finally picked up Tang Rou and walked toward the sofa. Meanwhile, Xiaomi, wearing a bite guard, kept bumping her head against Lin Feng from behind, as if protesting something. "Sister Rome, sit down for a moment. I'll go get the first aid kit." After instructing Tang Rou, Lin Feng left the area. This time, Xiaomi didn't follow him. Instead, it took Lin Feng's place and went to Tang Rou's side. It kept rubbing its mouth, protected by the bite guard, against Tang Rou, as if asking her to remove the protective gear. Not only did Tang Rou have no idea what Xiaomi meant, but even if she did, she wouldn't have released it. She gently rubbed Xiaomi's head and whispered softly, "Xiaomi, Mom is hurt and can't play with you. Go play by yourself, okay?" Xiaomi shook its head insistently. Tang Rou, who didn't understand what was going on, could only sigh helplessly. When Lin Feng returned with the first aid kit, Tang Rou immediately asked him to tie Xiaomi up. No dog likes being tied up, and Xiaomi was no exception. As the victim, Lin Feng was naturally happy to see this. Without sharp teeth, Lin Feng barely had to exert any effort to tie Xiaomi up. Of course, that wasn't enough to satisfy her. He then unleashed a series of deadly blows on Xiaomi's head. Xiaomi, unable to bark, was beaten until he jumped up and down. "Behave yourself and stop interfering with my relationship with your mother. Otherwise, once I become the head of this household, you'll be the first one I use to test my new knife." After venting his anger, Lin Feng finally returned to the sofa. To avoid arousing Tang Rou's suspicion, he made up a story. "Xiaomi is too rowdy, I can't keep him under control." Who would have thought that Tang Rou would cut straight to the heart of the matter? "Is it the dog causing trouble, or are you? Don't you think I can't hear you hitting Xiaomi?" Lin Feng stood there awkwardly. Tang Rou chuckled, "Alright, I was just teasing you. Hurry up and help me check my feet. We have plans this afternoon." He thought Lin Feng would act immediately, but to his surprise, he blurted out something unexpected. "Sister Rou, you look so beautiful when you smile." Tang Rou's face flushed red, and she scolded him playfully. "You little rascal, what are you talking about? I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. You really look beautiful when you smile. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen." "So you mean I'm not beautiful when I don't smile?" "Of course not. You're beautiful even when you don't smile, but you're even more beautiful when you do, like a fairy. You little rascal, I wonder where you learned to be so smooth." Chapter 8, Healing the Rich Sister's Wounds. Ouch. How big is that? It's all your fault for not watching where you're going. Facing Tang Rou's resentful gaze, Lin Feng didn't know how to respond. After all, he really had no defense. "Sister Rou, just bear with it. I'll apply some blood-circulating ointment first." Soon, Lin Feng carefully applied the medicine with a cotton swab to Tang Rou's ankle. His movements were gentle, afraid that even the slightest pressure might hurt her. Watching Lin Feng's surprisingly skilled movements, Tang Rou blurted out without thinking, "You must have applied medicine to girls a lot, right?" Lin Feng paused for a moment before smiling and replying, "I graduated from a sports school. There were hardly any girls there. Where would I have practiced applying medicine to girls?" "Then how did you get so skilled?" Tang Rou asked curiously. "We athletes train every day. Sprained ankles and strains are just part of the job. At first, we apply it to each other, but eventually we got used to it. To save time, we just did it ourselves." "So those years in college must have been really tough for you." Tang Rou bit her red lips, her eyes clearly filled with sympathy. "It was pretty tough, but what could I do? I chose this path myself. I didn't want to go back and get scolded by my parents, so I had to tough it out." Tang Rou smiled, "You're pretty filial. My parents are farmers. They worked so hard to send me to university. I can't let them down." As they chatted, Lin Feng heard the system's notification sound in his ear. Tang Ro's affection +1, gain 10 affection points. Tang Ro's affection +1, earn 10 affection points. Can you earn points just by chatting? Is there such a thing as a free lunch? If that's the case, I guess I'll have to slow down. As a result, what should have been a quick application of ointment took nearly 10 minutes because Lin Feng dragged it out. If Tang Ro hadn't stopped giving him goodwill points, Lin Feng would have kept dragging it out. However, even so, he still managed to earn a full 1,000 points. Combined with the previous 3,000, he now had 4,000 goodwill points. Though it seemed like a lot, Lin Feng was still unsatisfied. He quickly came up with a new idea. He tossed aside the cotton swab and looked at Tang Ro seriously. Sister Tang, do you have any ice cubes at home? We do have some, but what do you need ice cubes for? That was medication. Now it's physical therapy. Physical therapy? Tang Ro was confused. It's a medical method specifically for treating sprained ankles. You'll understand once the treatment is done. After explaining, Lin Feng went to look for ice cubes. Soon, he found the ice cubes he needed in the refrigerator. What should we use to hold the ice? A plastic bag? No, the plastic bag will stick to the ice, and if it sticks to Sister Rong's foot, that would be bad. While Lin Feng was pondering, a piece of fabric resembling a scrap of cloth caught his attention. Curious, he walked over. Picking it up and feeling it, he discovered it was made of silk. It would be perfect as a container. Just as he was about to return triumphantly, Tang Ro suddenly screamed from the sofa. Ah! What's wrong, Sister Ro? Lin Feng turned around in shock. Tang Ro, her face flushed red, pointed at the piece of cloth in Lin Feng's hand and stammered. What are you doing with that thing? Lin Feng looked at the rag in his hand and said. I couldn't find anything suitable to hold the ice cubes, so I saw this piece of cloth on the ground and thought I'd use it. Tang Ro widened her eyes. You're going to use it to hold ice and apply it to me? Lin Feng nodded innocently. Is there something wrong with that? Tang Ro opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she didn't voice her thoughts. Never mind, just use it. Then you rest for a bit, I'll go prepare it. Only after Lin Feng had left did Tang Ro finally mutter under her breath. Stupid kid, that's my little shirt. A few minutes later, Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen holding a specially made ice pack. Lin Feng walked over to the sofa and asked softly, Rojia, are you ready? Tang Ro nodded, I'm ready. However, when her gaze fell on the specially made ice pack in Lin Feng's hands, a faint blush spread across her flawless cheeks. Ruojia, this ice pack is part of a stimulating therapy, so you may feel some pain during the process. If it becomes too painful, please let me know, okay? I understand. Seeing this, Lin Feng took a deep breath and carefully placed the specially made ice pack on Tang Ro's ankle. Although Lin Feng had been as gentle as possible, the moment the ice pack made contact with Tang Ro's ankle, she couldn't help but let out a sharp cry. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he hurriedly looked at Tang Ro. Her face was contorted with pain, her brows furrowed tightly, and her lips trembled slightly. Seeing Tang Ro in such agony, a strong wave of compassion welled up in Lin Feng's heart. Maybe we should just stop, Sister Ro? But Tang Ro objected at that moment. No. Keep going, I can endure it. Then let me teach you a method, Sister Ro. What method? Tang Ro asked curiously. When I first started training at the sports school, the pain was unbearable. At the time, my coach gave me a wooden stick and told me to bite down on it tightly. This helped alleviate the pain a bit and allowed me to keep going. Lin Feng explained. You want me to bite a wooden stick? Tang Ro exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng looked around the room, feeling a bit helpless. There doesn't seem to be any wooden sticks here, or anything else that could be used as a substitute. His gaze eventually landed on his own arm, as if he had come up with an idea. Why don't you bite my hand? No way, absolutely not. Tang Ro shook her head firmly in refusal. That would hurt you. However, Lin Feng remained unusually determined. He smiled and said, It's okay, Rojia. I've got thick skin and I'm not afraid of pain. Besides, you have an event this afternoon. If you don't ice it promptly, you might not even be able to walk by this afternoon. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Tang Ro's heart began to waver. She knew Lin Feng was telling the truth, but she just couldn't bring herself to bite his hand. Seeing this, Lin Feng added fuel to the fire. Sister Ro, don't hesitate anymore. If you keep delaying, your foot injury will get worse. In the end, after Lin Feng's persuasion, Tang Ro relented. Soon, the scene in the room became eerie. Tang Ro bit down tightly on Lin Feng's arm, while Lin Feng endured the pain and carefully applied an ice pack to her wound. Throughout the process, Lin Feng's brows were furrowed, and sweat beads trickled down his forehead like raindrops falling onto the ground. Witnessing all this, Tang Ro felt deeply moved, but also increasingly unable to contain her emotions. Just then, Lin Feng, who had given everything he had, finally received his well-deserved reward. Tang Ro's affection +1, gained 10 affection points. Tang Ro's affection +1, earned 10 affection points. The continuous notifications instantly set the entire scene ablaze. Lin Feng had lost count of how many times he had heard the notifications. All he knew was that his affection points were skyrocketing. By the time he finished the ice pack, his original 4,000 affection points had skyrocketed to 10,000. Contributing 6,000 points in just over 10 minutes. How outrageous! It was well worth sacrificing one of my hands. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, he felt a strange, moist sensation on his lips. When he snapped back to reality, he realized that Tangrou, who had been lying on the sofa, had somehow crept up behind him. Where? I was ambushed. Chapter 9, The Rich Woman's Shy Sister. In the underground garage of Shao Xiang Yuan, Lin Feng looked at Tangrou in the car with a worried expression. Your foot isn't even healed yet. Do you really have to attend the event? Tangrou sighed helplessly. I don't want to go out injured either, but this event is really important. Then take this, Sister Ro. I just put some ice in it before I left. You can apply it yourself on the way. Seeing Lin Feng produce an ice pack out of thin air with his bare hands, Tangrou was completely stunned. You've been holding it with your bare hands? I was in a hurry and forgot to bring a bag. What kind of fabric is this? It even has 2 straps. Perfect. Rue, you hold the straps so your hands don't get frozen. Seeing Lin Feng's right hand, which was frozen red, and his innocent smile, Tangrou's eyes welled up with tears. But to avoid letting Lin Feng notice anything unusual, she quickly took the ice pack and turned her head away. I've taken the items. You should go rest now. Tangrou thought she could hide her emotions, but little did she know that Lin Feng's ears were already ringing. Tangrou's goodwill +1, earned 10 goodwill points. Tangrou's affection +1, earned 10 affection points. Although the speed wasn't as fast as when Lin Feng had applied ice to Tangrou upstairs earlier, it wasn't much slower either. Taking this opportunity, she decided to check the panel. System, show Tangrou's panel. Name, Tangrou. Age, 35. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 89 pounds. Appearance, 96. Overall rating, 9.6. Wow! A 9.6 rating. No wonder the feedback rate is so high. Before long, Tangrou left the underground garage in her business car under Lin Feng's watchful gaze. Lin Feng, who remained behind, didn't leave immediately. Instead, he placed his hand on his lips, as if sensing something. The senior was right. No woman can resist a man who is willing to bleed for her, Lin Feng murmured to himself, his lips curving into a faint smile. His gaze slowly shifted to his left hand. There, the once smooth skin was now tightly wrapped in a thick layer of gauze. Through the white gauze, faint traces of red blood could be seen. Those were the wounds he had sustained for Tangrou. At the same time, inside the moving business car, Tangrou was also touching her lips with her fingers. However, unlike Lin Feng, whose expression remained unchanged, Tangrou's entire face was flushed with a faint blush. The flush spread from her cheeks down to her neck, resembling a ripe cherry, tempting one to take a bite. Just then, Wang Shui, the secretary sitting in the passenger seat, noticed that something was off with Tangrou. She asked with concern, Miss Tang, are you okay? Tangrou was startled by the sudden question and stammered in response. What's wrong? Wang Shui looked at Tangrou's flushed cheeks and couldn't help but express her concern. Your face looks unusually red. Is the air conditioning too cold? Should I turn it down a bit? Tangrou finally realized that her face was unusually hot. To avoid drawing attention to her unusual state, she quickly nodded. Sure. As the temperature inside the car gradually dropped, the flush on Tangrou's face slowly faded. Although she appeared to have returned to normal on the surface, her heart still burned with heat as if it had been scorched by fire. Later, her gaze unconsciously fell on the ice pack in her hand. After hesitating for a moment, she finally couldn't resist asking. Xiao Shui, you have a boyfriend, right? Wang Shui was taken aback by Tangrou's question but replied politely. Yes, Ms. Tang. Seeing this, Tangrou quickly followed up with another question. What does your boyfriend like? Or, what is the most meaningful gift you've ever given him? To avoid any misunderstanding, Tangrou quickly added. Don't misunderstand me. I don't mean anything by it. I just want to give someone a gift, but I don't know what to give, and I don't have many friends, so... Before she could finish, Wang Shui seemed to have anticipated her words, raising the corners of her mouth into a sly smile. Miss Tang, the person you want to give a gift to is probably Lin Feng, right? Earlier, when Lin Feng was hospitalized, Tangrou had visited him multiple times, and as Tangrou's trusted assistant, Wang Shui had accompanied her on several occasions. During this time, Wang Shui had gotten to know Lin Feng. Caught off guard by Wang Shui's direct question, Tangrou's face couldn't help but flush slightly. You figured it out? Wang Shui laughed. I've been working with Mr. Tang for so many years, and I've never seen you care so much about any man before. When I saw Lin Feng at home earlier, I already guessed. Tangrou blushed even more upon hearing this. The next moment, Wang Shui stopped smiling and spoke seriously. But don't worry, Tang Zone. I'm someone you've nurtured yourself. I'll definitely keep your secrets safe. Tangrou heard this and felt slightly reassured. She looked at Wang Shui gratefully and smiled, saying, "Yes, I believe you." Then, Wang Shui changed the subject and brought the conversation back to the gifts. "Let's talk about the gift then, Ms. Tang. Why did you want to give a gift to Lin Feng? And what capacity do you plan to give it to him in?" Tang Rou paused for a moment before speaking slowly. "Actually, there's no particular reason. I just wanted to express my gratitude to him. As for the identity, I think it's best to give it to him as his older sister for now. If that's the case, I think there's a gift that Lin Feng would definitely love." Wang Shui raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a confident smile. "What gift?" Tang Rou asked curiously. Boys love nothing more than playing video games, especially someone like Lin Feng who hasn't graduated yet. So all Tang Zone needs to do is cater to his interests and give him a computer. Tang Rou nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, but she was still hesitant. Will he really like it? "Ms. Tang, don't worry. No man can resist the power of a 5090T. Wang Shui spoke with absolute certainty. "Then I'll leave the gift preparation to you, Shui. What about the budget, Mr. Tang? The computer should be as expensive as possible. Just go with the most expensive option and I'll reimburse you later." Ms. Tang really cares about Lin Feng. The top-of-the-line computer set isn't cheap. If he likes it, it's worth every penny. On the other side, after leaving the underground garage, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory. He really wanted to reconnect with Lu Xia. But emotions need to be kept in check. One mustn't be too clingy, some mystery must be maintained. That way, Lu Xia would always think of him. Lying on his small bed, he began to tally up his gains. From Lu Xia, he had managed to get 3,000 affection points. From Ma Wen, he managed to get a little, but it was pitifully small. The real focus was on Tang Rou. Applying ointment earned him 1,000 points, and ice packs contributed 6,000. In the garage, he contributed another 2,000. All added up, that's 12,000 goodwill points. It seems like a lot, but in reality, there wasn't much that could be exchanged for. Just as Lin Feng was browsing the system mall, preparing to go on a shopping spree, the door suddenly knocked. In Shaoxiang Yuan, aside from those wealthy women, he had almost no friends. Who could be looking for him here? With a puzzled expression, he opened the door. When he saw who it was, he was completely speechless. "You! What are you doing here?" Chapter 10, Lin Feng wants to replace Huanggu? What are you doing here? The woman before him, who had Lin Feng on edge, was none other than the female demon, Yufei. Yufei's gaze slowly swept over Lin Feng. That casual glance seemed almost indifferent, but it carried an indescribable coldness and mockery. "You've been at Shaoxiang Yuan for a month now. Don't you know that there's an internal inspection here every month?" Before she finished speaking, Yufei gracefully sidestepped Lin Feng and walked straight into the room. However, Lin Feng's reaction was unusually swift. In the blink of an eye, he blocked her path, preventing her from going further. He stared straight into Yufei's eyes and spoke without flinching. "I know about the room inspection, but shouldn't the boys' dormitory be inspected by men?" Yufei's lips curled into a faint, meaningful smile. "Indeed, women shouldn't be the ones to inspect. After all, if you're hiding something unspeakable in your room, it wouldn't just be your eyes that get dirty." Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly. He was clearly displeased by Yufei's words. "What do you mean by that?" Yufei didn't bother to explain. She simply smiled lightly and then strolled over to Lin Feng's bed and sat down. Her movements were natural and casual, as if she were the true owner of the room. After crossing her legs, she finally spoke. "I heard from Manager Ma that you don't want to be transferred to the surveillance room? So you really were the one who asked Wen Jia to transfer you?" Earlier, Lin Feng had also speculated that perhaps Yufei had suggested the transfer to Ma Wen to curry favor with him. But upon recalling how he had humiliated Yufei this morning, he ultimately dismissed that notion. Because he didn't believe Yufei would go out of her way to show favor toward him. Otherwise, who in this Shaoxiang Yuan has the clout to transfer an ungraduated college student to the surveillance room? You? Or are you relying on Tang Zone? Hearing only the first half of the sentence, Lin Feng felt an urge to teach Yufei a lesson. But when he heard the latter half, he finally understood why Yufei had come all the way here to find her. System, use eavesdrop on thoughts. Please select the target for eavesdropping. Yufei. Eavesdropping on thoughts. Target, Yufei. Activated. Countdown, 30 minutes. As soon as the prompt sounded, Lin Feng heard Yufei's thoughts in his ears. "Yufei, why isn't he saying anything? Could he have found out that I discovered his affair with Tang Rou and is speechless? Yufei, right, how could he have known that I overheard his conversation with Tang Rou today? Yufei, you threatened me first this morning, now I'll make you taste your own medicine." Hearing this, everything became clear. Ruo Jie? What does this have to do with her? Lin Feng, pretending to be clueless, immediately adopted a bewildered expression. "Yufei, Ruo Jie? That's disgusting." Yufei snorted coldly. "This has nothing to do with Tang Zone, but someone has a rather close relationship with him." "Someone? I have no idea who manager you is referring to." Lin Feng continued to play dumb. Yu Fei, keep pretending. I'll see how long you can keep it up. That person knows exactly who I'm talking about. If he confesses voluntarily, I might consider sparing him out of past kindness. But if he remains stubborn, I'll have no choice but to expose this matter. At this point, Yu Fei deliberately paused for a moment. She had thought that Lin Feng would understand what she meant upon hearing this, but to her surprise, his expression didn't change at all. There was no choice but to play her trump card. I heard he hasn't graduated yet. If word gets out that he is hooking up with a rich woman, he'll never get his diploma. Without a diploma, finding a job will be tough. The threat in Yu Fei's words was all too obvious. But Lin Feng remained unfazed, continuing to play dumb. Which school is he from? How dare he dare to flirt with Sister Roan? Seeing Lin Feng's convincing act, Yu Fei was stunned. Yu Fei, what's going on? Is this guy really that dumb, or is he just pretending? Doesn't he know you're talking about him? She forced herself to suppress her anger and smiled. Funny enough, that guy is from the same sports school as you in Y City, and his age, height, and everything else are just like yours. Yu Fei, he's already said so much. Even if he's just a cute little guy, he should have figured it out by now. To her surprise, Lin Feng's response left her speechless. What? There is really someone in this world who looks exactly like me? Could he be my twin brother? Twin brother? Yu Fei looked utterly stunned. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly, yes. My mother once told me that I have a twin brother, but back then our family was too poor, so my mother gave him away. I always thought my mother was lying to me, but it turns out it's true. Lin Feng grew more and more excited as he spoke, and by the end, he even grabbed Yu Fei's hand in his excitement. Miss Yu, you saw my brother, didn't you? Where is he? Please tell me quickly. Our family of 3 has been searching for him for years. Now we can finally reunite. If Yu Fei had been a bit confused before, she was now completely dumbfounded. Yu Fei, what's going on? The person I saw was really this guy's brother? Yu Fei, no, that can't be right. I remember Tang Rou called that man Xiaofeng, and they were wearing exactly the same clothes. There's no way such a coincidence could happen in this world. Lin Feng thought to himself, this is bad. He had originally planned to have some fun with this female demon. But he never expected this female demon to be so sharp-witted, catching on so quickly. There was nothing he could do but resort to making a scene. Manager Yu, I beg you. I've been looking for my brother for years. Please tell me where he is. However, Yu Fei suddenly screamed and broke free from Lin Feng. Enough. Stop acting. Acting? What are you talking about, Mr. Yu? Lin Feng refused to step out of his role. You don't have a brother at all. The person I'm talking about is you. Stop acting. Yu Fei shouted. Mr. Yu, I don't understand what you're saying. You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Fine. Then you just don't understand. I'll send an anonymous report to your school right now. Let's see if you understand then. Saying this, Yu Fei, who was getting worked up, prepared to leave. However, Lin Feng wasn't about to let this female tyrant get away with it. He suddenly grabbed her, gave her a hard shove, and easily pushed her onto his small bed. Such a swift reversal caught Yu Fei completely off guard. She looked at the man in front of her in sheer terror. What do you want to do? You're about to report me. What do you think I'm planning to do, you manager? Lin Feng licked his lips. He looked like a man consumed by lust. If you dare to do anything, I'll call the police. Yu Fei trembled as she pulled out her phone. Calling the police is too violent. I have a win-win solution. Would you like to hear it, you manager? What plan? Yu Fei stammered. Mr. Yu, promise me you won't report me. In return, I'll take the cucumber's place and satisfy you. How about it, Mr. Yu? This plan is perfect, isn't it? Replace Huanggu? You don't want to rely on Huanggu for the rest of your life, do you? What if I refuse? Then I'll have no choice but to go down with you, you manager. After all, I've only lost my job, and I still have someone to support me. But Mr. Yu is different. You're not young anymore. If this gets out, you'll have a hard time finding a husband. You're threatening me again. This isn't a threat, it's advice. And I believe Mr. Yu will make the right choice. Alright. I'll agree, but I have one condition. Chapter 11, Taking Down the Manager's First Blood? You're a virgin? On the bed, Lin Feng stared in disbelief at the bloodstain on the sheets. He had assumed that someone as lonely as Yu Fei, who had even resorted to using a cucumber, must have lost her virginity long ago. Little did he know that fate had played such a cruel joke on him. Compared to Lin Feng's shock, Yu Fei was so shy she couldn't even open her eyes. She covered her eyes tightly with her hands and spoke in a trembling, shy voice. I've never had a boyfriend. Then, what about the cucumber? Didn't you use it too? Perhaps influenced by Yu Fei, Lin Feng's speech began to stutter as well. Work pressure is really high, so I just go out. After saying this, Yu Fei's entire face, along with her neck, turned completely red. Lin Feng was completely speechless. He thought that by using the system to uncover Yufei's hidden secrets, he could use that to control her. But the truth turned out to be something else entirely. Just as he stood there dumbfounded, the system's alert sounded in his ears. Detected that Yufei's affection for the host is increasing. It is recommended that the host immediately bind the target. What the hell? Yufei's feelings for me are increasing. System, check Yufei's profile first. Name, Yufei. Age, 30. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 90 pounds. Appearance, 93. Overall rating, 9.2. Wow. A 9.2 overall rating? There's no way around it, you can't resist something that good. System, bind Yufei. Binding target, Yufei, binding in progress. Ding. Binding complete. As the system's prompt sounded, the affection feedback from Yufei also echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Yufei's affection +1, obtained 5 affection points. Yufei's affection +1, earned 5 affection points. A feedback ratio of 1 to 5. Though not very high, it was by no means low either. I never expected that today I not only randomly picked up a newbie but also received such a huge surprise. Just as Lin Feng was secretly rejoicing, Yufei, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly blurted out. If you're done, I'll leave. Lin Feng heard this and couldn't possibly agree. He was just getting into it. Don't rush. Our contract isn't over yet. Then hurry up. I have to patrol the girls' dormitory later. Alright, I'll hurry. Once everything had calmed down, Lin Feng finally leaned back on the bed with a smug grin. Although Yufei usually had a terrible temper and often wore a stern expression, in bed she was like a completely different person. She blushed shyly the entire time, covering her face. And it was precisely because of this that Lin Feng experienced what was currently the most perfect and most satisfying encounter of his life. This was evident from his flushed cheeks. Looking at Yufei, her cheeks were equally flushed, but she didn't linger for a moment. She quickly put on her clothes and prepared to leave. However, just as she struggled to reach the door, she heard Lin Feng's voice from behind her. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise and not tell anyone about that. Yufei paused for a moment, then said nothing and opened the door, walking out. Only after the door slammed shut did Lin Feng finally blurt out. What ass with that woman? She was so into me just now, and now she is acting like ice? Could she really have just used me as a way to vent her feelings? Oh well, if that's how she feels, so be it. At least I didn't lose anything. Let us see how many points I earned this time. His eyes fixed on the panel, Lin Feng blurted out. Holy crap! 20,000. He already had 12,000 goodwill points, and now it had jumped to 20,000. That meant that Yufei, with a 1 to 5 feedback ratio, had contributed a whopping 8,000 goodwill points to him. He had worked hard and spent money with Tang Rou, and even had to play the role of the caring younger brother to get 9,000 points. But with Yufei, in less than an hour, he had already obtained 8,000 points. Is that normal? This is clearly not normal, right? Does that mean she is really desperate? Lin Feng couldn't think of any other explanation. As for liking him? If it were Lu Xia or Tang Rou, he might believe it. Yufei? Absolutely impossible. At least not now. On the other side, not long after leaving Lin Feng, Yufei nearly fell to the ground from the pain. Fortunately, she managed to grab the railing in time, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. After resting for a moment, she dragged her exhausted body toward the dormitory. Along the way, she moved extremely slowly, afraid that walking too fast would draw attention to her unusual state. After what felt like an eternity of treacherous travel, she finally returned to her dormitory. As soon as the door closed, she collapsed onto the ground, unable to support herself. Looking at her trembling legs, Yufei couldn't help but feel deeply regretful. She was such a disciplined and proud person. She never imagined she would stumble so badly over a college student who hadn't even graduated yet. Every time she recalled the scenes that had unfolded in Lin Feng's dormitory, she wanted to slap herself. Even if she wanted to salvage her reputation, she shouldn't have risked her own purity like that. She had cherished her purity for 30 years, being careful even when she was alone. Now she'd given it all to some greenhorn. What made her even more furious was that she had actually felt excited. That's right, she had covered her face the entire time so that Lin Feng wouldn't see her expression. Not only that, but when Lin Feng finished, she felt a strong sense of loss. It was as if she had lost something very precious. Am I really the kind of desperate woman Lin Feng said I am? Yufei couldn't help but doubt herself. No, I'm not. I've just been single for too long. Plus, this was my first time, so that's why I felt this way. It won't happen again. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yufei realized something was wrong. No, there won't be a next time. We won't have anything to do with each other anymore. From now on, he'll go his way, and I'll go mine. Although Yufei was quite skilled at self-comfort, she couldn't help but feel worried. But what if he still wants me? If he uses this against me again next time, should I refuse? If I refuse, he'll definitely spread rumors, and then my future will be ruined. But if I don't refuse, he'll only get worse, and what awaits me then? Though it sounded terrifying, when Yufei thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a faint sense of anticipation. How could this be? Am I really? No. This isn't real. It's all a lie. Everything that happened today is a lie. Go take a shower, get some rest, and by tomorrow morning, everything will be back to normal. The thoughts were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Even when Yufei submerged herself completely in the sink, her restless heart couldn't calm down. What should I do? I think I'm really poisoned. Lin Feng. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess. Chapter 12, The Cute Girl Comes Looking for Me. A beautiful evening begins with a night shift. By a stroke of fate, he had eaten the very woman whom all the employees of Shao Xiang Yuan avoided like the plague Yufei. At that moment, Lin Feng couldn't have been more pleased with himself. He was walking with a breeze. Do you think he's worried that Yufei will turn on him later? Of course not. Though he does have some leverage over Yufei, compared to hers, his leverage is nothing. Unless Yufei has lost her mind, she would never do something that would harm both of them. Besides, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. He was Yufei's first man. Women usually have a special emotional attachment to their first man, and he believed Yufei wouldn't betray him. Yufei, I won't betray you, I'll just sneakily do you while you're asleep. Upon arriving at the security booth, Lin Feng immediately handed a cigarette to his on-duty buddy. When you're out in the world, you can't skimp on social etiquette. This is a secret passed down by seniors, make sure you remember it all. After a brief chat, the previous shift guard left. Lin Feng officially took over and began his night shift. Though called a night shift, it was actually only half a night shift. It started at 8 p.m., but the full night shift didn't end until 8 a.m. the next morning. However, since Lin Feng was still new, his shifts were arranged to be half a day of day shift and half a day of night shift. The day shift ran from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. The night shift runs from 8 p.m. to midnight. Of course, the night shift schedule isn't fixed either. If anyone has something come up, they can privately swap shifts at any time. Overall, the night shift is much better than the day shift. Day shifts require standing the entire time, regardless of whether anyone comes in or out. The night shift is different, you don't have to stand up. You just need to stay in the security booth and keep an eye on things. The only downside is that being alone in the security booth at night can be quite lonely. During the day, there are wealthy women coming and going whom you can greet. But at night, everyone is too tired to greet anyone, except for Tang Rou and Lu Xia. So most of the time Lin Feng works the night shift, he spends it in the pavilion studying Song Laosher's courses. Just as his good friend had left, Lin Feng quietly opened Song Laosher's course. He had only recently lost his virginity, so he was still inexperienced in technique. He had to make the most of his time to study, so he could make the wealthy women fall at his feet. Of course, he wasn't just watching the lessons. Occasionally, he'd pull out another phone to chat with his friends about life and their aspirations. Don't get the wrong idea, what he talks about on his phone is really all about his dreams. Soon, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a message in the class group chat. The message reads something like this: as graduation approaches, to express gratitude to all the class advisors and subject teachers for their hard work, the class committee has decided to hold a thank you banquet in the 2025 class graduation banquet at hotel tomorrow evening. A thank you banquet? Lin Feng couldn't care less. Over the past 4 years of university, he'd almost been driven to the brink of insanity by those heartless subject teachers. Having him send flower baskets was more like it, a thank you banquet was out of the question. Though he thought this, he still had to attend the banquet. No, he had to attend it. The reason lies in the last sentence of the message. Friendly reminder, Mr. Ouyang will also be attending that evening. Lin Feng was certain that 90% of the students in his class would not attend the thank you banquet after seeing the message. But upon seeing the last message, they would definitely change their minds just like him. There was no other reason, it was simply because Mr. Ouyang was too famous. Sports schools are inherently dominated by boys, with very few female students in the school. So it's common for sports school students to take advantage of holidays to visit other universities, all in search of a romantic partner. With so few female students, female teachers and professors are even rarer. Someone once compiled a list. Since its establishment, the sports school where Lin Feng attended had only had 18 female teachers in total. The school has been around for decades, yet only 18 female teachers in its entire history. What an astonishing figure. However, among these 18 female teachers, the most renowned one is undoubtedly Ms. Ouyang. As for the reason, it's obviously because of her breathtaking beauty, which could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky. Every male student at Lin Feng Sports School, without exception, regarded Ms. Ouyang as their dream girl. Even some teachers and national-level athletes have secretly harbored feelings for Ms. Ouyang. However, during his 4 years at university, Lin Feng had never heard of Ms. Ouyang being linked to any man. This banquet was a golden opportunity for him and his classmates, who were all eager to make a move. Missing this chance meant it would be hard to meet her again. Sure enough, as soon as the message was posted in the class group chat, a string of received replies appeared below. Without exaggeration, this was undoubtedly the fastest and most enthusiastic response to a message in their class in the past 4 years. Lin Feng was no exception. He immediately followed suit and replied. Although his target was a wealthy woman, university professors shouldn't be short on money, right? If it comes down to it, he'll just support Ms. Ouyang. He was more than willing to foot the bill for such a beautiful woman. System, host, you've changed. You've become a stranger. At that moment, a WeChat friend named Dragon by the River sent Lin Feng a message. The message read, "Old Lin, have you finished work? Let's go out for a drink." But Lin Feng didn't even bother to open it. He just tossed his phone aside. Immediately after, he lifted his head and looked at the unfamiliar beauty lying outside the security booth with a gentle expression. "May I assist you in any way?" The stranger's face flushed, and she stammered. I just bought a car recently and I'm not very good at parking. Could you help me park it?" "Of course I can." Saying that, Lin Feng opened the security booth and walked over to the stranger. The stranger's entire appearance was now clearly visible to Lin Feng. A pink floral print long dress, a cute bun hairstyle, adorable rabbit-eared shoes, and a cute makeup look. Besides cute, Lin Feng couldn't think of a better word to describe her. System, check this woman's profile. Name, Han Kuer. Age, 24. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 80 pounds. Appearance, 95. Overall rating, 9.5. Han Kuer, I didn't expect the name to be so cute either. Wow! A 9.5 overall score. There's no time to hesitate. System, bind me to Han Kuer immediately. Host has already bound 4 targets today, exceeding the daily binding limit. Please try again tomorrow. Ha! There's a limit on binding? Based on the host's current level, the total binding limit is 10, with a daily limit of 4. To increase the binding limit, the host can use affinity points to upgrade. After upgrading, more features will be unlocked for the host, and both the total binding limit and daily binding limit will increase accordingly. How many affinity points are needed to upgrade? The first upgrade requires 100,000 affinity points. Bye. Back to reality. Excuse me, miss, where is your car? Lin Feng asked politely. Han Kuer snapped back to reality and spoke. Oh, I'm sorry. Please follow me. Soon, Lin Feng followed the slightly nervous Han Kuer as they set off to find the car. During this time, Lin Feng didn't waste his approachable nature and kept chatting with Han Kuer. However, Han Kuer seemed too nervous, and many of the things she said were unclear to Lin Feng. But there was one thing he could be certain of. That was that Han Kuer was also a resident of Shaoxiang Yuan. It didn't matter that he didn't know her yet. As long as she was still there, he wasn't worried about not having the opportunity to bind her. Chapter 13, The Rich Sister Gets Drunk. Miss Han, your car keys. At night, Han Kuer took the car keys and thanked her repeatedly. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Lin Feng smiled and said, Miss Han, there is no need to be so polite. This is what we should do. That may be true, but I still want to thank you so much for coming all this way. Oh, right. Mid-sentence, Han Kuer seemed to remember something. She quickly turned around and ran to the trunk. After rummaging around for a moment, the petite Han Kuer emerged holding a large box and brought it to Lin Feng. Miss Han, what's this? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Han Kuer smiled and explained, these are all samples I sold. I've been keeping them in the trunk and forgot to take them out. I saw you looked bored at work, so I thought you could eat them to pass the time. This entire box? You're giving it all to me? Lin Feng was so surprised he could barely speak. My team only has 2 people now, and we can't finish all this. The security guard should help out, right? Even when she was being cute, she was adorable, so much so that Lin Feng couldn't help but stare at her. As if sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Han Kuer also felt a bit embarrassed. She walked over and placed the large box of snacks into Lin Feng's hands. Then, she disappeared from there at an incredible speed. When Lin Feng came to his senses, the only things left were the expensive cars parked there and the large box in his hands. Shaoxiang Yuan truly lives up to its reputation as a gathering place for wealthy women. Even the random beauties here are so wealthy. His gaze fell on the luxury cars in the distance, and a meaningful smile spread across Lin Feng's face. After staying there for a moment, Lin Feng returned to the security booth with the large box of snacks he had received from the beautiful woman. Just as he was about to open the box to see what was inside, an untimely voice echoed in his ears. During work hours, you're not supposed to be slacking off. Where did you go? Looking in the direction of the voice, it was none other than Yufei, who had been flirting with him earlier that afternoon. However, the unusual flush on Yufei's face had vanished. Instead, her expression was as cold as ever. A resident asked me to help park their car, so I went to assist them, Lin Feng replied calmly. Are you sure it was parking? Yufei glanced meaningfully at the large box on the desk. You mean this? This was given to me by that resident. The resident gave it to you? Yufei furrowed her brows. That's right. If Manager Yu doesn't believe me, we can check the surveillance footage. I'm sure everything that happened just now is recorded. Yu Fei fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke. There's no need to check the surveillance footage. I came here to discuss other matters with you. Please go ahead, Ms. Yu, Lin Feng said softly. Under normal circumstances, Yu Fei would have felt no unusual emotions upon hearing Lin Feng speak so politely. But after everything that had happened, hearing him speak so calmly made her feel uneasy all over. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. I came here to say that everything that happened this afternoon was not my intention. I hope you can forget about it. Forget? Lin Feng was stunned. However, Yu Fei didn't explain anything further. I'll pretend I don't know about your relationship with Mr. Tang. I hope you'll honor our agreement as well. After saying this, Yu Fei left the scene, leaving Lin Feng standing there in a daze inside the security booth. After a long while, he finally snapped back to reality. This female demon is just going to cut ties and pretend she never knew me? Though he didn't have much feelings for Yu Fei, being told it was over so casually left Lin Feng feeling pretty upset. Fine. Forget it. I'll see how you dare to use a cucumber after tasting true happiness. This wasn't Lin Feng boasting, it was a lesson learned by countless predecessors over thousands of years. Living a mundane life is easy, but once you've tasted excitement, it's hard to go back to a mundane life. Whistling cheerfully, Lin Feng finally opened the snack gift box Han Kuo had given him. He didn't know what was inside until he opened it, and he was shocked. Such a large box was completely filled with all sorts of snacks. And many of them were branded snacks. If you were to buy all this, it would definitely cost hundreds of dollars. Wow, I must have stumbled upon a wealthy woman. But from what she said, she must be a live streamer. If she's a live streamer, maybe we can find her online. Saying that, Lin Feng picked up the phone on the table. He opened TikTok and searched for Han Kuo. A bunch of results came up. Most were just users, none with many followers. Later, Lin Feng tried other names. For example, Kuo, Han Kuo, etc. But the results were still the same. In the end, he gave up. It was then that something unexpected happened. As he put down his phone, his fingertips accidentally tapped the screen twice. Surprisingly, the search results below actually showed an account with millions of followers. Lin Feng looked at the search bar, then at the million-follower account, and out of curiosity, randomly clicked on a video. As the video began to play, a voice that sounded all too familiar echoed through the security booth. Welcome everyone to today's Coco's Pets. Today, Coco will be recommending some snacks for you. Upon closer inspection, the cute and playful beauty on the screen was none other than Han Kuo, the girl he had just met. Wow! So her online name was Han Kiki. If he hadn't accidentally bumped into the keyboard, he might never have guessed her online name. This woman is truly extraordinary. She actually has a whopping 1.23 million followers. No wonder she could afford a house in Shaoxiang Yuan. No wonder she can drive a Porsche. But there's a big difference between her public and private personas. The Han Kuo he saw could stutter nervously when talking to strangers, but in this video, she's so articulate. Is this the public persona and the private persona? Lin Feng quickly followed Han Kuo on social media and started watching every one of her videos. What's Song Lauscher or snacks? That doesn't matter. He needed to get to know Han Kuo well enough to make it easier for her to strike up a conversation with Han Kuo next time. Happy times always fly by. After watching an unknown number of Han Kuo's videos, it was midnight. That's right, it was time for Lin Feng to switch shifts. After waiting in the pavilion for a while, the relief worker arrived. After that, Lin Feng picked up his large box and prepared to leave. However, just as he took a few steps, a clear and familiar voice rang out from behind him. Lin Feng. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Wang Shui supporting an unconscious woman by the car under the dim streetlight. Damn it, my rich lady. Ugh. Sister Rong. Holding the large suitcase, he rushed over to Wang Shui. How could you drink so much, Sister Ro? Even from 2 boxes away, Lin Feng could smell the strong scent of alcohol on Tang Ro. Today's client is very important to the company, and Tang Zong accidentally drank too much. Wang Shui explained. Why didn't you just take Sister Rong home? I wanted to. But Tang Zong insisted on coming to find you, so I had to bring her here. Wang Shui sighed helplessly. No sooner had she finished speaking than Tang Ro, who was in her arms, seemed to sense something and suddenly smiled and lunged toward Lin Feng. Hee, Xiao Feng, you're here. But Lin Feng was still holding a large box, blocking Tang Ron. He had thought Tang Ron was just drunk and had bumped into him by accident. Who would have thought she mistook the box for Lin Feng? Ha! Xiao Feng, why did you get so small? Xiao Feng, why aren't you talking? Lin Feng and Wang Shui, who witnessed the scene, both looked helpless. Shui Jia, could you please help me move something? There's nothing else we can do. Chapter 14, What to do when your rich older sister acts spoiled. Lin Feng, there's something I'm curious about. On the way back after sending the drunk Tang Ro home, Wang Shui couldn't contain her curiosity and blurted out suddenly. What is it? Lin Feng looked at Wang Shui in surprise. It's about you and Tang Zone. What is the nature of your relationship? Following Wang Shui's gaze, Lin Feng also looked at Tang Rou, who had finally calmed down in his arms. You two are that kind of relationship, right? Wang Shui, with her strong curiosity, asked again. If I say no, would you believe me, Sister Shui? Of course not. Wang Shui blurted out. Then why ask? Lin Feng was speechless. I was just trying to confirm. But you really are something, managing to win over Tang Zong's heart. Is it that hard to win over Sister Rong's heart? Lin Feng asked in confusion. Wang Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and scolded him playfully. What do you think? Tang Zong is one of the top 10 outstanding young women in Jinghai City. She is rich and beautiful. The number of men in Jinghai City who secretly admire her could stretch all the way to the west side of the city. But I've been with Ms. Tang for so many years, and I've never seen her get close to any man, let alone lie so intimately in a man's arms. Wang Shui's meaning was clear. She was telling Lin Feng not to act so arrogant after getting a free ride. Lin Feng, acting all innocent? I've always just been cute. So does that mean I could be the first man in Rongjie's life? Lin Feng suddenly became excited. Wang Shui frowned. I'm warning you, don't even think about it. Tang Zong does like you, but if you dare to harm her, I won't let you off the hook. Sister Shui, rest assured. I would never harm Sister Rou. I hope so. At that moment, Wang Shui seemed to think of something and spoke up. Oh, right, there's something else I wanted to ask you about. Sister Shui, just say it straight. We don't need to be so formal with each other, we're not strangers. Alright, I'll just say it then. It's actually about Tang Zong. Perhaps Tang Rou didn't want Wang Shui to tell Lin Feng about the gift preparations, as she suddenly started acting up again. She started calling out to the large box Wang Shui was holding. Xiao Feng, I want Xiao Feng. That's right, she mistook the box for Lin Feng again. Seeing the misunderstanding deepening, Lin Feng had no choice but to step in personally. Rua Jia, that's not Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng is right here. Dazed, Tang Rou tilted her head and stared at Lin Feng for a moment before finally cupping his face and breaking into a silly smile. That's right, my Xiao Feng is here, hee hee. Lin Feng sighed in relief and spoke softly, Rua Jia, be good. Lie down for a moment. We'll be home soon. No. I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home. Tang Rou shook her head vigorously. It's already very late. If we don't go home, we might get kidnapped by bad people. He had calmed down many children before, but he had never tried to calm down an adult. There was nothing he could do at the moment, so he had to take a risky gamble. But as it turned out, children are children, and big kids are big kids. There's an essential difference between the two. I'm not afraid of bad people. If anyone dares to catch me, I'll let Xiaomi bite them. Tang Rou said angrily. With no other options, Lin Feng had to resort to his final tactic. But little Feng has been working all day and is very tired. Could Sister Rong really bear to let little Feng roam the streets at night? Tang Rou didn't even think twice. She shook her head wildly. No, no. If you don't want to, then will you come home with me, Sister Rou? No. Where? Lin Feng blurted out. Wang Shui, I suggest conducting a thorough investigation into this person's place of origin. I don't want to go back. I'll be alone at home. I want to stay with Xiao Feng. Although she was drunk, her emotions were genuine. At that moment, Lin Feng and Wang Shui were both speechless. After a long while, Lin Feng continued in a soft voice. Then Xiao Feng won't leave tonight. He'll stay home with you tonight, okay? Really? Tang Rou looked up in disbelief. Of course. Then let's make a promise. Alright, let us make a promise. The scene shifted, and Lin Feng was holding the well-behaved and quiet Tang Rou as they arrived at the entrance to her home. Shui Jia, you really went out of your way tonight. Lin Feng sincerely thanked Wang Shui. Although the latter half of the journey back was smooth, the first half was extremely arduous. Without Wang Shui, he would have never made it. You're the one who really worked hard. Wang Shui glanced meaningfully at Tang Rou in her arms. Yes, I'm the one who should be thanking you, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. It's late, and I should head home now. Goodbye, Sister Shui. Soon, the long corridor was left with only Lin Feng and Tang Rou, whose eyes were wide open in his arms. Let's go back too. Gently pinching Tang Rou's flushed cheeks, Lin Feng finally opened the door. The moment the door opened, the familiar barking of a dog echoed through the air. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment and closed the door as quickly as possible. Oh no! I forgot to ask Shui Jia to put the bite guard on Xiaomi. Should I ask her to come back? Will she be angry? She definitely will. She has probably already gone a long way by now. What should we do? Ask someone else for help? Who? Yu Fei? That witch's attitude has changed completely. She definitely won't come. Someone else? It's so late. Who would come? After struggling internally for a long time, Lin Feng finally decided to rely on himself. I'll give it my all. Worst case, I'll just end up back in the hospital for a few days. After mentally preparing himself, Lin Feng opened the door for the second time. Just like before, the moment the door opened, the sound of a dog barking filled the air. Immediately afterward, that fierce figure darted toward him. At the critical moment, Lin Feng closed the door once more. People have psychological scars. Especially someone like Lin Feng, who had suffered such a traumatic experience. What should I do? I don't think I can do it. Why don't we take Sister Rong to my place and stay there for the night? No way, my place is too messy, and the sheets haven't been changed yet, there's blood on them. If someone sees them, it'll be bad. Then a hotel? What if they think I'm trafficking innocent children? My life would be ruined. After an internal struggle, Lin Feng decided to take the old route. He took a deep breath and opened the door for the third time. This time, Xiaomi rushed over extremely quickly. In less than a breath, she was already there. And Lin Feng reacted accordingly. With his eyes closed, he pushed Tang Rou forward while shouting at the top of his lungs. Your mother is in my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to her, you'd better stop right now. It seemed the threat had worked, as Xiaomi stopped half a meter away from Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng exhaled in relief before issuing another command to Xiaomi. You, get back into your own cage immediately. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi immediately bared his fangs and let out a fierce growl. The cowardly Lin Feng once again brought up Tang Rou, his voice trembling as he said, Your mother is in my hands. This time, the tactic didn't work. Xiaomi continued to growl, his face growing increasingly ferocious. However, it did not launch an attack. The two of them remained locked in a standoff. After a long while, Xiaomi let out a final roar before turning and leaving the area. Although Xiaomi had left, Lin Feng dared not relax his guard. He first gently closed the door, then carefully carried Tang Rou into the living room, step by step. To put it bluntly, the elderly move faster than he does. Before long, an astonishing scene left him speechless. Xiaomi had actually crawled into the cage on her own. This dog can understand what I'm saying. To be on the safe side, he moved toward the dog cage with great caution. Once he finally reached the dog cage, he quickly shut it with lightning speed. At that moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief. You scared the life out of me. Chapter 15, Shock. The rich lady wants Lin Feng to sleep with her. I had always thought the biggest threat in this house was that fierce Doberman. But after Lin Feng dealt with that threat, he realized the real danger was the unassuming Tang Rou. She clung to Lin Feng like a stubborn snake, refusing to let go no matter what he said. Finally, after exerting all his strength, Lin Feng managed to settle Tang Rou on the sofa. He had planned to get up and get something to drink, but Tang Rou thought he was leaving and immediately hugged his leg. Don't go. Don't leave me. Lin Feng sighed softly, then reached out his hand, gently stroking Tang Rou's head, speaking in a tender voice. Ruo Jia, be good. Xiao Feng won't leave. I'll be right back. Will you listen? He pleaded with her, and Tang Rou finally let go of him. He went to the refrigerator, downed a bottle of soda in one gulp, and the fatigue in his body finally began to fade. Turns out being a kept man isn't easy either. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Feng returned to the sofa. Tang Rou, sitting on the sofa, saw Lin Feng as if he were a long-lost lover, and excitedly rushed toward him. Xiao Feng, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for so long. Lin Feng, it was only 2 minutes. Don't worry, Xiao Feng said he'd stay with me tonight. I won't leave. Lin Feng comforted her gently. Yes, I believe you, Xiao Feng. The two embraced tightly. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally broke the silence. Ruo Jia, it's getting late. Let me take you to take a shower, and then we'll go to sleep, okay? Shower? Does Xiao Feng have to come with me? Hearing Tang Rou's innocent invitation, Lin Feng's face turned bright red, and he even stammered when he spoke. This isn't really appropriate, is it? What's wrong with that? Tang Rou tilted her head, looking completely confused. Lin Feng was also struggling internally. Such a great opportunity, if he missed it, there might not be another chance. But if he did go through with it, what would that make him no better than those beasts who take advantage of others? More importantly, he might lose Tang Rou, whom he had nurtured for so long. After a moment of internal conflict, he decided to be the good guy. Men and women shouldn't bathe together. Tang Rou and I aren't at that stage yet. He blabbered on for a while, but Tang Rou still looked completely confused. There was nothing he could do, so he had to emphasize again. In any case, I can't bathe with Sister Tang. At most, I can help you run a hot bath. The drunk Tang Rou immediately pouted unhappily. Why? I want to bathe with Xiao Feng. Any normal man, seeing such a stunningly beautiful Tang Rou, would have already lost control and rushed over. But I, Lin Feng, am a man with great ambitions. I can't give up my future for a moment of pleasure. He ruffled Tang Rou's hair and spoke softly. Ruo Jia, be a good girl. You can take a shower first this time, and next time Xiao Feng will take a shower with you, okay? Then give me a kiss, and I'll wash myself. Tang Rou suddenly blurted out. But that's not appropriate, Lin Feng hesitated. The next moment, Tang Rou started crying pitifully. Xiao Feng doesn't like me anymore, wah wah wah. Perhaps hearing her mother's crying, the puppy in the dog cage started barking wildly. Lin Feng, seeing this, quickly covered Tang Rou's mouth. When dealing with women, you have to use simple and brutal methods. Sure enough, with one slap, she immediately calmed down. After calming her down, Lin Feng carried Tang Rou to the bathroom. He placed Tang Rou in the bathtub, repeated the precautions several times, and only then stepped out of the bathroom. To be honest, he was actually very worried inside. A completely drunk Tang Rou was no different from a child. If she were to bump into something in the bathroom, that would be a disaster. But he couldn't stop her from bathing. She reeked of alcohol, and he couldn't tolerate his goddess being defiled by it. So he found a chair and sat at the bathroom door, leaving only a small gap. This way, if anything happened inside, he could rush in immediately. Waiting was torture. During this time, the evil part of him couldn't help but think about peeking in more than once. But at the crucial moment, his conscience snapped him back to reality. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, he almost fell asleep out of boredom. In a daze, he kept feeling someone messing with his hair. When he opened his eyes, he saw Tang Rou staring at him with wide eyes. Wasn't she playing with his hair in her hands? Xiao Feng, you're awake. As his gaze fell on Tang Rou, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask in confusion. Why are you still wearing your old clothes? Didn't you take a shower? I did. I listened carefully to Xiao Feng and washed myself nice and clean. As she spoke, Tang Rou extended her fair right hand for Lin Feng to inspect. Then what about your clothes? Xiao Feng didn't prepare any clothes for me. Lin Feng realized his mistake. Sorry, I forgot. Wait here for me, I'll go get you some clothes. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the place he had always dreamed of, Tang Rou's wardrobe room. After all, she was a billionaire. Her closet was more than twice the size of Lin Feng's dorm room. Not only was the space spacious, but there were also countless clothes. It's no wonder she is the owner of a clothing company. After carefully selecting a set of pajamas he thought Tang Rou would like, he hurried back to the bathroom. Shortly after, at his insistence, Tang Rou was forced to take another shower. By the time he returned to the room holding Tang Rou, who was thoroughly clean and fresh, it was already past 2 in the morning. Alright, time to sleep. He thought that was the end of it. But to his surprise, Tang Rou once again made a request even more outlandish than before. I want Xiao Feng to sleep with me. That's not possible. Sleeping together could lead to trouble. Be a good girl, Tang Rou. Sleep alone tonight. Although Lin Feng refused decisively, Tang Rou cried just as decisively. Xiao Feng doesn't love me anymore, wah wah wah. If Tang Rou didn't currently be so clueless that she didn't even know what 1 + 1 equaled, Lin Feng would have suspected she was putting on an act. At this point, Lin Feng could only sacrifice himself. Alright, I'll agree. I'll sleep with you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang Rou stopped crying. Those beautiful big eyes lit up with obvious joy. Sis Tang, you go ahead and sleep for a bit. I'll go take a shower first. I'll be a good girl. Little Feng should also take a nice shower. Hearing these childlike words, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He had no idea what kind of chaos would unfold tomorrow once Tang Rou sobered up. With a light sigh, he headed toward the bathroom. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by a fragrant aroma. It was the unique fragrance of Tang Rou's body, the scent he loved most. He greedily inhaled several deep breaths before making his way toward the bathtub. The bathtub was still empty, and the mess around it was all Tang Rou's handiwork. He silently tidied everything up, then stripped off his clothes and climbed into the bathtub. You want me to fill the tub? He had been taking care of Tang Rou for so long, using the water she had bathed in to wash himself wasn't too much to ask, was it? Not unreasonable, right? Not at all unreasonable. He soaked for just 10 minutes before stepping out of the bathroom. Before, he might not have understood why wealthy people love taking baths so much, but after soaking away all his fatigue, he finally understood. When he returned to the bedroom, Tang Rou wasn't asleep as he had expected. She was still full of excitement. Xiaofeng, come quickly, I've warmed up the bed for you. The scene shifted, and the two of them lay side by side on the bed. But they weren't lying flat, they were snuggled up together. In the scene, Tang Rou truly looked like a child, her face brimming with excitement as she snuggled into Lin Feng's embrace. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was whispering something in Tang Rou's ear while gently patting her back. The entire scene was incredibly warm and heartfelt. Chapter 16, The Drunk Rich Woman's Embarrassing Awakening. The next morning, as the cool breeze blew through the gauze window and touched Tang Rou's flawless cheeks, her delicate eyelashes began to tremble slightly. Her first reaction upon opening her eyes was confusion, utter confusion. This was followed by a throbbing headache and an overwhelming urge to vomit. Anyone who's ever had a hangover knows that this is the worst part. Without a moment to think, she covered her mouth and rushed into the bathroom. By the time she emerged from the bathroom, 5 minutes had passed. She looked so weak and pale, as if she might collapse at the slightest touch. But soon, the shock on her face replaced the pale complexion that couldn't be ignored. Xiao Feng. Following her shocked gaze, she saw that there was actually a man lying on the soft bed. And that man was none other than Lin Feng, who had been taking care of Tang Rou almost the entire night. How did Xiao Feng end up in my bed? Tang Rou covered her mouth in disbelief. The next moment, the memories from last night flooded back into her mind like a tidal wave. She had drunk too much with a client, and Wang Shui had driven her home. But she insisted on going to find Xiao Feng. Later, she clung to Lin Feng like a sticky insect. She said things she would never normally say. Eventually, she returned home. Lin Feng told her to go take a shower, but she insisted that Lin Feng shower with her. Recalling this, Tang Rou's entire face turned crimson. Her face, neck, and even her earlobes were completely flushed, and her body was trembling slightly. She thought that was already embarrassing enough, but when she saw herself acting like a spoiled child demanding a kiss from Lin Feng, she couldn't hold back anymore. A piercing scream echoed through the sky. Ah! Lin Feng, who had been sound asleep, was unsurprisingly awakened by the sudden scream. What's going on? What happened? The scene shifted to the brother and sister sitting at the dining table. However, the atmosphere was awkward. Tang Rou was still flushed, keeping her head down the entire time, not saying a word. On the other hand, Lin Feng remained calm, as if nothing had happened, casually munching on his bread. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally broke the suffocating silence. Sister Tang, I'm full. I'll head to work first. What? So soon? Tang Rou finally responded. Quick! Lin Feng was confused. Tang Rou hurriedly explained, what I meant was that you ate too quickly. Standing guard is tiring, you should eat more. Looking at Tang Rou's adorable and innocent expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. There were only 8 slices of bread, and I ate 6 of them. I also ate a lot of eggs and meat patties. Tang Rou seemed reluctant for Lin Feng to leave and continued to argue playfully. But now. However, before she could finish, Lin Feng interrupted her. Lin Feng reached out, ruffled Tang Rou's hair, and spoke in a gentle, doting voice. I know what you're trying to say, but I think you need some time alone right now. We can talk properly later, okay? Soon, Lin Feng left the place. Tang Rou was left sitting there, lost in thought. After a long time, she finally snapped back to reality. She gently touched her own head, as if trying to feel the lingering warmth from Lin Feng's palm. Xiao Feng said we'd talk properly later. Does that mean he likes me too? The next moment, the vast living room erupted once again with a piercing scream. Ah! But unlike the previous screams, this one was filled with joy and anticipation. After leaving Tang Rou, Lin Se quickly returned to his dormitory to change into his work uniform, then rushed straight to his workplace. Despite his swift movements, he was still a minute late. Fortunately, the female tyrant didn't come to check on him today. He quickly tidied up his appearance and began his shift. However, it was still too early, and the only people around were mostly elderly men and women. Though they weren't his target customers, he still greeted them with a smile. Only by maintaining a good reputation could he thrive here. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng finally encountered one of his many targets. She was a single mother whose husband had died in an accident, leaving her an inheritance of billions. After that, she moved to Shaoxiang Yuan with her only child. She had a beautiful name, Su Wanqing. Besides her beautiful name, her appearance was also breathtakingly beautiful. Her almond-shaped eyes, arched eyebrows, milk-white skin, sensual red lips, and graceful figure all highlighted her perfection. Good morning, Mrs. Su. Lin Feng greeted her warmly on the surface, but secretly he had already started flirting with Tongzi Jia. Tongzi Jia, check Su Wanqing's profile. Name, Su Wanqing. Age, 29. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 89 pounds. Appearance, 97. Overall rating, 9.6. A beauty score of 97 didn't come as a surprise to Lin Feng. After all, Su Wanqing is the undisputed most beautiful woman in Shaoxiang Yuan. However, the 9.6 overall score was quite surprising. Tang Rou, with a beauty score of 96, only received a 9.6 overall rating. When Lin Feng's gaze fell on the cute and adorable little girl beside Su Wanqing, he seemed to understand. So that means Tang Rou is just A. Before he could finish his fantasy, the enthusiastic Su Wanqing had already responded. Good morning, Xiao Feng. To tell the story of how Lin Feng and Su Wanqing met, we have to go back half a month ago. It was during a holiday, and a colleague who was on night shift had an emergency at home. Lin Feng, who was left behind, had to take on the night shift. He worked from midnight until 8 a.m. the next morning. After finishing his shift, he went to a nearby breakfast shop for a fairly hearty meal. When he returned to the neighborhood, he happened to run into Su Wanqing, who had some urgent business. She had originally planned to ask the on-duty staff member to help her take her child to kindergarten, but coincidentally, Lin Feng had just returned. Adhering to the tradition of being helpful, Lin Feng, despite his exhaustion, agreed to take on the task of dropping off the child. First time's a stranger, second time's a friend. Later, Lin Feng and Su Wanqing became close friends. Not only that, but her daughter also really liked Lin Feng and would greet him enthusiastically every time they met. Little did they know, this was all part of Lin Feng's plan. Single mothers care most about their children. If he could win over the child, wouldn't he have plenty of opportunities to get close to the mother? Little Feng brother, good morning. 5-year-old Zhao Wanwan waved her little hands excitedly. The next moment, she was scolded by her own mother. You little brat. I've told you so many times to call him Uncle Lin. Why can't you understand? Mom hit me. Mom is a bad woman. Little Feng brother, please hit mom and help Wanwan get revenge. Zhao Wanwan immediately ran to Lin Feng for help. How dare you let someone hit your mom? You're rebelling. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing Su Wanqing, who was furious, about to charge over, Zhao Wanwan quickly hid behind Lin Feng. Ah! Xiao Feng, save me! Lin Feng, who had been looking for an opportunity to prove himself, stepped forward naturally to block Su Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, she's just a child. Children speak without reservation. Don't take it to heart. Is that innocent child talk? At such a young age, she dares to tell someone to hit her mother. What will she be like when she grows up? Su Wanqing was furious. Hitting someone is indeed wrong, but you were the one who started it, Wanqing. Parents are a child's first teachers, you should lead by example. Exactly. Mom always uses violence. Late was so smart, but she's been beaten into stupidity by mom. Am I really wrong? No. You're not wrong, Late sister. It's just that your method of educating children is wrong. Chapter 17, Another Rich Woman Expressing Gratitude? Xiao Feng, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have been on the wrong path. Facing the wealthy woman's gratitude, Lin Feng didn't boast or get arrogant. Instead, he smiled and shook his head. Even without my reminder, I believe Late Qing's sister would have eventually come to understand this on her own. After speaking, Lin Feng knelt down in front of Zhao Wanwan. He reached out, ruffled the little girl's hair, and spoke in an extremely gentle tone. Wanwan, your mother is also a first-time mom. She's been taking care of you alone, which must be very tough. You can't talk to your mother like that anymore, okay? Zhao Wanwan nodded uncertainly, her voice soft and cute. Wanwan understands. What should Wanyan do next? Zhao Wanwan first looked at Su Wanqing, then at the gentle Lin Feng, before turning to hug Su Wanqing. I'm sorry, Mom. Wanwan knows she was wrong. I won't call anyone to hit you anymore. Please forgive me, okay? Nothing is more touching than the bond between a mother and her daughter. Su Wanqing's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She trembled as she hugged Zhao Wanwan tightly, choking out the words. No, it's Mama's fault. Mom shouldn't have hit Wanyan. Can Wanyan not blame Mom? Mom is Wanwan's only mom. Wanwan would never blame Mom. Mom, please don't be angry with Wanwan anymore. Wanwan will be very obedient from now on. Zhao Wanwan spoke while gently wiping the tears from Su Wanqing's face with her chubby little hands. Okay, I'm not angry anymore. Mom will never be angry with Wanwan again. Then don't cry anymore, Mom. Xiao Feng said that if girls cry all the time, they get uglier. I don't want Mom to get ugly. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was completely speechless. She looked at Lin Feng in astonishment, waiting for him to give her a reasonable explanation. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly and said, Earlier, when I was sending Wanwan to school, she kept crying on the way, so I made up a kind-hearted lie. Su Wanqing gave Lin Feng a disapproving glance. I was wondering why Wanwan suddenly started saying all those strange things. It turns out you taught her. It wasn't that many. I only taught her a few phrases. Just a few? I'd say it's dozens. Seeing the conversation taking a turn, Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. It's getting late. Late Qing, you should hurry up and take Late to kindergarten before she is late. Su Wanqing knew Lin Feng was being intentional, but she didn't hold it against him. So, after bidding farewell to Lin Feng, the mother and daughter held hands and left the area. Only when their figures had completely disappeared from sight did Lin Feng finally exhale deeply. So close. So close. Thank goodness I was quick-witted, otherwise, it would have all been for nothing. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone vibrated in his pocket. He opened it to find a message from Su Wanqing. The message was simple, just 2 words, thank you. Just then, the long-awaited notification sound finally came. Su Wanqing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Su Wanqing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's here. Another 1:10 feedback ratio. Even before the mother and daughter were about to fight, the clever Lin Feng had already bound himself to Su Wanqing. He hadn't heard any system prompts earlier, so he thought his good deed was going to fail. Turns out it was just late but still on time. And the prompt frequency is no slower than Tang Rose. In just 1 minute, his goodwill points increased by 1,000. By the time the notification sound faded, his total points had jumped from 20,000 to 25,000. Although he didn't get as many points as Tang Rou, he believed that after this, his relationship with Su Wanqing would definitely improve by a whole level compared to before. With 25,000 goodwill points, let me see what I can buy. Soon, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the system store. But there were simply too many items in the system store. Real estate, properties, airplanes, cannons, tanks, and more. Even cash could be exchanged for affection points. 1 goodwill point equals 100 dragon coins. He had 25,000 points. If he exchanged them all, he could instantly become a millionaire and escape the life of a wage earner. But upon further consideration, he decided against it. As for the reason, well, it's obviously unnecessary. He is determined to become a man who lives off others. Money may be good, but it can't buy goodwill points. The system store has many items that don't exist in the real world. Why would he waste his points on the most useless currency? Most importantly, he had already successfully hooked up with 2 wealthy women, each worth over 100 million. If he wants to, he can easily get a lot of money from the 2 wealthy women. So why would he want to exchange points for money? But if he doesn't exchange points for money, he doesn't know how to spend them. Just as he was hesitating, the system spoke up. If the host doesn't know what to buy, he can listen to the system's suggestions. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. System sister, please speak? Without realizing when it started, Lin Feng had already grown accustomed to referring to the system as sis. If the host has no specific material desires, you can focus on improving your physical condition first. Physical fitness? The host's world has rapidly advanced technology, and the marketplace offers specialized potions to enhance physical abilities, significantly narrowing the gap between the host and technological products. As soon as the system finished speaking, rows of various enhancement potions appeared before Lin Feng. Agility potion, increases agility by 1 upon use. Price, 1,000. Strength potion, increases strength by 1 upon use, priced at 1,000. Endurance potion, increases endurance by 1 upon use. Price, 1,000. Sister Tonzi, what does endurance enhancement mean? Isn't it what I think it means? Using the endurance potion enhances the host's physical attributes comprehensively. The higher the endurance, the stronger the defense. Oh, I thought it meant enhancing that part. If the host has difficulties in that area, you can check out the special potions, which are specifically designed to enhance that aspect. Who is having difficulties? I'm only 23, in the prime of my life. How could I possibly have difficulties? Besides, I'm an athlete. If you keep talking nonsense, even if you're the boss's sister, I'll sue you for defamation. Despite his confident demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at the special potions. Stamina potion, increases stamina by 1 upon use. Price, 10,000. Eye power potion, increases stamina by 1 upon use, priced at 10,000. Hearing enhancement potion, increases hearing by 1 upon use, priced at 10,000. Holy crap! 10,000 per dose? That's way too expensive. I can't afford it. Sister Tongzi, exchange all my points for endurance potions. Host, are you sure you want to exchange all your points for endurance potions? Confirmed and absolutely. What good is agility? You can't outrun a rocket, can you? Plus, he's an athlete. In an era where everyone walks, his speed isn't slow. As for strength, it's even more useless. Nowadays, high-tech advancements are happening too quickly, with all sorts of lethal weapons emerging constantly. The era of hand-to-hand combat is long gone. In comparison, endurance is far more practical. As long as your defensive strength is strong enough, even if someone comes to attack you, you have nothing to fear. And you don't even need to dodge, it's time-saving and effortless. If you agree, give it a 666. Successfully purchased 25 endurance potions, consuming 25,000 goodwill points. Please select whether to use the potion. Use. As the system prompt sounded again, Lin Feng clearly felt his muscles become much more defined. Looking at the interface, changes were already evident. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 153 pounds. Endurance, 34, formerly 9. Appearance, 91. Goodwill points, 0. Assets, 1 million dragon coins. Wow, endurance has increased, and appearance has improved a bit. The needle is great. Chapter 18, oh no, the rich lady is in trouble. Holy crap. Is 34 endurance really that strong? Not long ago, Lin Feng had spent all his goodwill points on improving his endurance. Although he believed endurance was the best stat, he wasn't entirely sure how effective it was. So, to test the strength of his endurance, he swung his fist and smashed it into the metal security booth. What shocked him was that his fist came out unscathed, leaving not a single mark. The spot where he had struck it now had a dent. To further test how powerful 34 endurance really was, he even took out a small knife and began to self-harm. He slowly cut his finger with the knife. As the force increased, the resistance from the knife also grew significantly. However, his fingers remained completely unharmed. Later, to test the limits, he clenched his teeth and slashed his finger with the knife. Under normal circumstances, such a cut could have severed the finger, given the fragility of the bone. Yet Lin Feng's finger only sustained a small wound, with barely any blood seeping out. Though he hadn't yet reached the point of being impervious to blades, Lin Feng was now unafraid of cold weapons. Just as Lin Feng was secretly feeling that the 25,000 goodwill points were well spent, a sudden scream echoed through the air. Ah! Xiao Feng! Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Tang Rou running toward him at full speed. This puzzled Lin Feng greatly. It wasn't until Tang Rou came close and grabbed his injured hand in a panic that he finally realized what was happening. It turned out that Tang Rou had seen him self-harming. Sister Tang, don't worry, I'm fine. Nothing? You call this nothing? Tang Rou raised his bleeding finger in an agitated manner. It's just a little blood. I'm really fine. Just a little blood? Seeing Tang Rou's voice grow icy, Lin Feng quickly came up with a clever excuse. Sister Rome, I was actually treating an injury. Healing? Tang Rou was surprised. You know I'm an athlete. After 4 years of college, I've accumulated so many injuries and ailments. A while back, I went with some classmates to see an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He said my qi and blood were too vigorous, so he told me to bleed a little every day, saying it would help me recover. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Tang Rou clearly didn't believe Lin Feng's explanation. After all, bloodletting as a cure just sounded unreliable. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only pull out his trump card. If Sister Rong doesn't believe me, I can call my classmates right now, and they can all vouch for me. Saying this, he pretended to pull out his phone. Just as he was about to press the call button, Tang Rou finally decided to believe him. No need. I believe you. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Rou suddenly changed the subject and said seriously, but next time, don't use a small knife when you bleed. It's too scary. Alright, I'll listen to you, Sister Tang. Here, this is for you. Tang Rou then handed Lin Feng a bag. What's this? I was worried you didn't eat enough this morning, so I made you a lunchbox. Did you make this just for me? Lin Feng was surprised. What do you think? Tang Rong gave Lin Feng a playful scolding glance. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment before quickly taking the bag and saying, Thank you, Sister Rong. I'll make sure to finish every last bite. That's more like it. Alright, you stay here and keep watch. I'm heading to the office. Wait, Sister Rou. What's wrong? Is there something else? Tang Rou asked, puzzled. Let me take a look at your foot. Before Tang Rou could respond, Lin Feng knelt down on the ground. Without hesitation, he reached out and touched Tang Rou's ankle. After a night of rest, Tang Rou's ankle was almost fully healed. However, upon closer inspection, there were still faint red marks. Those red marks were undoubtedly related to the recent running. The moment their skin touched, Tang Rou visibly trembled, and her skin began to flush red at a noticeable pace. Tang Rou's affection +1, +10 affection points. Tang Rou's affection +1, +10 affection points. Lin Feng, who had just become penniless, perked up upon hearing this. He had originally planned to fulfill his duty as a good younger brother, but he never expected that this would also earn him affection points. Since that's the case, I won't hesitate. So, under the pretext of checking his injuries, Lin Feng began to secretly collect points. Lin Feng, I must make it clear that I'm only here to collect points. I absolutely have no intention of taking advantage of anyone. It wasn't until the prompt ended that he finally said, Ruojia, does your company have any flat shoes? Yes, we have flat shoes. What's the matter? Tang Rou stammered in response. Ruojia, your foot isn't healed yet. Don't wear high heels. Once we get to the company, you should switch to flat shoes. And you should avoid any strenuous activity for the next few days, otherwise, your foot injury might flare up again. Just then, a ray of sunlight broke through the thick clouds. Under the sunlight, Lin Feng looked so tall and handsome that Tang Rou couldn't help but stare at him. Tang Rou's affection +1, +10 affection points. Tang Rou's affection +1, +10 affection points. Ruojia, Ruojia. Ha? What's wrong? Tang Rou looked flustered, and her flushed cheeks made her even more adorable. I just told Sister Tang to switch to flat shoes and avoid strenuous exercise. Did you hear me? I heard you. Alright, then. Sister Rong, you should go quickly. I see the driver has been waiting over there for quite some time. Alright, I'll go then. After that, Tang Rou left the area under Lin Feng's watchful gaze, glancing back every few steps, and eventually got into the car and drove away. After Tang Rou left, Lin Feng immediately began to tally his gains. Wow! 2,200 goodwill points. These points are so easy to earn. However, Lin Feng was well aware that his techniques only worked on Tang Rou. Against others, even someone like Lu Xia, they might not be effective. Speaking of Lu Xia, that was odd. Since she left yesterday afternoon, it's been at least 10 hours, and Lu Xia hasn't contacted him once. Could I really have been abandoned like this? That can't be. Lu Xia was so attached to me. Yesterday, when things got really intense, she even said she wanted to marry me. Could it be that her cheating husband has returned? Lin Feng couldn't think of any other reason. I'll go check again during lunch break. What followed was a boring and tedious shift. He had thought he might run into a few wealthy women this morning, but it turned out he had some downtime after all. It wasn't exactly a bust. After all, he had managed to catch the attention of Su Wanxing, the most beautiful woman in Shaoxiang Yuan. It was just that he wasn't satisfied with the outcome. As soon as noon struck 12, he hung up the temporary break sign and rushed toward the building where Lu Xia was staying. Before long, he arrived at Lu Xia's front door. Before he could knock, loud arguing came from the unlocked door. I told you something was off with you lately. You don't care about my affairs at all. Turns out you secretly hired a lawyer to transfer all my assets into your name. The voice was familiar to Lin Feng. It was Lu Xia's current husband, the cuckolded husband, Niu Neng. But the content of those words sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine. The thing he had feared most had finally happened. It seemed that Niu Neng's business trip wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Speak up. Who told you to do this? Tell me, and I'll spare you some face out of consideration for our marriage. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As Niu Neng's tone grew increasingly harsh, Lin Feng could no longer stay seated. He pushed open the door and rushed inside. It was me. I was the one who told Xia Jie to do this. Chapter 19, Teaching the Scummy Guy a Lesson for the Rich Woman's Sister. So you're the other man. In the living room, Niu Neng glared at Lin Feng with a dark expression. A few days earlier, he had urgently needed funds for a company project and decided to use his own assets to tide him over temporarily. When he arrived at the bank to transfer the funds, the bank manager informed him that all his money had been transferred to his wife's account. Realizing something was wrong, he hurriedly began to inventory his assets and hired someone to investigate Lu Xia's whereabouts in recent days. What he discovered was shocking. All the assets that should have belonged to him had been transferred to Lu Xia's name, including the company, the house, and the car. He initially planned to confront Lu Xia and demand an explanation. But after some thought, he decided to first retrieve everything that belonged to him. So, he pretended to be on a business trip and left Jinghai City. In reality, he stayed in Jinghai City for a short while and secretly arranged for someone to transfer the assets Lu Xia had stolen back to him. It wasn't until last night that all the procedures were finally completed. That same evening, he rushed back. Originally, he had planned to give Lu Xia a chance to turn herself involuntarily out of consideration for their marital bond. But when he saw the completely transformed Lu Xia, he immediately realized he might have been cheated on. Even so, he did not confront her immediately. It wasn't until this morning at 11 a.m., when Lu Xia, dressed up beautifully, was about to leave, that he finally exploded. The two who had once shared a bed began attacking each other without any regard for their dignity. But soon, Lu Xia found herself at a disadvantage. Her confidence stemmed entirely from the fact that she had transferred Niu Neng's assets. But when she learned that everything had been returned to its rightful owner, she was overcome by endless panic and despair. It wasn't until Lin Feng arrived that the situation was finally broken. Regarding the identity of the lover, Niu Neng pondered all night. He went through everyone around him, including his best friend, trying to figure it out. But he never imagined that the adulterer was just an inconspicuous security guard. That's right. I'm the adulterer you're talking about. Lin Feng boldly revealed his identity and used his own body to shield Lu Xia, who was sitting helplessly on the ground. Seeing the tall, imposing figure before her, Lu Xia felt nothing but deep gratitude. Xiao Feng, you shouldn't have come. He secretly transferred all the assets back. Coming here is ruining your future. It's all my fault. I should have been more vigilant. The distraught Lu Xia sobbed uncontrollably while repeatedly pounding her chest. Lin Feng, seeing this, quickly turned around to stop Lu Xia's actions. Xia Jie, this isn't your fault. You've done everything you could. It's just that the enemy was too cunning. If you must blame someone, it should be my fault. I was too greedy. I shouldn't have coveted Sister Xia's beauty. Otherwise, Sister Xia wouldn't have. No. I won't let you say that. You're not at fault. It's all my fault. I was too careless. Watching his own wife cry her heart out for someone else and take all the blame onto herself, Niu Neng could no longer contain himself and erupted in anger. Enough. You two adulterers, shut your mouths. His voice was so loud that Lu Xia, who was still blaming herself, couldn't help but tremble slightly. But soon, a pair of warm hands wrapped around her. Following that came Lin Feng's calm and reassuring words. Xia Jie, wait for me. I'll take you away right away. After calming Lu Xia down, Lin Feng stood up and faced Niu Neng directly. Speak. How do you intend to resolve this matter? At that moment, Niu Neng's face was twisted into a terrifying grimace, and his eyes seemed capable of devouring a person whole. How to resolve it? I want to kill both of you, you adulterous couple. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. He wasn't afraid of Niu Neng taking action. He was thinking about how to resolve this matter perfectly. After all, this matter involved him as well. If handled improperly, his career as a security guard would be over before it even began. Wait. I still have the privacy viewer. If I could access this guy's privacy, maybe I could find a way out. Tonzi, use the privacy viewer. No remaining uses. Purchasing additional uses requires 2,000 goodwill points. Please confirm your purchase. 2,000 per use? That's so expensive? Lin Feng glanced at Lu Xia, who was looking at him with hopeful eyes, then at Niu Neng, who was glaring at him, and finally decided to bite the bullet. Purchase. Purchase successful, usage count increased. As soon as the prompt ended, the number on the privacy viewer, which had been at 0, changed back to 1. Use the privacy viewer, target, Niu Neng. Before long, Lin Feng saw what he wanted to see. These 2,000 goodwill points were well spent. With newfound confidence, Lin Feng no longer planned to pamper Niu Neng. He sneered coldly. Kill me? You should indeed kill me, otherwise once I expose your secrets, you won't have a chance. What do you mean by that? Niu Neng's face turned grim with anger. Lin Feng curled his lips, stepped forward to stand in front of Niu Neng, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. How did you make your fortune? Don't you have any idea yourself? Upon hearing this, Niu Neng's expression changed instantly, and his voice trembled. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what I'm talking about? Alright, I'll go tell the media. I'm sure they'll be very interested in the fact that Mr. Niu used to be involved in tomb raiding. As he spoke, Lin Feng pretended to get up and leave. As expected, the moment he turned around, Niu Neng grabbed him. You, how did you find out about this? At that moment, Niu Neng was no longer the arrogant man he had been earlier. All that remained was endless panic and trembling. Looking at Lin Feng, his face was filled with mockery. Compared to this, I think Mr. Niu should be thinking about how to stop me from talking. If I accidentally slip up and say something, Mr. Niu might end up spending the rest of his life in prison. Niu Neng's face turned dark instantly. If one looked closely, one could even see his legs trembling slightly. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and said, I understand. Take her away. I'll pretend this never happened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's mocking voice cut in. You think you can just brush this off so easily? Are you really that naive, Mr. Niu? What else do you want? Niu Neng's expression darkened. Things have come to this point. Mr. Niu must divorce Xia Jia. Then we should follow the normal procedures for a divorce and divide the property. Niu Neng's face turned pale. You want to divide my property? Xia Jia has been married to you for all these years. Even if she didn't contribute much, she's at least put in the effort. Even if she made mistakes later on, aren't you at fault too? Weren't you the one who cheated first? Glancing at Lu Xia, who was still slumped on the ground nearby, Niu Neng hesitated. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I agree to divide the property, but I'll only give you 10%. 10%? Are you trying to give a beggar some change? Do you know how much 1% of my total assets is? You couldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Your total assets have nothing to do with me, but 1% is absolutely out of the question. Lin Feng countered forcefully. If it weren't for the leverage he held, Niu would have loved to beat the arrogant adulterer senseless. 30%. I'll give you 30% at most. No way, I only accept a 50-50 split. 50-50 split. Your appetite is way too big. If Mr. Niu doesn't agree, I'll have no choice but to report you. After all, you and Xia Jia aren't divorced yet. Once you're inside, everything you have will belong to Xia Jia. You're threatening me. I'm just stating the facts. Chapter 20, The Rich Sister is Too Horny. It's rare enough to see 2 people coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, but 3 people coming out together? Sure enough, 3 people soon emerged one after another from the Civil Affairs Bureau. These 3 were none other than Lu Xia, her ex-husband Niu Neng, and the third party Lin Feng. However, people's joys and sorrows do not intertwine. Lu Xia and Lin Feng were holding hands, their faces radiating with excited smiles, clearly part of the happy camp. Meanwhile, Niu Neng stood nearby with a grim expression. Especially when he saw Lu Xia snuggling up to Lin Feng like a little bird, his face turned as black as charcoal. Finally, he snorted coldly and prepared to leave. However, as soon as he took a few steps, Lin Feng called out to him from behind. Wait. Is there something else? Lin Feng spoke softly, I just wanted to remind Mr. Niu not to forget his promise. Niu Neng frowned, asset division takes time. I will give you everything that belongs to you within 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng shook his head repeatedly. Let me clarify, Xia Jia is your ex-wife. The asset division is between her and you, it has nothing to do with me. You two are together, and you're telling me you're not related? Niu Neng scoffed. Different matters are different. This asset belongs to Xia Jia, and I won't lay a finger on it. Lin Feng said solemnly. Niu Neng, however, looked utterly unconvinced. His half of the assets was worth at least hundreds of millions. He didn't believe Lin Feng could resist the temptation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia immediately protested. Xiao Feng, I won't let you say that. Without you, I might have nothing. However, before she could finish, Lin Feng interrupted her. Xia, I know you want to give me a portion of your assets as a token of gratitude. But what I want to say is, whether it's the past, the present, or the future, I, Lin Feng, am not with you because of money. But then you won't get anything in return. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. I don't want any benefits. I just want to be able to eat a meal cooked by Xia from time to time, just like before. That's enough for me. Hearing this, Lu Xia could no longer contain the overwhelming emotions surging within her and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Xiaofeng, you're so kind. If only I had met you sooner. Watching this, Niu Nang's face grew even darker. He shook his hands and prepared to leave. But this time, he was unexpectedly called back by Lin Feng. Wait. What else is there? From the tone of his voice, it was clear that Niu Nang was already losing patience. Lin Feng remained completely unfazed and spoke calmly. Xia has grown accustomed to living at Shaoxiang Yuan. If possible, I would like you to leave the house for Xia. Alright. No problem. I'll move out right away. Do you have anything else? Niu Nang almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. That's all. Mr. Niu, please do as you wish. Niu Nang shot a venomous glance at the adulterous couple still clinging tightly to each other before storming off in a huff. Lin Feng immediately turned his attention to the beauty in his arms. Xia, let's go back too. I don't want to go back. Then where does Xia want to go? I'll accompany you. I want to go. The scene shifts, and Lin Feng brings Lu Xia to a nearby hotel. There was a noticeable age difference between the two. So when they checked in, they couldn't help but attract some strange glances. However, Lin Feng casually took Lu Xia's hand, as if declaring their relationship to the world. Perhaps inspired by Lin Feng, Lu Xia, who had been a bit shy, straightened her posture and lifted her head. After checking in, the two hurried to their room. As soon as the door closed, Lu Xia eagerly pressed herself against Lin Feng, as if trying to express her feelings. Before long, the small hotel suite was completely engulfed in the fiery passion of the two. Of course, this was accompanied by the constant beeping sounds ringing in Lin Feng's ears. Lu Xia's affection +1, +3 affection points. Lu Xia's affection +1, +3 affection points. After an unknown amount of time, the room finally began to calm down. Do you think the battle between the two has ended? Of course not. They hadn't eaten lunch, and with everything that had happened, they were both starving. Fortunately, the takeout arrived just in time. They decided to eat first and resume their battle later. However, during the meal, Lu Xia wasn't behaving herself. She kept teasing Lin Feng with her feet. No wonder they say youth doesn't know the value of a wealthy woman. At that moment, Lin Feng truly understood. A young girl wouldn't know such things, only a wealthy woman would dare to play such games. Before long, Lin Feng, unable to focus on his meal, picked up Lu Xia and rushed into the bedroom. The second round officially began. By the time everything had completely settled down, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Lin Feng couldn't remember how many times they had fought, but he knew his legs were trembling. Looking at Lu Xia, she showed no signs of fatigue and even looked much better. It truly lived up to the saying, there are no fields that can be plowed to death, only oxen that can be worked to death. It seemed he really needed to accumulate points to strengthen that aspect. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would exhaust himself to death. Seeing that Lin Feng was no longer able to fight, Lu Xia immediately climbed into his arms and started chatting with him. By the way, Xiaofeng, what did you say to that guy? How did he suddenly agree to divorce and even agree to split the property with me? I didn't say much. I just told him how hard Xia has worked all these years. He probably had a change of heart and made that decision, Lin Feng said casually. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Lu Xia rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Then she changed the subject. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. I'm not interested in that guy's business. But, Xiaofeng, what should I do now? Are you worried about the future, Xia? I'm not young anymore. Starting a new life from scratch would be incredibly difficult. As she spoke, Lu Xia's delicate hands kept circling around Lin Feng's chest. The meaning behind her words couldn't be more obvious. Lin Feng, seeing this, immediately embraced her. Xia, no matter what happens, your younger brother will always be by your side. Lu Xia looked up happily. So does that mean you're willing to marry me, Xiaofeng? Of course I'm willing, but... Lin Feng hesitated. But what? Lu Xia asked impatiently. Lin Feng sighed, I've achieved nothing in my career. If you marry me now, you'll definitely suffer. Lu Xia hurriedly waved her hands. No hardship. As long as I can be with you, Xiaofeng, I won't feel any hardship. Besides, if you don't have a career, I can support you. I have money. But I want to make something of myself. I want to use my own hands to give Xia the life she deserves. Do men really care so much about these things? From a woman's perspective, you might think we men are obsessed, but for us, it's our responsibility and duty. It's the romance that belongs only to us men. Xia, you'll agree to wait for me, right? What if I say no? If Xiaojia doesn't agree, then I'll only be able to do this until you do. How did you recover so quickly? Xiaojia has been teasing me all along. I have to do it even if I can't. Xiaojia, I'm coming. Gently, little brother. Sister is all yours today. Chapter 21, A Rich Foreign Sister? Although Lu Xia's place was comfortable, Lin Feng had important matters to attend to tonight and couldn't stay with her all night. As soon as the intense battle ended, Lin Feng confessed to Lu Xia about his plans to leave. Lu Xia was no longer the spoiled young girl she once was, so she wouldn't keep clinging to Lin Feng. After a brief moment of affection, Lin Feng left the hotel first. As for Lu Xia, she didn't plan to return so soon. Nyonan probably hasn't finished cleaning up yet, and after so many battles earlier, she could use some rest. However, it seemed that fate had other plans for her. She had barely closed her eyes for a minute when her phone, lying nearby, began to vibrate. Lu Xia thought it was Lin Feng calling and picked up the phone with a smile. But when she saw the number on the caller ID, she froze in place. Isn't he supposed to be abroad? Why is he calling me using his old phone number? Various questions flashed through Lu Xia's mind. Meanwhile, outside the airport in Jinghai City, a striking woman caught the attention of many passers-by. She had a face that could rival the most beautiful women in the world, a nearly perfect figure, and long black hair that flowed like a waterfall, as if she had stepped out of a painting. However, the woman paid no heed to the admiring glances directed her way. She spread her arms wide, savoring the familiar scent of her hometown. Jinghai, I'm finally back, the woman murmured softly, as if conversing with the city itself. After a while, the woman elegantly pulled her luggage and got into the nearest taxi. Driver, take me to Shaoxiang Yuan. On the other side, after parting ways with Lu Xia, Lin Feng made his way to the roadside. Soon, a nearly brand new BMW 8 Series pulled up in front of Lin Feng. As the window slowly rolled down, the person who appeared before Lin Feng was none other than his good roommate, Yuan Hua. Holy crap! Yuan Hua! Soon, Lin Feng was sitting in the passenger seat of Yuan Hua's car. In the driver's seat, Yuan Hua saw his best friend's stunned expression and couldn't help but smile widely. How about it, old Lin? My new BMW isn't too shabby, is it? The car is pretty nice, but it's not yours, is it? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, adopting a look that suggested he had already figured everything out. Yuan Hua clearly felt uneasy, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Of course it is. I bought it with my own money. Come on, you're just a delivery guy who barely makes 10,000 a month. This car costs at least 50,000. You've only been working for a month and a half, how could you possibly afford it? I can't afford it, but I have my dad. He sponsored me with over 40,000. Seeing that Yuan Hua was still trying to wriggle out of it, Lin Feng had no choice but to play his trump card. Alright, I haven't called Uncle Yuan in a while. I'll ask him. Saying this, Lin Feng pretended to pull out his phone. But before he could even turn on the screen, Yuan Hua, who was driving, snatched the phone out of his hand. Let's talk this out. Why are you making a call? Then I'll give you one last chance. How did you get this car? Seeing that Lin Feng's voice had grown icy, Yuan Hua, panicking, had no choice but to confess everything. It turned out that this nearly brand new BMW 8 Series was actually rented by Yuan Hua specifically for this purpose. The purpose, of course, was to make a big impression at tonight's gathering. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Yuan Hua dared not speak, simply holding up 5 fingers. 500 a day? Lin Feng frowned. Yuan Hua shook his head repeatedly. 5,000 a day? Yes. You bastard, Yuan Hua. Not only did you hide from us and become a delivery rider, but you actually dared to rent such an expensive car. I really underestimated you. Lin Feng was truly furious. Although Lin Feng and Yuan Hua had always been at odds with each other, their relationship was well known to everyone. They were like brothers, even though they weren't related by blood. Seeing that Yuan Hua had spent half a month's wages just to impress at a banquet, he really wanted to beat him up. Old Lin, I know I was wrong. I promise this is the last time. I'll never spend money like this again. Please don't tell my dad about this. He has a weak heart. If he finds out, he might have a heart attack and my mom would kill me. You know Uncle Yuan has a weak heart, yet you still did this? You're really his good son. Lin Feng was speechless. Old Lin, I know you're the best. Just let your brother be reckless this once. If need be, I'll lend you my car later so you can show off too. Old Lin, please. A man standing over 6 feet tall was acting so clingy toward him, and Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. In the end, he couldn't resist Yuan Hua's persistent pleading and chose to pretend he didn't know anything. After that, the two continued their usual chatter. After all, the hotel was still a long way off, and Yuan Hua was a chatterbox. Old Lin, you should know that Mr. Ouyang will also be at the banquet tonight, right? I don't know, Lin Feng replied indifferently. Are you really unaware, or just pretending? What does it have to do with you? Lin Feng grew impatient. Of course it is. We're like brothers who share the same pants, how could it not be related to me? Get lost. Who said we're like brothers? Mentioning this made Lin Feng furious. Yuan Hua was a lazy good for nothing, his clothes were piled up like a small mountain, and he didn't even bother to wash them. One time, he suddenly got motivated and washed all his clothes. But then he realized he had no pants to wear. There was training in the afternoon. So he just stole Lin Feng's pants to wear. This guy loves to show off, but his attempt to impress on the training field backfired, ruining the pants he had just bought. Every time he thought about it, Lin Feng wanted to slap Yuan Hua a few times. Just then, Yuan Hua blurted out another remark. Since you don't have any feelings for Ms. Ouyang, I won't hold back tonight. Lin Feng, who had just closed his eyes to rest, immediately opened his deep, piercing eyes. You rented the car for Ms. Ouyang? Otherwise, old Lin, do you really think I'm a little cutie? You are indeed a little cutie. Lin Feng blurted out. What did you say? No, what I meant was that Ms. Ouyang has been at the school for so many years without ever being linked to anyone in rumors. Do you really think driving a BMW 8 Series will help you get close to her? Why not give it a try? What if it works? What if it doesn't work out? If it doesn't work, I'll execute Plan B. Yuan Hua raised the corner of his mouth, flashing a mischievous smile. Plan B? Lin Feng asked curiously. Old Lin, you didn't know? The class monitor contacted some friends from the art academy under the pretext of a social gathering. Lin Feng's expression changed instantly. Are you saying that besides our class, there will also be people from the art academy tonight? Otherwise, why would the gathering be at a hotel? Damn it! Why didn't you tell me sooner about something so important? Jinghai City has two extremely different universities. One is the Jinghai Sports School, which is mostly guys, and the other is the Jinghai Academy of Fine Arts, which is mostly girls. The sports school is full of muscular, athletic guys. The art academy, without a doubt, is full of delicate, beautiful women. Once, Lin Feng followed Yuan Hua to the art academy for a stroll. Even now, he hasn't forgotten the heavenly scene of the art academy being filled with beautiful women. I wanted to tell you last night, but you didn't reply to my message. If I don't reply to your message, you won't send a voice message? I was planning to, but I forgot. Alright. Then I'll do the same from now on. No. Old Lin, it's my fault. Chapter 22, Campus Goddess Ouyang. After enduring countless nagging from Yuan Hua, Lin Feng finally arrived at his destination. However, the destination seemed different from what he had imagined. Aren't we supposed to be meeting at the Muse Hotel? Why did you bring me to Lanting? The location was changed to Lanting this afternoon. Didn't you see the group message? Lin Feng heard this and quickly opened his phone. Sure enough, it had been changed to Lanting. Thank goodness for Yuan Hua, the little cutie. He called to say he'd come pick him up. Otherwise, if he had gone to the Muse Hotel and realized it later, it would have been too late. So, does that mean the real sponsor behind tonight's banquet is Zhao Gongzi again? Lin Feng suddenly blurted out this question, his voice tinged with surprise. Yuan Hua immediately responded, besides Zhao Gongzi, who else in our class do you think has the money to invite so many people to a 5-star hotel? Lin Feng nodded slightly, you're right. Although he now had a small fortune of a few $100,000, his money might not even match Zhao Gongzi's monthly allowance. Lin Feng's tone grew slightly more subdued, but Yuan Hua mistook it for a sigh and quickly patted his shoulder. Don't lose heart, old Lin. He's just a spoiled rich kid who leeches off his parents. Give me a few years, and I'll make a name for myself. Then I'll take you out to eat and drink to your heart's content. Yuan Hua's words were filled with confidence and ambition, which moved Lin Feng deeply. However, given Lin Feng's personality, he would never express such feelings. Sure enough, he immediately started teasing Yuan Hua without holding back. Relying on you, a delivery guy, to take me out for the good life? I'd rather rely on myself. Yuan Hua heard this and immediately felt offended. Old Lin, are you looking down on delivery guys? No. I respect everyone in every profession. I just look down on you personally. What did I do? I didn't steal, I didn't rob, I rented this car with money I earned myself. Before Yuan Hua could finish his rebuttal, a honking sound came from behind. It turned out to be a luxury car honking behind him. Although Yuan Hua was annoyed, he had no choice but to give way. After all, their car had an extra 0 in the price tag. But when the luxury car passed by them, both of them were stunned. They saw a familiar figure inside the luxury car. One of them was the very same Zhao Gongzi they had just been talking about. As for the other one, the two of them were even more familiar with him. That person was none other than the dream goddess of countless sports school students, Ms. Ouyang. Old Lin, could Zhao Gongzi have already taken Ouyang teacher? If Ms. Ouyang were that easy to get, she wouldn't have been single for so many years. Though he was trying to reassure himself with words, Lin Feng's heart was heavy with sorrow. It felt like someone had stolen something he cherished deeply. If the two were a suitable match, it would be one thing, but this Zhao Gongzi has a reputation that is far from stellar. Since they had run into each other by chance, neither of them felt like chatting anymore. After quickly parking the car in the garage, the two prepared to head to tonight's banquet. While waiting for the elevator, the crisp sound of high heels, accompanied by a captivating fragrance, swept toward them. When they turned around, they were startled to find their goddess, Ms. Ouyang, standing right beside them. Excited, Yuan Hua could barely speak. Oh. Finally, Lin Feng spoke on behalf of both of them. Hello, Ms. Ouyang. In terms of appearance alone, the most beautiful person Lin Feng had ever seen was actually a single mother named Su Wanqing. However, every young man in the throes of first love has a goddess-like figure in his heart. When they look at their goddesses, they automatically apply a filter, making them the most perfect beings in their minds. That's what's known as deification. Additionally, first love is no exception. Most people have a unique emotional connection to their first love, which, at its core, is the same principle as deification. However, if you remove those filters, you'll discover that they're not as perfect as you imagined. Of course, there will always be those who remain stunning. For example, the Ouyang Bing in front of me. Are you from the sports school? Ouyang Bing's voice was clear and pleasant, like music from heaven. Yes, we're from the sports school, here to attend the banquet. Yuan Hua spoke clearly, but his face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Since that's the case, let's go together. Ouyang Bing smiled slightly and stepped into the elevator. In the past, Lin Feng might not have known what it meant when they said, among the 6 palaces, no one can compare to her beauty. A single glance from her is enough to captivate 1,000 hearts. Now he finally understood. No wonder she was the dream goddess of thousands of sports school students. Compared to him, Yuan Hua's thoughts were a bit out there. Oh my god. Ms. Ouyang actually smiled at me. And she even invited me to dine with her. Does she have feelings for me? What should I do? Should I confess now? But isn't that too rushed? Rush what? Adult love is supposed to be this rough. However, by the time he had prepared himself to confess, he realized that Ouyang Bing was no longer there. His best friend, Lin Feng, was also gone. Damn it! Lin Feng, you bastard! You abandoned your brother to eat alone. I curse you to have sons without anus. Apparently hearing Yuan Hua's roar, Ouyang Bing couldn't help but smile slightly. You just left your classmate down there like that? Isn't that a bit uncool? It's not very decent, but I think he'll understand me. Lin Feng stared directly at Ouyang Bing without any hesitation. Ouyang Bing furrowed her brows. Has no one ever told you that staring at a girl like that is very impolite? Lin Feng curled his lips. Polite? Can that be eaten? As he spoke, Lin Feng continued walking toward Ouyang Bing. Ouyang Bing was forced to step back repeatedly. Soon, her back was pressed against the elevator door. But Lin Feng didn't stop, pressing his entire body against Ouyang Bing's. Terrified, Ouyang Bing closed her eyes tightly while still muttering a warning to Lin Feng. Classmate, there's surveillance in the elevator. Don't do anything reckless. Do something reckless? Did Ms. Ouyang misunderstand something? Hearing Lin Feng's confused voice, Ouyang Bing slowly opened her eyes. She first looked at Lin Feng, who was standing in front of her with an innocent expression, then followed his leaning body to look at the elevator buttons beside her. It was only then that she realized what had happened. It turned out she had pressed the wrong floor button, and Lin Feng had merely come over to correct her mistake. A blush instantly spread across her snow-white cheeks. Even her voice stuttered unconsciously. No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. So Ms. Ouyang gets shy too? Lin Feng teased with a smirk. What? Me? No, you've misunderstood. I didn't. But Lin Feng didn't seem interested in hearing her explanation. He pulled out his phone and smiled. Mr. Ouyang shouldn't mind adding me on WeChat, right? Ouyang Bing hurriedly refused. Classmate, I don't add students on WeChat. But Lin Feng wasn't going to let her off that easily. He suddenly changed his expression, adopting a look of utter innocence. But Ms. Ouyang just misunderstood me, thinking I had ulterior motives toward you. Add me. I'll add you. And just like that, Lin Feng effortlessly added the goddess Ouyang Bing's WeChat. Just then, the elevator doors stopped at the 16th floor. As the elevator doors were about to open, Lin Feng, quick on his feet, immediately pulled Ouyang Bing, who was leaning against the elevator door, into his arms. Unaware of what was happening, Ouyang Bing thought Lin Feng had suddenly become lustful and screamed out in terror. Ah! Help! But the next second, she was scolded by Lin Feng. Don't scream, I'm trying to save you. Looking in the direction Lin Feng was pointing, Ouyang Bing finally realized she had misunderstood him again. I'm not that person. I'm Lin Feng. Chapter 23, Hua Zi is about to show his true colors. Where's old Lin? Has anyone seen old Lin? Tell me quickly, where is old Lin? As soon as he arrived at the banquet hall, Yuan Hua went crazy, asking everyone he saw, desperate to find Lin Feng. Finally, after relentless efforts, he spotted Lin Feng amidst the crowd of beautiful women. You with the surname Lin, I want to fight you one-on-one. The deafening shout instantly drew the attention of nearly everyone present. Lin Feng was no exception. Ignoring the beautiful women from the art academy, Lin Feng took off running. Lin, you stop right there. Soon, the two brothers were engaged in a chase through the vast banquet hall. Confused classmates rushed forward to try to stop Yuan Hua. But Yuan Hua was already completely enraged and couldn't hear a word. Get out of my way. I'm going to settle this with him today. Lin Feng, who found the commotion not chaotic enough, not only remained unfazed but also began to provoke him further. You're not qualified to settle this with me. You think I'm not qualified, huh? Fine. I'll find someone qualified to deal with you. Wang Hu, Ma Chao, help me grab this guy and I'll give each of you a 100 yuan red envelope later. Damn it. You yuan guy, you're using your money power. This is all your fault. Brothers, grab this arrogant fool. Old Lin, we're sorry, but we have to do this. Lin Feng was agile, but no matter how agile he was, he couldn't escape when his brothers came to surround him. Before long, Lin Feng let out an agonizing scream. The onlookers who witnessed this shook their heads in disbelief. Among them, some even muttered curses under their breath. You deserve it. For being so mouthy. This person was none other than Ouyang Bing, the teacher who had ridden the elevator with Lin Feng just moments ago. Thinking back to the embarrassing scene in the elevator, Ouyang Bing wished she could hide herself away. However, seeing how badly Lin Feng was being punished, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. However, what Ouyang Bing and Yuan Hua didn't know was that Lin Feng had already cultivated a body that was impervious to blades and bullets. Such petty attacks were no match for him. He was merely using the situation to his advantage, putting on a show. It wasn't until Lin Feng started begging for mercy that Yuan Hua dismissed the others. Immediately afterward, he dragged Lin Feng into a corner and began to interrogate him harshly. You beast! What did you do to my teacher Ouyang in the elevator? Your Ms. Ouyang? When did she become yours? Lin Feng retorted. I'm asking you now. Tell me quickly, what did you do with Ms. Ouyang in the elevator? Lin Feng smirked, a man and a woman alone in a room, what do you think we could have done? After saying that, Lin Feng licked his lips smugly. Yuan Hua's face turned pale. You really did that with Ms. Ouyang? Of course we did. Let me tell you, Ms. Ouyang's lips were so soft. And her hands. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Yuan Hua suddenly screamed and ran away in terror. Lin Feng stood there, sighing helplessly. This guy is still as gullible as ever. As he sighed, his gaze involuntarily met that of Ouyang Bing, who was watching him from a distance. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, Ouyang Bing quickly looked away after exchanging a glance with Lin Feng. Is he an eagle-eyed guy? How did he spot me so quickly? He probably didn't think much of it, right? Just as Ouyang Bing was lost in thought, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Ms. Ouyang, what did you say? Looking up in the direction of the voice, the person who appeared before her was none other than Zhao Gongzi, the host of the banquet. He was dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, standing tall and straight, handsome and charming, with impeccable manners. Anyone who saw such a handsome man would be unable to resist taking a second look, but Ouyang Bing felt no lingering attraction toward him. Not only that, but her tone clearly carried a hint of coldness. Nothing, I was just talking to myself. Zhao Gongzi seemed unfazed by Ouyang Bing's indifference, continuing to speak softly. The banquet is about to begin. Ms. Ouyang, would you like to join me up front? Ouyang Bing glanced at Zhao Gongzi's gentlemanly hand but ultimately declined his offer. No, thank you. The front row is too noisy. I prefer quiet. Zhao Gongzi should go ahead. Ouyang Bing's voice remained icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Zhao Gongzi's expression froze. Clearly, he hadn't expected Ouyang Bing to refuse him. However, he quickly regained his composure and a smile reappeared on his lips. Since Mr. Ouyang has spoken so decisively, I won't disturb you any further. Zhao Gongzi's tone remained polite. He bowed respectfully to Ouyang Bing and then turned to leave. However, the moment he turned away, Ouyang Bing clearly noticed that his entire face had turned dark and the smile on his lips had completely vanished. Any normal person witnessing this would have gone out of their way to curry favor with Zhao Gongzi, but Ouyang Bing didn't flinch. Once Zhao Gongzi had gone, she turned to look in the direction where Lin Feng had been, but he was already gone. So she began searching the area around her. Just then, her phone vibrated in her hand. She opened it and saw that it wasn't a message from Lin Feng. Who else could it be? Is Ms. Ouyang looking for me? Ouyang Bing looked around in astonishment, but no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find anyone. The phone vibrated again. Mr. Ouyang, don't look for me. If Mr. Zhao sees me, I'll be in trouble. Ouyang Bing, are you afraid of him? Lin Feng, that's Mr. Zhao. Who wouldn't he be afraid? Ouyang Bing, I thought you were different from others, but it turns out you're just a coward. Humph. In the corner of the banquet hall, Lin Feng, crouched on the ground, looked at the message Ouyang Bing had sent and was completely confused. Finally, he typed 3 question marks and sent them. But Ouyang Bing didn't respond. Meanwhile, it was time for the banquet to begin. Under the gaze of everyone present, class monitor Lu Tao walked up to the podium. Unnecessary details omitted, proceeding directly to the main plot. Soon, the students from the sports school who had come to attend the banquet, along with the beautiful women from the art academy, and the teachers and professors who had been invited, all took their seats. To facilitate communication, the gender ratio at each table was arranged at a 1-to-1 ratio. It was rare to see even one beautiful woman at the sports school in 800 years, yet now there were so many. The sports school students, as eager as wolves, immediately began to show off their skills. One showed off his muscles, another flaunted his abs, and the entire scene was lively and bustling. However, there was one person who stood out like a sore thumb. That person was none other than their goddess, Yang Bing. In fact, there were students who tried to strike up a conversation with Yang Bing, but she didn't acknowledge any of them. While Yang Bing's aloofness was one thing, the real reason everyone kept their distance was their fear of Zhao Gongzi. Over time, she could only sit there alone, drinking in solitude. But heaven has its own ways of caring for its creatures. Such a beautiful woman, how could heaven bear to let her sit alone in the cold? Before long, her phone began to vibrate again. She stared at the message she had just received for a long time, saying nothing. After a while, she seemed to make up her mind and stood up, leaving the banquet hall. As soon as Yang Bing had left, someone followed her discreetly. Chapter 24, Taking the Goddess to Play Games. Old Yuan, where did you go? The banquet has already started. Yuan Hua, who had been missing for a while, finally returned. However, he returned with a face full of anger. Where's old Lin? Why are you looking for old Lin again? Because he deserves a beating. Yuan Hua said through gritted teeth. He had left because he couldn't accept that his goddess had been defiled by Lin Feng, that beast. But when he calmed down, he realized he had been played. Who is Yang Bing? She is the dream goddess of thousands of sports school students. There hadn't been a single rumor about her in all these years. What gives Lin Feng the right to kiss Yang Bing's lips? Just because he's tall and even more handsome? But there are plenty of good-looking guys at the sports school. Of course, the real reason he's so sure Lin Feng is playing him is because of Zhao Gongzi. Both he and Lin Feng witnessed Zhao Gongzi and Yang Bing riding in the same car. Though there were no particularly intimate gestures, it was enough to suggest their relationship wasn't ordinary. Unless Lin Feng wants to die, he has no reason to get involved with Yang Bing. After thinking it through, he rushed back in a hurry. So you won't be able to beat up old Lin today? What do you mean? Old Lin said he had something urgent come up and left already. Damn it! That guy really got out of here fast. But it doesn't matter. I know where he works, so I'll go block him after the banquet. Wait, no. What's wrong? I can't find my car keys. What car keys? The keys to my BMW 8 Series. Meanwhile, in the underground garage, a BMW 8 Series was slowly moving. Soon, it came to a stop in front of a woman in white. As the window slowly rolled down, the person who caught the woman's eye was none other than Lin Feng. Beautiful lady, fancy a ride? The woman in white raised the corners of her lips, revealing a smile that could captivate a nation. If you call me sister, I might consider giving you a ride. Sister. Sister Yang, please. Indeed, the white-clad woman being earnestly pleaded with by Lin Feng was none other than Yang Bing. You have no principles at all? Yang Bing was speechless. She had seen countless people who could bend and stretch, but she had never seen anyone who could change their expression so quickly like Lin Feng. What's integrity? Can you eat it? Lin Feng blinked innocently, looking both naive and innocent. Yang Bing smiled. You can't eat it, it's something you sell. Sell principles? Does Yang's sister want to sell hers? If you keep joking like that, I won't go out with you anymore. Just trying to liven things up. Yang's sister, don't get angry. Soon, Yang Bing got into the passenger seat next to Lin Feng and left the area. However, as soon as the two had driven off, the car's owner, Yuan Hua, gave chase. Damn it! Car thief! Car thief, stop right there! Yang Bing heard this and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. This car isn't yours? Lin Feng shrugged. I'm just a security guard. How could I afford such an expensive car? Then whose car is it? Yang Bing asked, confused. This car is rented by the guy in the back. Lin Feng pointed to Yuan Hua in the rearview mirror. As far as I know, you and Yuan Hua are good friends, right? Pulling this kind of stunt on him one after another, is that really okay? Aren't brothers supposed to be there to screw each other over? Yang Bing was speechless. Let's not talk about that. Is there anywhere special you'd like to go, Yang sister? You called me out here, and you're asking me? Shouldn't you be the one making plans? I'll arrange it. Are you sure, Yang sister? Why don't you laugh in a more lecherous way? The scene shifts, and Lin Feng brings Yang Bing to a place she never expected, an arcade. Although it was already past 9 p.m., the arcade was bustling with people playing games everywhere. There were children, middle school students, high school students, and even couples on dates. Why did you bring me here? Yang Bing exclaimed in shock. Of course, to play. What else are we going to do? After that, Lin Feng went to the counter and bought 2 baskets of game tokens. When Yangbing saw the game tokens Lin Feng handed her, she instinctively tried to refuse. I don't know how to play. You go ahead. But Lin Feng firmly placed the game tokens in Yangbing's hands and said seriously, we're not leaving until we've used up all these tokens. After saying that, Lin Feng took his own game tokens and left, leaving Yangbing standing there alone, dazed. After a long while, she finally snapped out of it. Was he just ordering me around? He's really got some nerve. I'll see what you can do to me if I don't finish these coins. With a cold snort, Yangbing began searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Although the arcade wasn't very large, it was packed with people, making it no easy task to find someone there. However, a series of deafening cheers, like a magnet, drew her attention. Following the direction of the sounds, she pushed her way through the crowd and hurried forward. Before long, her gaze was firmly fixed on a figure dancing energetically. It was Lin Feng. He stood before a dance machine, moving to the rhythm of the music, fully expressing his vitality and passion. His movements were as smooth and natural as flowing clouds, every step and every turn executed with such skill and confidence, as if he had been born for this stage. Thanks to Lin Feng's amazing performance, the audience around him couldn't help but erupt into cheers and applause. Originally shy, Yangbing was gradually swept up in the excitement and found herself cheering along with everyone else. A rare smile blossomed on her stunning face, as beautiful as spring flowers in full bloom. It wasn't until Lin Feng stepped off the dance machine and locked eyes with Yangbing that she shyly withdrew her smile. She had thought Lin Feng would take the opportunity to tease her since he had teased her so much earlier in the car. To her surprise, Lin Feng reached out his hand across the crowd and asked, "Want to dance together?" His voice was soft, but it cut through the night like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The onlookers around them seemed to be on the same wavelength, all turning their gaze toward Yangbing. Yangbing was completely taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to do this. Just as she was at a loss, someone in the crowd quietly shouted, "Let's dance together." Though the voice was faint, it acted like a fuse, igniting the entire crowd. Soon, everyone began to shout in unison, "Jump together! Jump together!" What was supposed to be a highly anticipated duet performance turned into a chaotic scene when Yangbing backed out at the last moment. When Lin Feng found Yangbing, she was standing in front of the arcade machine, facing the wall in reflection. "Is Sister Yang angry?" Lin Feng cautiously approached her. Yangbing lifted her slightly flushed cheeks and scolded playfully. "Don't think I don't know it was you who incited them to cheer like that. What are you talking about, Yang? I'm a proper gentleman. I wouldn't do something like that." "Is that so? Then where did all the game tokens you just took go? Don't tell me you used them all on the dance game." Lin Feng looked at the nearly empty pile of game coins in his hand and realized he had been exposed. He immediately put on a flattering expression and laughed awkwardly. "Hee, Sister Yang is so generous, she wouldn't hold it against someone else, right? You're thinking too much. I'm famous for being a stickler for details." Lin Feng was speechless. Just then, Yangbing suddenly changed the subject. "But you know, if someone could teach me how to play this game console, maybe I'll let it go once I'm having fun. I'll do it. I'm the best at playing games." "You? Are you sure? A man can't say he can't." Chapter 25, What to do when the goddess is too cute. Tonzi, check Yangbing's profile. Name, Yangbing. Age, 28. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 88 pounds. Appearance, 95. Overall rating, 9.5. This profile is flawless. Why isn't the likability score any higher? Could it be that she really is, as her name suggests, a cold, emotionless being? Over an hour ago, Lin Feng noticed that Yangbing seemed a bit unhappy at the banquet. So, he drove the car rented from Manhwa, taking Yangbing to the arcade. Before arriving, he had already marked Yangbing as his 6th target. He had thought tonight would be his moment to strike, but instead he had bitten off more than he could chew. If Yangbing hadn't been interested in the game at all, it wouldn't have mattered, but the current Yangbing was even more into it than he was. Her smile never faded. As it neared 11 p.m., the once bustling arcade was now nearly empty, with only a few stragglers remaining. Lin Feng looked at the shop owner behind the counter and suddenly had an idea. Without saying a word, he left the place. After a while, Yangbing finally finished the game he was playing. She exhaled deeply, then looked up and surveyed the surroundings. Where did that guy go? Yangbing wondered to herself. She looked around again and realized that the entire game hall was completely empty. The only person left was the owner, standing behind the counter with a smile on his face, watching her. Yangbing felt something was off. With a mix of curiosity and confusion, she slowly approached the owner. "Sir, did you see the person who came here with me?" she asked. However, before she could finish, the boss seemed to know exactly what she was going to ask. He quickly pointed his finger toward the southeast corner of the arcade. "What does that mean?" Yangbing looked at the owner in confusion, hoping for an explanation. But the boss said nothing, continuing to smile as his finger remained firmly pointed in that direction. With no other option, Yangbing decided to go and take a look herself. When she reached the end of the corridor, she finally saw the dance machine that had attracted so many people earlier. Just then, she was surprised to see that Lin Feng was standing right next to the dance machine. Yangbing was about to ask Lin Feng why he was there and what he was up to. But before she could speak, Lin Feng reached out his hand toward her again, his face lit up with a bright smile. "Miss Yang, would you like to dance with me?" Yangbing stood there dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. After a long while, she finally spoke. "Do you think you're suddenly so handsome now?" "No, am I not handsome?" Lin Feng stammered. "Maybe you look handsome to others, but to me, you're a total loser." Yangbing's words cut deep into Lin Feng's heart like sharp swords. He had gone to great lengths to convince the child who didn't want to leave, and had even spent nearly 10,000 yuan to book the entire venue from the boss. He had thought it would be a romantic encounter, but all he got was "You're such a loser." Oh no! This isn't how the script was supposed to go. Just then, Yangbing suddenly changed the subject. "But, since you've been playing along with me for so long, I'll reluctantly agree to go out for a late-night snack with you." After saying that, Yangbing turned and left without looking back, leaving Lin Feng standing there dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally snapped out of it. "Lin Feng, you must stay strong. This is just a small setback. You still have a bright future ahead of you. Besides, this isn't even a failure. At least she agreed to go out for a late-night snack with you. As long as she hasn't left yet, there's still a chance." "That's right. Opportunity, here I come." The scene shifts to Lin Feng and Yangbing arriving at a small roadside eatery called Fat Brothers Diner. The shop was small, with a few old tables and chairs outside the entrance, and the lighting inside was dim. However, the place was packed with customers, with almost every seat inside taken and only a few spots left outside. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped forward to enter the shop, but Yangbing suddenly grabbed his arm. "Wait, bro, you brought me here to eat midnight snacks?" Yangbing looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "Isn't this exactly where you're supposed to come for a late-night snack?" "Of course not. Look at the environment here, and look at those big men, they're all shirtless. How am I supposed to eat here?" Lin Feng shrugged off Yangbing's words with a dismissive smile and said, "Then just don't look." Yangbing glared at Lin Feng. "This isn't about looking or not looking. I'm a young, unmarried woman. No, wait, I'm a woman. There are all these men around, and you expect me to sit here and eat? Do you think that's appropriate? So what does Ms. Yang mean? I think we should find another place. If you're worried about the money, I'll cover it." Despite Yangbing's well-reasoned argument, Lin Feng seemed in no hurry to leave. He stood there, a faint smile on his lips. "If Mr. Yang can't tolerate the environment here, then you can leave. I can eat alone." Before he could finish speaking, he turned around like a whirlwind and walked into the bustling street food stall without looking back. Yangbing stood there, momentarily stunned. She had never expected Lin Feng to leave so decisively, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "Wait, is this guy getting back at me for rejecting him earlier? Then just stay here and eat by yourself. Eat until you die." Yangbing muttered to herself, convinced that Lin Feng was deliberately doing this to provoke her. After a moment of venting, Yangbing grew even more furious. She stomped her foot and turned to leave in a huff. However, just as she turned and took a few steps, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Because a voice inside her told her she couldn't just walk away like that. After hesitating for a moment, she turned around and walked back into the food stall. Inside the food stall, Lin Feng had just sat down. His mood hadn't been affected by Yangbing's departure. He remained as calm as ever. Just as he was about to pick up the menu to order, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed through the air. Moments later, Yangbing, her face brimming with resentment, appeared before him. "Aren't you supposed to leave? Why did you come back?" Lin Feng looked at Yangbing in surprise. "I'm hungry. I can't walk anymore." Yangbing snapped, snatching the menu from Lin Feng's hand. "Waiter! I want to order." The chubby-cheeked owner quickly approached the two. "Handsome guy, beautiful lady, what would you like to eat?" Yangbing slammed the entire menu down on the table. "I want everything on this menu." The boss was completely taken aback. He had never seen anyone order like this before. "Lady, that's way too much for the two of you to finish. If we can't finish it, we'll take it to go. Just bring it all. Oh, and by the way, he's paying for this meal. Ask him for the money." After saying that, Yangbing proudly raised her chin at Lin Feng, as if to say, "You tried to provoke me on purpose. Just wait and see how I'll eat you out of house and home today." In response, Lin Feng could only think to himself that he truly hadn't meant to provoke Yangbing. He was simply craving that dish. However, seeing Yangbing look so adorable, he'd be willing to buy the entire bill for everyone in the restaurant. "Let's do as she says. Bring all the dishes, and add 2 more cases of ice-cold beer." "2 cases? What are you up to? Trying to get me drunk so you can do something shady, right?" Yangbing grew suspicious. If Ms. Ouyang is worried, she doesn't have to drink. If you don't want to drink, then don't. Who cares? Chapter 26, The Goddess Invites Lin Feng Home? Though Lin Feng and Ouyang Bing hadn't been together long, he had already noticed a significant trait about her. That is, she says one thing but does another. This was quite evident during their previous outing at the arcade. At first, Ouyang Bing refused to play games, but eventually she was playing even more enthusiastically than Lin Feng. The same was true at the food stall. At first, she complained about how dirty and messy the place was and refused to eat there. But after tasting the food, she ate more than anyone else, completely unlike a university teacher. The 2 cases of ice-cold beer that Lin Feng had ordered were no exception. He had only drunk a few bottles, but Ouyang Bing was almost finished with an entire case of ice-cold beer by herself. Lin Feng wanted to say, "Is this what you meant by not drinking?" An ordinary woman would have been completely drunk after drinking so much beer, but Ouyang Bing was completely fine. Her alcohol tolerance was truly remarkable. By the way, Ms. Ouyang, there's something I've been curious about. While eating, Lin Feng suddenly blurted out. Are you asking about my relationship with Zhao Gongzi? Ouyang Bing replied nonchalantly. How did you know that, Ms. Ouyang? Lin Feng was taken aback. Ouyang Bing shot Lin Feng a glance and snorted coldly. I only need to look at you once to know what you men are thinking. How do you think I know? Oh? Then guess what I'm thinking right now? You're thinking that this woman has drunk so much wine, why isn't she drunk yet? If she doesn't get drunk, how am I supposed to get her into bed? You're so anxious right now. In Ms. Ouyang's mind, I'm that kind of person? It's not you, it's all of you. Including those students and teachers at the sports school. Every single one of you is thinking about how to get me into bed. Although Ouyang Bing spoke with a smile on his face, Lin Feng could sense the deep sadness in his words. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I hit the nail on the head? Ouyang Bing looked at Lin Feng with a half smile. Lin Feng didn't respond but continued to ask. So, what is the relationship between Mr. Ouyang and Mr. Zhao? What does my relationship with him have to do with you? Lin Feng stared straight at the slightly intoxicated Ouyang Bing and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. That's right, it's very important to me. Ouyang Bing seemed to have heard the answer he had been longing to hear, and his face instantly bloomed with a smile as vibrant as a flower. Since you're so eager to know, as your teacher, I can only reluctantly help you solve this mystery. Listen carefully, Zhao Gongzi is actually my fiancé. Lin Feng's mind went blank, everything in his head turning into a void, with only the words "he's my fiancé" echoing endlessly in his mind. He didn't know how much time had passed before he came to his senses. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But the words stuck in his throat, unable to come out. In the end, he could only manage to say in a hoarse voice. So that's how it is. In contrast to Lin Feng's hoarse voice, Ouyang Bing remained calm, her face showing no sign of emotion. What do you mean, that is how it is? And why has your face turned so pale? This isn't because you found out about my true relationship with Zhao Gongzi, is it? No, I'm almost done eating. I'll go pay the bill. Feeling guilty, Lin Feng stood up and prepared to leave. However, as soon as he took a few steps, he heard Ouyang Bing's voice growing increasingly sorrowful from behind him. There are too many people who like me. You're not the only one. Don't waste your time on me. Oh. Lin Feng merely responded with a faint reply. Half an hour later, Lin Feng drove Ouyang Bing to the entrance of her residential complex. But neither of them mentioned getting out of the car. They sat there in silence, neither saying a word. Time slipped away in silence. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally broke the suffocating silence. It's already past 1 a.m. I have to go to work tomorrow. His voice was low and tinged with fatigue. Ouyang Bing snapped out of her daze upon hearing this. Then I should probably go back too. You've been so kind today. After speaking, she reached out to unbuckle her seatbelt. However, the seatbelt seemed to be deliberately defying her no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't undo it. Lin Feng, who had noticed her predicament, stepped in with a helpful offer. Let me help you. With a gentle tug and a quick pull, the seatbelt came undone effortlessly. Just as Ouyang Bing lifted her head to thank him, their eyes met involuntarily. In that instant, their eyes sparkled with an indescribable emotion, as if there were 1,000 words they wanted to say, yet they didn't know where to begin. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Their breathing grew heavier. Finally, Ouyang Bing couldn't help but swallow hard, and this subtle movement broke the silence of the night like a flash of lightning. Lin Feng could no longer contain the overwhelming emotions surging within him. He suddenly reached out with both hands, cupped Ouyang Bing's porcelain-smooth cheeks, and kissed her without hesitation. Ouyang Bing, as if she had anticipated this moment, showed no resistance. She simply closed her eyes and accepted Lin Feng's passionate kiss with openness. Just then, the system, which had been silent all along, finally emitted a notification sound. Ouyang Bing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Ouyang Bing's affection +1, +10 affection points. The prompts came faster than ever before. However, Lin Feng paid no attention to these notifications. At that moment, he only wanted to freely express his feelings for this woman. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally held hands and walked under the moonlight. The moonlight, as smooth as water, bathed the two of them, making everything seem so wonderful. But even the most beautiful moments must come to an end. And at that moment, the two would inevitably part ways. At the elevator doors, Lin Feng gazed at the beauty before him with tender eyes and said, "Go inside. I should be going now." To have reached this point with the goddess Ouyang Bing in such a short time was something he had never imagined. But if given the chance to choose again, he would still do the same. In this life, one should live to satisfy one's desires and settle scores. Holding back too much only leads to lifelong regret. Rather than that, it's better to live a life of passion and intensity. This is also the central theme of the novel. Regardless of the outcome, I wish all readers who have made it this far the best of luck in achieving the life they desire. Ouyang Bing, upon hearing this, gave Lin Feng a playful glare. "You've been holding on to me the whole time, how am I supposed to go in?" Lin Feng snapped out of his daze and quickly let go. "I'm truly sorry, I completely forgot." Ouyang Bing's lips curved into a faint smile. "You little cutie." She gracefully stepped into the elevator and pressed the floor button. Lin Feng stood outside the elevator, watching Ouyang Bing's figure, a strong sense of loss suddenly welling up in his heart. Though they were less than a meter apart, it felt as though an entire world separated them. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Ouyang Bing's figure grew smaller, and Lin Feng's mood grew heavier. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close completely, a miracle occurred. The doors slowly opened again. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at Ouyang Bing inside the elevator. Why did you come back?" Ouyang Bing's cheeks flushed red, and she shyly lowered her head, stammering. I came back to ask you, since it's so late, would you like to stay the night here before leaving?" Lin Feng heard this and his heart skipped a beat. He stared at Ouyang Bing in disbelief. After a moment of silence, he suppressed his excitement and replied calmly. "That's not really appropriate. I have to work tomorrow. If it's not appropriate, then forget it. I'm leaving." Ouyang Bing, who had suddenly changed her tone, immediately pressed the door button. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly and darted inside before the elevator doors closed, otherwise, he would have had to go home. "But didn't you say you had to work tomorrow?" "I thought about it carefully, and it seems like I swapped shifts with someone else tomorrow, so it's fine if I don't go back." "Who would believe you?" Chapter 27, Sleeping with the Goddess. You don't know until you come home, but when you do, you're in for a surprise. Lin Feng had thought that the house in Shaoxiang Yuan was already quite nice, but he never expected Ouyang Bing's home to be even more impressive. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, she was engaged to Zhao Gonzi. How could she be an ordinary person? "You can sit down and relax for a bit. If you're hungry, feel free to make something. I'm going to take a shower first," Ouyang Bing suddenly said. "Showering now? Isn't that a bit too fast?" Lin Feng, who had already started thinking dirty, couldn't even speak properly. Ouyang Bing gave Lin Feng a disapproving look. "What are you thinking? Do you think I'm the kind of woman who'd just jump into bed with anyone? You pervert." Soon, the living room was left with only Lin Feng. After a long while, he finally let out a mischievous smile. "You're not the casual type, but I am. But before that, we need to check today's haul first." Tonzi, check the panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 153 pounds. Endurance, 34, no upper limit. Appearance, 91. Goodwill points, 52,000. Assets, 990,000 dragon coins. Holy crap! 30,000 goodwill points. Am I seeing things? Lin Feng checked several times. It was indeed 30,000 points. He had spent a month laying the groundwork at Shaoxiang Yuan and had barely managed to earn over 20,000 goodwill points. And that was the combined total from several women. But now, he had managed to get a full 30,000 points from just one person, Ouyang Bing. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Wait, something's off. Lu Xia contributed some points to me today. Sure enough, when Lin Feng checked the details, he found numerous records related to Lu Xia. And they weren't any less than Ouyang Bing's. In total, 30,000 points were earned, with Lu Xia contributing 12,000 and Ouyang Bing contributing 18,000. Regardless, this result was highly satisfying. Should we make another purchase? Should we boost endurance? Nah, let's save the points. 10 bound items aren't enough. Currently bound targets, Lu Xia, Tang Rou, Ma Wen, Yufei, Su Wanqing, Ouyang Bing. Remaining bindings, 4. I wonder how things are going with Lu Xia. Niu Nang should have moved out completely by now, right? Meanwhile, at Shaoxiang Yuan, Building C, Room 111. In the spacious and bright living room, a disheveled woman was swaying unsteadily on the sofa. Her hair was disheveled, and her face flushed with a hint of red, clearly having consumed a significant amount of alcohol. She was none other than Lu Xia, the woman Lin Feng had been so worried about. Lu Xia weakly waved her arms while mumbling incoherently. I can't take it anymore, I really can't drink anymore. Just then, a clear, pleasant giggle suddenly broke the silence in the living room. You can't handle just a little bit? After all these years, your tolerance has really gone downhill. Lu Xia struggled to lift her head and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a tall, graceful woman walking toward her. The woman wore a sexy strapless dress that perfectly highlighted her curves. Her face was beautiful, and her skin was as white as snow. Lu Xia, annoyed, retorted, Do you think I'm you? Drinking red wine like it's soda? The woman laughed lightly and said, Your drinking tolerance isn't that bad, is it? You've only had a little. Come on, admit it. Is it because of that little puppy you're raising? What does this have to do with Xiaofeng? Lu Xia's voice involuntarily rose by 8 octaves. Oh my! You call him Xiaofeng so affectionately, the woman teased. Lu Xia's face flushed red, and she said angrily, So what if we're close? If you're jealous, go find one yourself. I am envious, but I, Lu Fei, would never do something like that. Pfft, you're just jealous of me. At that moment, the woman named Lu Fei suddenly changed the subject. But, have you really given so much for that guy? Is it worth it? Lu Xia seemed taken aback by Lu Fei's question. She paused for a moment before nodding quickly. Xiaofeng is very good to me. As long as I can be with him, I'm willing to do anything. Lu Fei sneered and continued, You're willing, but what about him? Does he really want to marry you? These words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing Lu Xia and bringing her back to her senses. She grabbed Lu Fei's shoulders tightly and asked excitedly, What do you mean? Speak clearly. Lu Fei didn't back down, staring straight into Lu Xia's eyes with a cold, ruthless voice. Your little puppy is only 23 years old, not even out of college yet. But you're 38, with a failed marriage behind you. Do you really think you two are suitable for each other? Lu Xia's brows furrowed tightly. She clearly didn't want to accept this reality, but she couldn't refute Lu Fei's words. After a long pause, she finally said softly, Are you saying that Xiaofeng might not marry me? Lu Fei nodded firmly. Not possible, it's certain. You're too far apart in age. He's still young, and he only likes you now because it's new. In a few years, he'll get bored, and you'll be discarded like trash. Lu Xia's face turned deathly pale, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. No, that's impossible. Xiaofeng wouldn't do that to me. You can't judge a book by its cover. You've been sleeping with Niu Nang for all these years, and you've been played by him too. Lu Xia hurriedly defended herself, but Xiaofeng is different. He is with me because he loves me, not for my money. Plus, he even helped me get half of Niu Nang's property. That's true, he has no fault there. But that only means he's not interested in money right now. Once he's been through the hardships of life, who knows what he'll become? No, I still don't believe Xiaofeng is that kind of person. Seeing that she had said so much and was still obstinate, Lu Fei could only resort to her final tactic. If that is the case, let us test this guy out. Lu Xia looked up in confusion. Test him? You said this kid is perfect, right? Let us see if he is really as perfect as you claim. If he really is as you say, then I, Lu Fei, will treat him like my own brother-in-law. But what if he's not? Lu Xia asked cautiously. Lu Fei's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold gleam. If he isn't, then I, Lu Fei, will make him pay the price for deceiving my sister's feelings. Xiao Fei, maybe I should handle this myself. You've just returned from abroad and must be tired. It's fine. I'm not tired. Who told you to be my sister? Can't I just say it's not true now? Too late. It's decided. It's getting late. Let us call it a day. I'll go take a bath first. You stay here and rest for a bit. After saying that, Lu Fei turned and left, swaying her hips. Lu Xia stood there, staring at Lu Fei's departing figure and muttering to herself. Xiaofeng, you 1T let Xiajie down, will you? On the other side, at Ouyang Bing's home. Lin Feng, sitting on the sofa, seemed to have a premonition, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Could something have happened to Xiajie? Just as he was muttering to himself, a set of pajamas suddenly fell from the sky and landed on his face. Followed by Ouyang Bing's warm greeting. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and take a shower. The water's already running. Lin Feng stared blankly at the pink pajamas in his hands. You want me to wear this? What? You can't wear my pajamas? If you don't like them, just give them back. I don't mind, I'll wear it. Stop being so indecisive. Hurry up and take a shower. I'll go make the bed first. Alright, got it. Chapter 28, the goddess turns her back on him after the fact? Wait, you told me to make the bed, but you want me to sleep on the floor? Lin Feng, who had been full of anticipation, only realized after taking a shower that he had been tricked by Ouyang Bing once again. Ouyang Bing blinked innocently. What else did you think I was going to make you sleep on? Ms. Ouyang, my back is really bad, the whole sports school knows it. So, could I maybe sleep with you? However, before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Ouyang Bing interrupted his wild idea. No way. I don't have the habit of sharing a bed with others. Undeterred, Lin Feng immediately started to pout. Mr. Ouyang, my back really can't take it. Please have mercy and let me borrow your bed for one night. But the result remained the same. You can either sleep on the floor or take the blanket and sleep in the guest room. Don't even think about sleeping with me. With that, Lin Feng could only lie down obediently on the floor. There were blankets and such underneath, but I won't go into detail. Seeing Lin Feng's pitiful expression, Ouyang Bing almost burst out laughing. Soon, the two of them each fell asleep in their own beds. But Lin Feng wasn't giving up so easily and kept bothering Ouyang Bing. Ms. Ouyang, are you asleep? Ms. Ouyang, the floor is so cold. Ms. Ouyang, can I get into bed? But Ouyang Bing seemed to have truly fallen asleep, ignoring his harassment completely. Such a great opportunity, how could he sleep alone on the floor? Tongzi used the eavesdrop on thoughts ability on Ouyang Bing. He didn't believe Ouyang Bing could be asleep despite his harassment. Eavesdrop on thoughts, target, Ouyang Bing, active, countdown, 30 minutes. As the system prompt faded, he fell silent as well. But strangely, he didn't hear any sounds coming from Ouyang Bing. Could she really be asleep? Just as Lin Feng thought he was about to miss this golden opportunity, the long-awaited voice finally echoed once more. Ouyang Bing, Why isn't this guy making a sound? Ouyang Bing, could he have fallen asleep? Ouyang Bing, this deadbeat, he gives up too easily. Lin Feng, I knew she was faking it. Ouyang Bing, you coward. I gave you a chance, and you couldn't even take it. Don't come begging me later, humph. As soon as the inner monologue ended, Lin Feng suddenly jumped up and lunged toward Ouyang Bing on the bed. Why wait until later? I'm coming. Ouyang Bing, who had been pretending to sleep, looked at Lin Feng in shock. You weren't asleep? Lin Feng smirked. If I had been asleep, wouldn't that have wasted Ms. Ouyang's kind intentions? Ouyang Bing's face flushed red, and she stammered shyly. I don't know what you're talking about. It's okay, you don't need to know. Because I'll prove it to you with my actions, I'm not a coward. After saying that, Lin Feng could no longer suppress his inner urge and once again captured those tempting red lips. This time, Ouyang Bing immediately resisted. Unfortunately, her resistance was so soft and powerless in front of Lin Feng. A few minutes later, both of their breaths had grown. They knew the next step was imminent. So they stopped in unison, gazing at each other. Ouyang Bing bit her red lips in complexity. If you stop now, I can pretend nothing happened. Lin Feng smiled. What if I don't want to stop? Then there'll be no turning back. If there's no going back, then so be it. I don't regret it anyway. You don't regret it, but what about me? Will you regret it? Of course I care, but I think you're the same as me, we won't regret it. Right, my Ms. Ouyang? You better remember what you said today. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ouyang Bing wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and kissed him passionately. Soon, the large bedroom was completely engulfed by their fiery passion. By the time the passion subsided, it was already 4 a.m. Ouch! Why did you pinch me? Lin Feng cried out. Who told you to be so rough? Ouyang Bing snapped angrily. Blame me? It's all your fault for telling me to be rough. Me? You told me to be rough? Say it again if you dare. Ouyang Bing's face turned bright red. It was you who said it. Before he could finish, Ouyang Bing let out a piercing scream. Ah! You pervert! I'll kill you! Screaming, she grabbed the pillow beside her and began to smash it violently against Lin Feng. Although the pillow was soft, it still stung when it hit his face. I'm sorry, Ms. Ouyang, I was wrong. No! It's not your fault, it's mine. I shouldn't have let you, you bastard, into my house. I'll kill you today. Stop. You're injured, you shouldn't be exerting yourself. The room, which had been filled with a suggestive atmosphere, once again became heated, but this time, the heat was violent. After an unknown amount of time, Ouyang Bing, with a face contorted in pain, finally collapsed into Lin Feng's arms. Ugh, it hurts. Who told you to get so worked up? You deserve it. Lin Feng not only refused to comfort her but also spoke coldly. Ouyang Bing, upon hearing this, raised her head with a look of hatred. If you dare to say another word of mockery near me, do you think I won't kick you out right now? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lin Feng apologized immediately. A true man can bend and stretch, there's nothing shameful about that. Besides, he was just a sycophant anyway. Flirting with rich women, flirting with older women, flirting with teachers. This feels a bit sleazy. But, can you really give me your first time? Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject, his tone growing much deeper. Ouyang Bing was taken aback for a moment before asking with a dark expression. What? You wouldn't just take advantage of me and run away, would you? Lin Feng shook his head. Where could I run? I just want to know why you chose me. Ouyang Bing sighed lightly and said, I just want to live for myself once in my life. Live for yourself? Do you want to hear my story? It would be an honor. Before long, Lin Feng burst out cursing. Damn it! You're such a big shot. Yang Bing smirked triumphantly, lifting Lin Feng's chin. Now, do you dare to bully me anymore? I can still get out of the car, right? Lin Feng swallowed nervously. He had thought he was only facing someone from the Zhao family. Little did he know that Yang Bing was the real threat. It's all because of those pesky hormones. Are you sure you want to get out now? Yang Bing raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You didn't just sleep with Zhao Gongzi's fiancé, you also, if this gets out, castration would be the lightest punishment, you might even lose your life. Lin Feng's face turned pale in an instant, and his voice trembled slightly. I'm just a security guard. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Yang Bing's lips curled into a faint smile. Then who told you to not control your lower half? Is it my fault? You're the one who tempted me. Lin Feng felt wronged and couldn't speak. He had originally just wanted to use this banquet to bid farewell to his university days and start a new life. Who could have guessed that he would accidentally cross paths with Yang Bing and even take her virginity? Who wouldn't want to meet a goddess? But this goddess could devour you whole. Yang Bing's expression darkened, and her tone grew icy. What do you mean? Are you not willing to take responsibility now? But can we just forget about it? Lin Feng, I really underestimated you. Get out of here, now, immediately. The scene shifted to Lin Feng, wearing a pink pajama set and not even bothering to change out of his slippers, being driven out the door. At 4 in the morning, being kicked out of your home, there's no one worse off than that. He stood at the door for a while before pulling out his phone and quickly tapping on the screen. After sending the message, he dragged his slightly weary body away from there. On the other side of the door, in the darkness, Yang Bing looked at the message she had just received, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. Chapter 29. Oh no, the rich lady is coming. The next day, in the dormitory. Xiao Feng. In a daze, Lin Feng seemed to hear someone calling his name. The voice was faint yet familiar, tinged with a hint of urgency. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurry at first, but soon focused on a figure by the bed. The figure was silhouetted against the light, but Lin Feng recognized her immediately. Tang Rou. Xiaofeng, you're awake. Thank goodness, you scared me to death. Seeing Lin Feng awake, Tang Rou immediately broke into a delighted smile, her voice filled with a sense of relief. Sister Tang, why are you here? Lin Feng's voice was weak as he propped himself up against the headboard. I was going to bring you something, but I couldn't get through on your phone. I was worried, so I went to the security booth to look for you. The guard said you were sick and took the day off, so I rushed here from the security booth. Lin Feng listened, feeling a warm surge in his heart. Thank you so much for coming all this way, Sister Rong. Xiao Feng, you look really pale. Why don't I take you to the hospital to get checked out? Tang Rou furrowed her brows, her face filled with concern. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. It's okay, Sister Rou. I just caught a cold. I'll rest and be fine. But. Tang Rou was about to say more, but Lin Feng didn't want to give her the chance. By the way, Sister Rong, how did you get in? I didn't leave the spare key at your place, did I? You didn't leave the spare key at my place, but you were so careless that you didn't even lock the door. Luckily it was me who came. If it had been someone else, your things would have been stolen by now. Lin Feng scratched his head sheepishly. Maybe I really was a bit feverish. Tang Rou gave Lin Feng a playful scolding glance. Just lie down and rest. I'll go back and cook some porridge for you. Sister Tang, don't bother. I'm not very hungry. You say you're not hungry? Just stay put, I'll be right back. At that moment, the domineering CEO's aura was fully on display, and even Lin Feng could only obey. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. A gentle knock on the door was followed by Lu Xia's soft greeting, echoing through the small room. Xiao Feng, are you in there? It's Xia Jie. The sudden voice startled both Lin Feng and Tang Rou inside the room. Especially Lin Feng, who was completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? Usually, no one comes, but today they're all here? And at such a convenient time? Before he could think further, Tang Rou's puzzled gaze, tinged with a questioning tone, turned toward him. Xiao Feng? Who are the people outside? Lin Feng knew exactly what Tang Rou was asking about his relationship with Lu Xia, but he really had no idea how to explain it. He was a man, suddenly visited by an unknown woman, especially while he was sick. No one would believe they had no connection. What should I do? The carefully crafted persona I've built up over the years is about to collapse today? No. I haven't had enough yet. Just as Lin Feng was struggling to decide what to do, Lu Xia outside the door said, Huh? The door doesn't seem locked? Those words struck him like a thunderclap, causing his nerves to tense up instantly. Without a moment to think, he quickly jumped off the bed, grabbed Tang Rou, and pulled her onto the bed. Before Tang Rou could react, Lin Feng quickly covered her from head to toe with the blanket. After doing all this, Lin Feng sighed slightly in relief, but his heart was still pounding so fast it felt like it was about to jump out of his throat. Just then, the doorknob began to turn slowly, and Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened. He stared nervously at the door, praying that Lu Xiaowun noticed Tang Ro's presence. Finally, the door opened, and Lu Xia walked in. Her gaze only briefly swept across the room before settling on Lin Feng on the bed. "You're in the room, why didn't you answer me?" I caught a cold last night and just woke up a moment ago." Lin Feng tried his best to keep his voice calm. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had caught a cold, Lu Xia immediately lost her composure. She hurriedly went to the bedside and began checking Lin Feng's condition. Fearing that Tang Ro would be discovered, Lin Feng could only give a half-hearted response. "Xia Jia, I'm fine. I just caught a cold last night. I'll be okay after some rest." Lu Xia wasn't so easily fooled. She placed her hand on Lin Feng's forehead while muttering to herself. "How could you catch a cold? Didn't you go to a class reunion last night? Did you drink too much?" This time, Tang Ro, who was in bed, couldn't stay calm. As Lin Feng's Ruo Jia, she didn't even know about his class reunion last night, but this Xia Jia did. Moreover, the way Xia Xia spoke to Lin Feng sounded so gentle, so ambiguous. Sensing the tension, Lin Feng knew he couldn't let Lu Xia stay any longer, otherwise, something bad might happen. "Yeah, you're right, Xia Jia. I did drink too much last night. Since you're here, could you please make me some hangover soup?" But I just arrived. Lu Xia clearly didn't want to leave so soon, and she still had something important to say. With no other option, Lin Feng had to play his trump card. "Xia Jia, please have mercy on me. Look how weak I am, cough cough. A handsome man pretending to be weak is too deadly. Especially when he's such a pitifully handsome man. Alright, I'll go right away. Lie down and rest. I'll be back soon." Without even thinking about what she was going to say, Lu Xia grabbed her bag and hurriedly left the place. Only when the door closed did Lin Feng finally exhale deeply. Finally gone. But the next moment, a dark figure emerged from under the blankets. "Lin Feng, you better give me a reasonable explanation." Lin Feng swallowed nervously. "If I say there's nothing between me and her, will Sister Ro believe me? Do you even believe that nonsense yourself?" "I knew Sister Ro wouldn't believe me. Then I'll have to execute Plan B." Tang Ro was still wondering what Plan B was, but Lin Feng had already tackled her onto the bed. "Xiao Feng, what are you doing? I know you won't believe me no matter what I say, so I can only prove it to you with actions." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng cupped Tang Ro's luscious red lips and kissed her passionately. Tang Ro tried to struggle at first, but Lin Feng's assault was too intense for her to resist. Slowly, she succumbed to Lin Feng's tender embrace. Meanwhile, Lu Xia, who had walked down to the dormitory building, finally noticed something was off. Something's off. It's still summer, right? Why is Xiao Feng's blanket so thick? Could it be for sweating? That doesn't make sense, does it? Though puzzled, she didn't turn back, otherwise, she could have caught them in the act. I should hurry back and make him some hangover soup. Soon, she rushed back home. In the living room, Lu Fei, who was doing yoga, was also surprised to see Lu Xia return so quickly. "Why did you come back so quickly?" "Xiao Feng drank too much last night." "So what?" "So I came back to make him some hangover soup." "No, older sister, didn't you forget why you went to find him in the first place?" "I didn't forget. I'll talk to him after he finishes the hangover soup." "Lu Xia, you're hopeless. What are you shouting about? I'm your sister. And stop doing yoga. Hurry over and help. Your brother-in-law is in pain. I need to get there quickly." "No way. I don't want to get involved in your business." "Say that again." Chapter 30, The Rich Sister is Melting. In the unusually tense room, Lin Feng gently caressed the beauty in his arms. "Are you still angry?" Tang Ro raised her head with a hint of resentment. "Don't think you can just brush this under the rug. You must." However, before Tang Ro could finish her sentence, Lin Feng cut her off ruthlessly. "Tang Ro, I love you." Tang Ro was taken aback, her voice trembling. "You, what did you say?" Lin Feng spoke in a voice that was both deep and tender. "Tang Ro, I like you. From the moment I first saw you in the neighborhood, I fell deeply in love with you. But you're a billionaire, and I'm just an ungraduated college student. I dared not harbor any improper thoughts toward you, so I could only hide in the security booth and watch you. Until that day when Xiaomi suddenly went crazy and charged at me. Actually, with my skills, subduing Xiaomi wouldn't have been difficult, but I didn't do it. Do you know why?" "Why? Why?" Tang Ro's voice trembled slightly. Not only that, but her entire body was trembling, as if she were struggling to suppress something. Lin Feng took a deep breath before speaking slowly. "Because I knew that might be my only chance to get close to you. So that day, I didn't hide. I let Xiaomi act however she wanted in front of me. As it turned out, I made the right bet. You're a kind-hearted person. You put aside your work every day to come to the hospital with me, sometimes staying until very late. Those days in the hospital were the happiest of my life, but happy times are always short-lived. I was afraid that once I was discharged, we would become strangers, so I did my best to leave a good impression on you, hoping that our lives might intersect in some way." When Tang Ro finally heard this, she finally understood. No wonder Lin Feng acted so strangely on his last day in the hospital. No wonder he seemed so strong. No wonder he said so many heartfelt words. It was all because of her. At the same time, a barrage of notification sounds finally erupted in Lin Feng's ears. Tang Rose affection +1 plus 10 affection points. Tang Rose affection +1 plus 10 affection points. In just a few breaths, Lin Feng had earned 1,000 affection points. Holy crap! Is this a bomb squad? How fast! But I love it. Bring on the storm. After a long while, Tang Rou finally stirred. She struggled to suppress the surging emotions within her, but her voice trembled involuntarily. What if I'm not as kind as you imagine? What if I leave the hospital and forget all about you? Would you just let me bite you for nothing and lie in the hospital for days on end? Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. If Sister Rong is really that kind of person, then I can only blame my own bad luck. But now that I think about it, my luck seems to be better than I imagined. Tang Rou glared at Lin Feng and said playfully. Just plain luck. Lin Feng took the opportunity to ask again, so does that mean you've accepted my confession? Tang Rou's face flushed red in an instant. Too fast. We've only known each other for a short while. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently and continued. Although we haven't known each other for very long, but Sister Rou, look, we've already done everything we should have done, like kissing and sleeping in the same bed. Tang Rou's face grew even redder, and she hurriedly interrupted Lin Feng. Ah. You, don't say any more. So does that mean you're rejecting me, Sister Rou? Lin Feng immediately adopted a pouty expression. Tang Rou shook her head repeatedly. No. What I mean is that it's too rushed. You need to give me some time to think it over properly. Then how long do you need to think about it, Sister Rong? Tang Rou hesitated for a moment, then said with a red face. I don't know exactly how long it will take. Just wait and see. I have things to do. I'll go first. Before she could finish speaking, she stood up hurriedly like a startled rabbit and left in a rush. Just as she reached the door, she stopped. Oh, by the way, Xiao Shui said that all boys like playing video games, so I had her put together a computer for you. I was planning to take you with me to pick it up, but since you're busy now, I'll have someone deliver it here this afternoon. With that, Tang Rou turned and left without looking back. It wasn't until the door closed for the second time that Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. That was so scary. I almost blew it. Thank goodness I was quick thinking, otherwise there would be been blood here. Let's check out the loot first. As his gaze fell on the brand new panel, Lin Feng was speechless again. Holy crap! 60,000. It was only 30,000 last night. Just a confession, and it's 60,000? Are you kidding me? No wonder the seniors have been in this industry for so many years. No wonder so many people love rich women. This feeling is absolutely amazing. There's another rich woman coming soon. Let me think, what should I do? On the other side, after fleeing in panic from Lin Feng, Tang Rou rushed downstairs without stopping. Her face was completely flushed and her heart was pounding. She just wanted to get back and calm down. Fearing she might be recognized, she kept her head down and covered her face the entire time. But even so, she was recognized by Lu Xia, who had come to bring her some hangover soup. Isn't that Tang Rong, the CEO of Tang's Clothing? Tang Rou's clothing company not only collaborated with well-known domestic and international brands but also took on uniform production for local companies. One of them was Niu Nang's Construction Materials Company. Niu Nang's Construction Materials Company has many employees, and the annual consumption of uniforms is no small figure. Since they lived in the same neighborhood, she had once visited Tang Rong's home with Niu Nang. Over time, the two became acquainted. Why is Ms. Tang here at the employee dormitory? Could she be here to visit Xiao Feng? That's unlikely, she's the CEO of Tang's clothing company. Never mind, let's not speculate. Xiao Feng is still waiting for me. Soon, Lu Xia returned to Lin Feng's dormitory with a lunchbox in hand. Xiao Feng, are you feeling better now? I was feeling pretty bad earlier, but seeing you made me feel better. Lu Xia playfully tapped Lin Feng's chest. You're sick, and you're still so sweet. Lin Feng took Lu Xia's hand in his and said softly. If I don't be sweet, how could I possibly repay Sister Rong for coming all the way back to make me some hangover soup? At least you have a little conscience. As the words fell, the system notification sound also came. Lu Xia's affection +1 plus 3 affection points. Lu Xia's affection +1 plus 3 affection points. Although the notification speed was much slower than Tang Rou's, Lin Feng didn't mind. After all, he was all about taking whatever came his way. Come on, drink the hangover soup quickly. I also made some other things for you. Eat some with it. I'm too weak to move. Can Xia Jie feed me? Are you a child? Do you need me to feed you? Though she scolded him playfully, Lu Xia's hands moved quickly. Before long, Lin Feng was sipping the warm soup. As expected, Xia Jie's hangover soup is the best. Lu Xia, however, replied with a stern expression, only the hangover soup is the best? Lin Feng, catching on, quickly corrected himself. No, I was wrong. It's everything Sister Xia makes that S the best. That's more like it. Have a steamed bun. Sister Xia, feed me. You're really something. Come on, open your mouth. Ah. Chapter 31, What to do when the rich sister is too thoughtful. Xia Jia, what did you put in the hangover soup just now? As they were feeding each other affectionately, Lin Feng suddenly started scratching himself wildly. His entire body was turning red at an alarming rate. Seeing this, Lu Xia immediately grew anxious. Xiao Feng, what is wrong? Don't scare Xia Jia. Xia Jia, I'm so hot. It feels like my body is on fire. Little Feng, wait here. I'll go get some cold water for you. Saying this, the panicked Lu Xia prepared to leave to fetch water. But as she stood up, a strong hand grabbed her and pulled her onto the bed. Looking at the man before her, who seemed to be truly consumed by desire, Lu Xia immediately snapped back to her senses. You little rascal, Xiao Feng. How dare you trick me? No. Xia Jia, I didn't trick you. I'm really about to die from the heat. Xia Jia, only you can save me. I won't, woo-woo. Once the heat subsided, the two of them clung to each other like glue at the bedside. You rascal, you said you had no strength. Lu Xia, her face flushed, playfully hit Lin Feng. Lin Feng smirked. Earlier, I really didn't have any strength left, but after drinking Sister Xiao's hangover soup, my strength came back immediately. I have to thank you for that. Lu Xia wasn't a child, she naturally didn't believe Lin Feng's flimsy excuse. By the way, Xiao Feng, there is something I want to ask you. Lu Xia suddenly blurted out. Lin Feng hurriedly replied, Xia Jia, just say it straight. There's no need to be formal with me. Lu Xia hesitated for a moment before speaking. Alright, I'll just say it. On my way here, I saw Mr. Tang leaving the dormitory. Upon hearing the words Mr. Tang, Lin Feng's heart jolted, and he hurriedly asked, Mr. Tang? Which Mr. Tang? It's Tang Ro from Tang's clothing company, the boss. Her dog even bit you before, don't you remember? Lin Feng finally realized what she was talking about and said, Oh. You mean Tang Rong? I don't remember. Lu Xia clearly doubted Lin Feng's response. You really don't remember? Or are you just pretending? It wasn't that long ago. How could you forget so quickly? Lin Feng smiled, Sister Lu, you know I'm a bit careless. Besides you, I don't really remember anyone else. Lu Xia listened to Lin Feng's words and felt happy inside, but she still asked with some lingering doubt. So you really don't know why Tang Ro left here? Lin Feng shook his head innocently. Xia Jia, I was still in bed when you arrived. How could I possibly know she came here? Lu Xia stared at Lin Feng for a moment, trying to discern something from his expression. Finally, she asked with a mix of belief and doubt. But I feel like she came here to find you. My dear Xia Jia, she's a super rich business tycoon worth billions. Even your ex-husband has to kowtow to her. I'm just a college graduate who hasn't even graduated yet. How could I possibly have anything to do with her? That's true, I guess. Seeing that Lu Xia had finally dropped the subject, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. To prevent her from asking more questions, he quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, Xia, I forgot to ask earlier. What brought you here today? Upon hearing this, Lu Xia finally remembered the reason for her visit. Xiao Feng, there's something I want to discuss with you. Please don't get angry after hearing it. What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. Lu Xia, I have a half-sister. Lin Feng, half-sister from different fathers and mothers? Lu Xia, to put it simply, my mother is her stepmother, and her father is my stepfather. Lin Feng, Xia Jia, your family structure is really complicated. Lu Xia, I think it's complicated too, but what happened in the previous generation doesn't concern us. It's mainly about my sister. Lin Feng, Xia Jia, what's wrong with your sister? Lu Xia, Xiao Feng, don't interrupt. Let me finish first. Lin Feng, alright, Xia Jia, go ahead. Lu Xia, although my sister and I have different fathers and mothers, our relationship is very close, even closer than many biological sisters. Lu Xia, we talk about everything. Even after she went abroad, we stayed in touch regularly. Lu Xia, but yesterday afternoon, my sister suddenly returned from abroad. Hearing this, Lin Feng roughly understood Lu Xia's intentions. So, Xia Jia, did you tell your sister about our relationship? Lin Feng asked calmly. Lu Xia looked at Lin Feng nervously and said, Well, Xiao Feng, I know you don't want others to know about our relationship, but she's my sister, and she's very smart. I couldn't possibly hide it from her. As she explained, Lu Xia was so careful, afraid that Lin Feng would get angry or something worse would happen. However, Lin Feng's reaction was beyond her expectations. Well, now I know. I don't mind. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Lu Xia stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, unable to believe her ears. Xiao Feng, you're not angry? Lin Feng was puzzled. Why would I be angry? She's Xia Jia's sister. Isn't it only right to tell me? Xiao Feng, you're so kind. Lu Xiao's voice was choked with emotion, and tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Lin Feng smiled, reached out his hand, and gently wiped away the tears slowly flowing from Lu Xiao's eyes, speaking softly. Compared to the sacrifices Xia Jie made for me, this is nothing. Hearing this, Lu Xia could no longer contain the overwhelming emotions surging within her. She stood up and rushed toward Lin Feng. As her passion surged, the familiar notification sound rang out once more. Lu Xiao's affection +1 +3 affection points. Lu Xiao's affection +1 +3 affection points. After another tender moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Xia Jie, what kind of person is your sister? You're holding me in your arms, yet you're thinking about another woman? What are you talking about? Didn't you say you wanted to take me to meet your sister? I just wanted to get to know her a bit beforehand. What if something goes wrong when we go to her house? Are you really not trying to do anything else? Lu Xia asked, half believing, half doubting. How about I swear to you, Xia Jie? I'm just teasing you. How could I possibly doubt you? You're such a tease, Xia Jie. You're getting more and more mischievous. I guess I was too gentle earlier. Yikes. What are you doing? Get off me. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Xia limped out of Lin Feng's room. That brat is getting more and more daring. How dare he treat his old lady like this? After a string of insults, she finally left with a faint smile. Compared to Lu Xia, Lin Feng's mood inside the room was far from pleasant. Although Lu Xia had only told Lin Feng about Lu Fei wanting to see him, the sensitive Lin Feng had eavesdropped on their conversation and overheard their true intentions and their thoughts. Fortunately, he had used the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. Otherwise, if he had gone there blindly, what awaited him might not have been much better than castration. How should I deal with this Lu Fei? Should I use the privacy viewer? She's Lu Xiao's sister. It wouldn't be appropriate to view her privacy. If she flips the table, that would be a big problem. Lu Xia is also a potential threat. She saw Tang Rou running out of the dormitory, and Tang Rou might have recognized Lu Xiao's voice. If the two of them happened to meet in the neighborhood. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. When he saw the message, he blurted out a curse. Damn it! Another nosy busybody. Chapter 32, Is the goddess coming to Xiaoshan Yu Yuan? It's at least a kilometer from the dormitory to the entrance of the residential complex. At a normal walking pace, it would take at least 10 minutes. Yet Lin Feng managed to do it in less than 5 minutes. The reason is simple, someone had given him an order. He had to arrive within 5 minutes. The one who gave the order was none other than the beautiful teacher, Ouyang Bing, who had just lost her first blood to him last night. Ouyang Bing glanced at her watch and nodded satisfactorily. Not bad, a punctual man. Lin Feng panted as he lifted his head. Wait, sis, what are you doing here? Of course I'm here to look at the house. Ouyang Bing batted her eyelashes. Look at the house? Don't you already have a house? Lin Feng frowned. Does having a house have anything to do with looking at a house? Doesn't it have anything to do with it? Does it have anything to do with it? You two are playing games with each other, aren't you? It seemed like even heaven couldn't stand it anymore. Two elegantly dressed women stepped forward to interrupt the game. Miss Ouyang, hello. I'm Du Lan, the sales manager at Xiaoxiang Yuan. I'm the one who contacted you by phone. Ms. Du, hello. May I ask who this is? Ouyang Bing turned to look at the woman standing beside Du Lan. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly introduced herself. Miss Ouyang, hello. I'm Ma Wen, the property manager at Xiaoxiang Yuan. You can just call me Manager Ma. Lin Feng, who was crouched on the ground panting, heard Ma Wen's voice and instinctively tried to run away. But as soon as he stood up, Ma Wen called him back. Lin Feng? Caught red-handed, Lin Feng could only force a smile and turn back to greet her. Hi, Ms. Ma, what a coincidence. Didn't you say you had a fever and were sick? Why aren't you resting in the dormitory? What are you doing here? Ma Wen asked, puzzled. Well, Ms. Ma, I did have a fever, but there's a special situation. Lin Feng stammered for a while but couldn't explain himself clearly. Perhaps unable to bear it anymore, Ouyang Bing stepped forward. Lin Feng is my student. I heard he was working as a security guard here, so I thought he might know the area well and asked him to come give me some advice. Du Lan and Ma Wen were both startled by this. Especially Ma Wen, whose gaze toward Lin Feng grew eerie, as if she were looking at a ghost. The scene shifted to Du Manager, a professional real estate agent with over a decade of experience, and property manager Ma Wen, who were now guiding Ouyang Bing, their distinguished guest, on a tour of Xiaoxiang Yuan. Behind them, Lin Feng followed closely, like a shadow. However, this tag-along was clearly distracted. Just as the group passed by a garden corner, Ma Wen, who had been walking ahead, quietly approached Lin Feng. Are you really Miss Ouyang's student? The sudden question startled Lin Feng, but he quickly regained his composure. Ah, yes, I am her student. It's probably not just a teacher-student relationship, is it? Ma Wen narrowed her eyes, her expression growing meaningful. Lin Feng glanced at the two people ahead who were chatting and laughing, then lowered his voice and said to Ma Wen, "Actually, I'm Ms. Ouyang's adopted younger brother. Given this trend, Ouyang Bing would eventually move into the neighborhood. And in the future, the two of them are bound to have a lot of interactions. Rather than have others suspect something, it's better to come up with a plausible relationship." And so, the godmother and godbrother were born. Godson? Ma Wen was stunned. "Shoo! Wenjia, keep your voice down. Don't let my god sister hear us. She doesn't want anyone to know about our relationship." "Oh, sorry." But as she came to her senses, Ma Wen quickly realized something was off. "If Miss Ouyang doesn't want anyone to know about your relationship, why did you tell me? Aren't you afraid she'll get angry if she finds out?" "If it were anyone else, I'd never say a word. But you're my Wenjia, and you've been taking such good care of me lately. I just couldn't bring myself to lie to you." Looking at Lin Feng, who was so deeply in love with her, Ma Wen felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside her. "But aren't you afraid I'll expose your relationship?" Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "I'm not afraid." "Why?" Ma Wen asked curiously. "Because Wenjia would never tell anyone. Wenjia is so kind and beautiful, how could she ever hurt her little brother?" At those words, a faint blush spread across Ma Wen's face, untouched by the passage of time. Even her voice became playful and flirtatious. "You're such a smooth talker." As she scolded him, the system's notification sound rang out again. Ma Wen's affection +1, +3 affection points. Ma Wen's affection +1, +3 affection points. Although the prompts came much slower compared to the other girls, for Lin Feng, this was a huge breakthrough in his relationship with Ma Wen. Just then, Ma Wen seemed to think of something and suddenly said, "You seem to be full of energy now. Your illness must have improved a lot. Once this is over, go visit Yu Fei. Go see Manager Yu?" "Why?" Lin Feng was puzzled. "Manager Yu is in the hospital. Why did she suddenly have to be hospitalized?" Lin Feng frowned. "She's been looking pale since yesterday morning. I told her to go home and rest, but she insisted on coming to work. Then, yesterday afternoon, she was found unconscious in the hallway." Upon hearing Ma Wen's explanation, Lin Feng finally recalled that Yu Fei hadn't come to check on him yesterday morning. Earlier, he had assumed that Yu Fei had decided to distance herself from him and was no longer coming to supervise him. Little did he know it was for this reason. At that moment, Ma Wen patted Lin Feng on the shoulder with a serious expression. "Xiao Feng, I know many of you privately call Manager Yu a female tyrant and don't like her. But Ms. Yu isn't as bad as you think. She's just stricter with you. For example, many of you have a habit of being late. Although Ms. Yu will scold you verbally, she still marks you as present on the attendance sheet." "Really?" Lin Feng was skeptical. "Because he hadn't received last month's salary yet. Payday is in 2 days. You'll see it on your pay stub then." "Alright, I'll go see her after I get paid." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Wen slapped him across the face. Lin Feng covered his head, looking dejected. "Wenjia, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? It hurts." Ma Wen glared at Lin Feng disapprovingly and scolded him. "You deserve it. Who told you to make such a joke?" "Joking isn't a crime," Lin Feng muttered under his breath. Before he could finish, he seemed to think of something and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute, Wenjia." Ma Wen looked confused. "What's wrong? What does your manager being hospitalized have to do with me? Why should I go to the hospital to see her?" Lin Feng was confused. "Ma Wen, you're so close to her. Isn't it normal for you to visit her?" "Lin Feng, when did we become close?" "Ma Wen, no." "Lin Feng, no, right?" "Ma Wen, whether you are or not, you must go." "Lin Feng, why?" "Ma Wen, because it's my order." "Lin Feng, Wenjia, you're bullying me." "Ma Wen, Xiao Feng, Wenjia is thinking of you." "Lin Feng, forcing someone with authority is also called thinking about them?" "Ma Wen, Xiao Feng, look, your manager is your direct superior. If you want to stay at Xiaoxiangye Yuan in the future, how can you manage without maintaining a good relationship with her?" "Lin Feng, Wenjia, you're her direct superior. If I get along well with you, wouldn't that be enough?" "Ma Wen, but what if one day I'm no longer here, or if I leave?" "Lin Feng, then I'll follow Wenjia and leave too." "Ma Wen, stop talking nonsense. It's decided. You must go see her by tonight at the latest." Lin Feng, got it. Chapter 33, Secretly Telling Ghost Stories to the Goddess. "Miss Ouyang, what do you think of this one?" This house faces south, has plenty of natural light, and features an independent large balcony. The floor is also located in the middle section. Ouyang Bing didn't respond but instead took her time exploring the room. After a while, she returned to Dulan. "Let us go with this one." Dulan was overjoyed. "Shall I take Miss Ouyang to sign the contract now?" "No problem, I'd like to move in as soon as possible." "I have a question." The sudden shout startled everyone present. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was none other than her younger brother, Lin Feng. "What's the problem?" Ouyang Bing asked in confusion. Lin Feng first apologized politely to Dulan, then dragged Ouyang Bing into the inner room in front of Dulan and Ma Wen. What? Wen Jia, who is this kid? Dulan was furious after being interrupted during an important deal. This kid isn't that big of a deal, but his backer is quite influential, Ma Wen sighed helplessly. Wen Jia, are you saying this kid is connected to Miss Ouyang? I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything. Meanwhile, inside the inner room. You want me to move out of this house? Why? Ouyang Bing looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, I know my request is a bit much, but you really can't stay in this house. Why? Ouyang Bing asked, confused. I don't know how to explain it to you, but please trust me this once. Let us move to another house. Ouyang Bing furrowed her brows. Wait, if you won't let me stay here, you have to give me a reasonable explanation, right? Lin Feng, explanation? How do I explain it? Am I supposed to tell you that the woman next door is a wealthy woman who is currently seeking a relationship? In just an hour, Ouyang Bing had already viewed over a dozen properties with Dulan. Coincidentally, the only one she liked was the one next to Tang Ro's vacant apartment. That's right, Lin Feng didn't want Ouyang Bing to live here because he wanted to prevent Ouyang Bing and Tang Ro from becoming neighbors. One Ouyang Bing was already enough to give him a headache. If the two of them became neighbors, he'd be in big trouble. I've thought of an excuse. No, I've thought of a reason, Lin Feng suddenly blurted out. What reason? Lin Feng first looked around suspiciously, then suddenly lowered his voice and spoke to Ouyang Bing in a mysterious tone. Let me tell you something, this house is haunted. Haunted? Are you sure? Ouyang Bing looked at Lin Feng skeptically, clearly not believing him. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Absolutely certain. I saw the ghost hide inside this house with my own eyes. You've seen a ghost? Ouyang Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. Lin Feng nodded again, then took a deep breath and began to recount the spine-chilling story. It was a dark and windy night. I was delivering a package here on behalf of the homeowner. When I arrived at the door, I suddenly realized that this house seemed unoccupied. I was feeling uneasy, wondering if this might be someone's prank. But then, something unexpected happened. The door slowly opened on its own. Then, a woman with disheveled hair and wearing white clothing appeared before me. Her voice was hoarse and weak, like that of an elderly person on the brink of death. I was so scared I could barely move, but I forced myself to overcome my fear and tremblingly handed the package to her. She took the package, thanked me, and then closed the door silently, like a ghost. The next day, I went to the property management office to confirm. It turned out that this apartment had only been rented once since it was built, and the tenant had reportedly died suddenly in the apartment. Since then, it had remained vacant. Lin Feng must have gotten too caught up in his story, because by the end, the scared him was even swallowing his saliva. Looking at Ouyang Bing, her showed not a trace of fear, only the same calmness as always. Are you done? Ouyang Bing's calm demeanor made Lin Feng lose his confidence. Say it. Are you done? Since you're done, let's go out. They must have been waiting for a long time. After speaking, Ouyang Bing prepared to open the door and leave. Just as she was about to press the door handle, she suddenly stopped and turned around without looking back. Oh, by the way, that ghost story you just told was pretty interesting. From now on, you have to tell me one every night before bed. No, that's not a ghost story. Before Lin Feng could finish his protest, Ouyang Bing had already bolted out the door, leaving him standing there dumbfounded. It took him a while to snap out of it. Was my story that bad? No, I think it's pretty believable. As he spoke, a chill suddenly swept over him from behind. Lin Feng instinctively turned around to look at the empty room. Could this place really be haunted? I better get out of here quickly. Mr. Ouyang, wait for me. The scene shifted, and Lin Feng appeared at the signing ceremony. Looking at Ouyang Bing signing her name on the contract, Lin Feng felt an indescribable frustration. He had tried every trick in his arsenal, but in the end, he couldn't stop Ouyang Bing from becoming Tang Ro's neighbor. What am I supposed to do now? Just as Lin Feng was sighing to himself, Ouyang Bing had already swiftly and efficiently completed the signing of the contract. Miss Ouyang, here is your contract and the keys to your apartment. Please keep them safely, said Manager Du with a smile, handing the documents and keys to Ouyang Bing. Such a trivial matter as taking something, would a goddess ever do it herself? Sure enough, Ouyang Bing didn't reach out to take them. Instead, she fixed her icy gaze on Lin Feng and ordered him. Lin Feng, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take the contract. Do you want Mr. Du to stand there forever? Although Lin Feng was extremely reluctant, he could only force a smile and take the contract and keys. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Du and Manager Ma, Lin Feng said, smiling and bowing to both of them. However, his smile looked unusually stiff, as if it had been forced out of him. Standing beside him, Ma Wen watched Lin Feng's reluctant expression and couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. At that moment, Ouyang Bing suddenly stood up. Since everything is settled here, we'll take our leave first. Dulan, seeing this, hurried forward and said enthusiastically, "Miss Ouyang, let me see you out." However, Ouyang raised her hand to stop her. "Lin Feng is here, so please stay, Mr. Ma." Since Ouyang had already spoken, Dulan, no matter how enthusiastic she was, couldn't continue to insist. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Dulan and Mawan, Ouyang and Lin Feng quickly left the area. Only after their figures had completely disappeared from sight did Dulan turn to Mawan and say, "Wenjie, you must be quite familiar with Lin Feng, right?" "Not very well." "Why?" Mawan asked in confusion. "Help me set something up." "Set me up with Lin Feng? Are you out of your mind?" "Wenjie, Lin Feng may be ordinary, but Ouyang isn't. If I can use him to climb up to Ouyang, I'll never have to worry about selling houses again. The idea is good, but I refuse." "Why?" "Because Xiao Feng is my brother. I won't let you, a bad woman, use him." "When did he become your brother?" "Just now." "Ha!" Chapter 34, The Goddess buys a car for Lin Feng. Outside the 4S store. "Why did you bring me to the 4S store?" Lin Feng looked at Ouyang beside him with a suspicious expression. Ouyang raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. "We came to the 4S store to buy a car, of course." "Do you think we're here just to take a spin? Buy a car? For whom? Do you think I, Ouyang would tolerate my man driving a car rented from a rental agency?" Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ouyang, his voice stuttering as he spoke. "For me? This isn't appropriate. If people find out, they'll think I'm a freeloader." Ouyang smiled slightly, reached out, and pinched Lin Feng's slightly yellowish chin, speaking in a suggestive tone. "Aren't you the one who lives off others? You little man." Lin Feng was embarrassed by Ouyang gesture, his face turning slightly red as he stammered. "Well, but this is the last time." Despite his words, Lin Feng was overjoyed inside. He had been wanting to buy a car for a long time, but recent events had kept him too busy to make time for it. Now that a wealthy woman was willing to foot the bill for him, he naturally had to choose a car that was absolutely worth every penny. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth the risk he was taking. Thinking of this, Lin Feng rubbed his hands excitedly and hurried into the 4S store. Standing there, Ouyang shook her head helplessly before following slowly behind. This was Lin Feng's first time at a 4S store. He acted like a country boy seeing the city for the first time, looking around everywhere, touching things here and there, and occasionally pulling out his phone to ask Ouyang to take a photo of him. Strangely, Ouyang, who had treated Lin Feng like a servant outside, didn't refuse his rude requests. Not only that, but she even called over a professional sales manager to introduce every model to Lin Feng and let him get inside to feel the seats. The 4S store wasn't very large, but it took them a full hour to explore every corner. All of this was thanks to Lin Feng, who had never seen the world before. Fortunately, Lin Feng eventually settled on a car he liked, and the sales manager, who had been busy all morning, finally got some relief. "Are you sure you want this car?" Ouyang pointed to an ordinary, unremarkable car and asked. Her voice was filled with confusion and surprise. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Feng to choose this car. Lin Feng nodded. "This is the one." He knew that no matter how expensive the car was, Ouyang, the super-rich heiress, would foot the bill. But his senior had once said that a man who relies on others shouldn't eat too much at once. He should leave some room for himself to grow. Plus, he had just graduated and was currently just a security guard. If he started driving an extremely expensive car now, people would easily suspect him. He was a man destined for great things. How could he let a car stand in the way of a brighter future? In summary, the small 4-seater, affordable niche car was the perfect choice for Lin Feng. Ouyang was puzzled but didn't press further. "This one then. I'll take it today." About an hour later, Lin Feng drove the car, priced at 158,888, onto the road. "Wow! I'm finally part of the car-owning crowd." Even though the car only cost 158,888, Lin Feng managed to make it look like it was worth 1,588,888. Ouyang, sitting in the passenger seat, didn't understand but showed respect. After riding around with Lin Feng for a while, Ouyang took him to a Japanese restaurant. "To thank the wealthy woman who spent a fortune to buy me a car, I'll treat you to lunch." Ouyang narrowed her eyes. "Are you sure?" Under Ouyang intense gaze, Lin Feng, who had been about to be generous, suddenly felt unsure of himself. "What's wrong? Is that not okay?" "Nothing, just don't regret it later." With that, Ouyang walked into the restaurant first. Lin Feng, who was still confused, stood there dumbfounded. "Regret? It's just a lunch. Even if it's expensive, it can't be more expensive than my monthly salary, can it?" The scene shifted, and the two of them appeared in a private room with a strong ethnic flair. What's this day culture? Lin Feng wasn't interested. "Unless you bring over Ms. Aoi to put on a show, I wouldn't even glance at it." "What are you looking for?" Ouyang looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, only to see him rummaging around on and under the table like a monkey. Lin Feng continued searching while muttering under his breath. Looking for the menu. This Japanese restaurant is so unreliable. We've been here for ages and they haven't even brought us a menu. No wonder Shaori can only stay on that little island. With service like this, they'll go out of business sooner or later. Yang Bing sighed helplessly as he watched Lin Feng ramble on endlessly. Stop looking. This Japanese restaurant doesn't have a menu. No menu? Lin Feng widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Yang Bing. Then what are we supposed to eat? Yang Bing explained, the specialty of this Japanese restaurant is that whatever the chef serves, that's what the customers eat. What? Whatever they serve, I have to eat it? Lin Feng's voice rose several octaves. What if they serve something really terrible? Yang Bing raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a smile. Then we just eat it all. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you this place has another special rule, every dish they serve must be finished. If you don't finish it, they won't serve the next dish. What the heck? That's way too unfair. What if every dish they serve is absolutely terrible? We'll be doomed. Upon hearing this, Yang Bing immediately showed her playful and cute side. She blinked her big eyes and said in a sweet voice. Lin Feng is so kind he'll definitely let Binger keep eating the next dish, right? Lin Feng, unable to resist, swallowed hard and said. Can we still switch restaurants now? Yang Bing shook her head. No way. The chef has already started preparing the dishes. Even if we leave now, we'll still have to pay the full bill. I don't mind, but I'm worried Lin Feng's wallet can't handle it. Yang Bing deliberately emphasized the word wallet, clearly intending to tease Lin Feng. Lin Feng heard this and immediately started complaining, unable to help but curse, damn it. What a life. Yang Bing saw this and quickly reminded him, Lin Feng, speak quietly. The sound in this room can be heard all the way to the kitchen. If the chef hears you cursing her like that, she might just add something extra to your meal. Lin Feng turned pale instantly, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yang Bing placed her hands on her chin, adopting an innocent expression, and pouted. Lin Feng didn't ask me, did he? You wouldn't tell me if I didn't ask? Lin Feng was speechless. He now seriously suspected that Yang Bing had deliberately brought him here to embarrass him. Yang Bing, I'm not Lin Feng's mind reader. How would I know what you want to know? Lin Feng, but you said last night that you could read a man's mind at a glance. Yang Bing, last night? Lin Feng must have been talking about Bing Bing's sister. Lin Feng, Bing Bing, sister? Yang Bing, right, my name is Binger. My sister is Bing Bing. We're two souls in one body. Now I'm Binger. Lin Feng, are you playing mental split with me? Yang Bing, Binger is telling the truth. Lin Feng, do I look like a little cutie to you? Yang Bing, you do. Lin Feng. Chapter 35, Trapped by the Goddess. Sir, madam, this is your first course, sea urchin sashimi. Finally, after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, Lin Feng and his group's first course arrived. The considerate Yang Bing smiled at the waiter and said, My boyfriend is here for the first time. Could you please give him a detailed introduction to the sea urchin sashimi? At this point, Lin Feng was still deeply moved. But the waiter's next words quickly made him sense something was off. Our sea urchin comes from the horse-dung sea urchin in East Asia. Wait, what's the name of this sea urchin? Lin Feng immediately stopped the waitress. Horse-dung sea urchin, sir. Horse-dung, sea urchin? Are you kidding me? The server seemed to realize something and smiled. Sir, you've misunderstood. The horse-dung sea urchin is named that because it resembles horse-dung in appearance. Really? Lin Feng looked at Yang Bing with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. It wasn't until Yang Bing flung a Baidu encyclopedia in front of Lin Feng that he finally believed it. Well, you two enjoy your meal. I'll be on my way. However, as soon as the waiter left, Yang Bing burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, horse-dung sea urchin. Lin Feng's face turned bright red. Under normal circumstances, he would never have been so ignorant. It was all because Yang Bing had said so many scary things earlier, making him wary of the place. Enough already, just eat the sea urchin. Otherwise, we'll have to wait ages for the next course. Yang Bing laughed and waved her hand. I can't stop laughing. You eat the horse-dung sea urchin yourself, ha ha ha. Fine, I'll eat it. Who's afraid of who? Out of spite, Lin Feng picked up a spoon and scooped a big mouthful of horse-dung sea urchin into his mouth. If it was just named horse-dung sea urchin because it looked like horse dung, he wouldn't be afraid. The first taste was sweet and refreshing, like ripe sweet corn, leaving a lingering aftertaste. But the next second, Lin Feng put on a face of agony. A sour, foul odor suddenly replaced the sweetness, spreading throughout his mouth. Lin Feng grabbed the water glass on the table and drank it frantically. Cup after cup. Yang Bing, who had been laughing, couldn't help but grow curious at the strange sight of Lin Feng. You didn't really eat horse dung, did you? Lin Feng rinsed his mouth while nodding frantically. Although he had never eaten horse dung before, the taste was undeniably similar. Just then, the device on the wall that resembled a loudspeaker suddenly emitted a crisp voice. There has always been doubt about the authenticity of our Japanese restaurant's horse dung sea urchins, so today I specially extracted horse dung essence from real horse dung and shaped it into sea urchins. Lin Feng heard this and exploded in anger. What the hell? It's not like I was questioning your horse dung sea urchin. I'm here for the first time today. This horse dung is really damn stinky, and I don't even know if it's clean. You. As if hearing Lin Feng's thoughts, the loudspeaker continued with another statement. However, diners need not worry. While the horse dung retains a slight sour odor, it has been thoroughly disinfected and sterilized. It is absolutely safe to eat. Lin Feng, what the hell do you call that, a hint of sour smell? I'm about to die from the stench. Seeing Lin Feng's flushed face, Yang Bing, who had been joking around earlier, also grew concerned. Lin Feng, how do you feel? Are you okay? Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, muttering under his breath. I'm not okay. I feel terrible. I think I'm going to be suffocated by this stench. If you're feeling that uncomfortable, let's go to another restaurant. Yang Bing couldn't bear to see him suffer. However, to Yang Bing's surprise, Lin Feng immediately objected. No. I won't change. I want to see just how many strange and unusual dishes the chef of this place can come up with. Despite being thoroughly humiliated this time, Lin Feng had to admit that the chef at this Japanese restaurant was indeed skilled. Transforming horse manure into the appearance of sea urchins wasn't something just anyone could do, it was definitely a specialized skill. Yang Bing furrowed his brows and said with concern, are you sure you want to continue? This is just the first dish. Who knows how many more dishes are waiting for you? Lin Feng nodded without hesitation. I'm sure. It's just a meal. I don't believe there could be anything worse than horse dung sea urchin. Despite his seemingly fearless demeanor, Lin Feng had already contacted the system in secret. System, do you have any items that can temporarily disable taste and smell? I need them urgently. Host can purchase tasteless water and odorless water. After use, taste and smell will be lost for 1 hour. An hour is enough, hurry up and buy it for me. Tasteless water, 3,000, odorless water, 2,000. Please confirm purchase. Buy. 5,000 is a lot, but for Lin Feng, who is rich and powerful, it's nothing. He currently has over 66,000 goodwill points. Even after spending 5,000, he still has over 60,000 left. Lu Xia and Ma Wen each received a portion of the points, but this is not specified separately. The author is very meticulous. Odorless water and scentless water purchased successfully. 5,000 goodwill points consumed. Current point balance, 61,116. As the system prompt sounded, the foul odor that had been bothering Lin Feng vanished without a trace. So fast? Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on the system. You wanted me to eat horse dung sea urchins, didn't you? I'll eat them for you. Lin Feng first took out an extra large spoon and then placed all the remaining horse dung sea urchins into the meatball. Without hesitation, he devoured all the horse dung sea urchins in front of Yang Bing's stunned gaze. Having lost his sense of taste and smell, the seasoned horse dung sea urchins posed no challenge to him. You just ate it all? Yang Bing was so shocked she couldn't even speak properly. Yes, I thought you wouldn't want to eat it. You can actually eat horse dung? I actually think it's pretty tasty. Just like you said, it's quite unique. I'm starting to like this place. You must have gone crazy from eating it. No way, I'm being completely honest. As he spoke, Lin Feng glanced defiantly at the security camera on the wall, his eyes betraying a fearless attitude, as if he were saying to whoever was watching, bring it on. If I, Lin Feng, call out again, I'll change my last name. At the same time, in the kitchen, separated by who knows how many walls, a surveillance camera was positioned right in the center of the kitchen. The screen displayed the exact scene of the private room where Lin Feng and Yang Bing were currently located. Standing directly in front of the monitor was a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a white chef's hat and a white chef's uniform. Her figure was graceful, her face beautiful, and she exuded a cold, elegant aura that made one dare not approach her. She stood there quietly, her lips curled into a faint smile. That smile contained both disdain for Lin Feng and a hint of curiosity toward him. Interesting. I've never encountered such an intriguing man before. If Lin Feng were here, he would have recognized the voice. It was identical to the one from the earlier announcement. Since you're begging for death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Tao, bring me my devil's recipe. The scene returned to the private room. Yang Bing looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. You know this meal was a trap I set, right? Lin Feng nodded. I didn't know at first. It wasn't until I ate the sea urchin that I realized what was happening. Since you knew, why did you keep eating? Are you a masochist? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. I told you I'd prove myself to you. If I can't even endure this small test, how could I possibly deserve to be with you? You're clearly a masochist. As she scolded him, constant notification sounds kept coming. Ouyang Bing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Ouyang Bing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Chapter 36, Lin Feng puts on a mask of agony. Lin Feng believed that as long as he lost his sense of taste and smell, he could easily handle this test. However, he never imagined that his enemies were one step ahead. For instance, the dish just served, called pus and blood stew. Just hearing the name was enough to turn anyone off. Looking at its appearance, it was even more repulsive. Even though Lin Feng knew that the rotting pus and blood were made from red jelly, he couldn't help but gag. Ouyang Bing, seeing this, couldn't help but ask with concern. Lin Feng, maybe we should just skip this? But Lin Feng firmly refused. No. I said I'd prove myself. I, Lin Feng, will never be defeated by a mere dish. Though his tone was filled with unwavering determination, Lin Feng's hand holding the spoon couldn't help but tremble. He clenched his teeth, as if engaged in a final struggle. In the end, he forced himself to swallow the spoonful of pus and blood stew. With no sense of taste or smell, the sensation as it entered his mouth was agonizing. He could only press his hands tightly against the table, forcing his throat to swallow it down. Seeing Lin Feng's face flushed red and veins bulging, Ouyang Bing felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. The beginning is always the hardest. After overcoming the mental barrier, Lin Feng's progress became much faster. That plate of pus and blood stew, which would make anyone shake their head in disgust, was eventually devoured by Lin Feng until not a single crumb remained. However, after taking the last bite, Lin Feng seemed to have exhausted all his strength and collapsed onto the ground. Ouyang Bing, filled with concern, rushed to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng, are you okay? I'm not okay. I'm almost suffocating. Oh young sister, you have to perform CPR on me. Ouyang Bing gave Lin Feng a disapproving glance. At a time like this, you're still joking around. I was just trying to lighten the mood. However, before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Ouyang Bing actually leaned in and kissed him. Lin Feng, who had felt as though he had swallowed something disgusting, suddenly didn't feel so bad anymore. Ouyang Bing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Ouyang Bing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the head chef, who had witnessed everything, was so enraged by the sight of the couple who couldn't bear to part that his lips were trembling. These two are way too bold. They clearly don't think I exist. Fine. You're forcing my hand. Shout out, serve the next 3 dishes at the same time. Miss, are you sure you want all 3 dishes served at once? These are dishes from the devil's menu. Didn't you see how lively the guests were after eating our dishes? If we don't serve more at once, how can we possibly satisfy these 2 distinguished guests? Yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was in the private room, was still savoring the kisses of the beautiful teacher. He had no idea what was waiting for him. The two of them embraced each other passionately. Until the waitress politely knocked on the door, the two of them, in a panic, hurriedly returned to their seats. Shortly after, a young and beautiful waitress brought a dish to the table. Sir, madam, this is your 3rd course, rotten giant's eye soup. As she spoke, a brand new demonic dish was placed before Lin Feng. If the previous pus and blood stew could be described as disgusting, then this rotten giant's eye soup could only be described as terrifying. Half-peeled eggs floated in a green, thick soup made from an unknown substance. The exposed yolks stared at the diners like pupils, with moldy bread crumbs scattered around them to mimic rotting flesh fragments. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Feng wouldn't have believed such a terrifying dish could come from a Japanese restaurant. The shadow of the previous dish hadn't even faded yet, and here came another terrifying dish. The head chef of this restaurant was really trying to kill him. Just as Lin Feng was about to dig in, the door opened once again. The new server was a young woman. In her hands was a brand new dish. Lin Feng instinctively looked across at Ouyang Bing. Didn't you say this place serves 1 dish at a time? Ouyang Bing sighed lightly. Normally, yes, but someone was clearly impressed by your skills, so. As she spoke, Ouyang Bing couldn't help but shoot a resentful glance at the camera on the wall. Lin Feng's face turned dark. This giant eye soup was already enough to make him speechless, and now another dish had arrived. Just then, the new waitress approached and began introducing the new dishes as usual. Gentlemen, ladies, this is your 4th course, maggot cheese macaroni. If pus and blood stewed meat could be described as disgusting, then this maggot cheese macaroni could only be described as utterly repulsive. The pasta was shaped like maggots, sprinkled over the macaroni, and then drizzled with blue cheese sauce around the edges. Just moments ago, Lin Feng still found Ouyang Bing's kiss sweet, so sweet it had even cured his earlier nausea. But now he's starting to feel nauseous again. Just then, the 3rd waitress arrived. More? Lin Feng's nausea seemed to have been completely cured. Sir, ma'am, this is your 5th course, toilet hell curry. In the kitchen, a beautiful woman with a face saw Lin Feng's slightly pale cheeks and smiled happily. You brat, you dared to be so arrogant earlier. Let's see how you handle these 3 dishes. The scene returned to the private room, where the waitresses had all left, leaving only the 3 dishes which looked utterly terrifying on the table. Lin Feng, if you really can't handle it, just give up. You don't have to force yourself. Oh Yang Bing looked worried. Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. We've come this far. If I regret it now, all the suffering I've endured would have been for nothing. Oh Yang Bing hurriedly said, no. It's not in vain. At least you've shown me your determination. Lin Feng didn't respond to Oh Yang Bing's words. He just stared at her quietly, as if deep in thought. After a long moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and spoke solemnly. The last 3 dishes. Let me finish these last 3. Oh Yang Bing's brows furrowed tightly. 3 dishes might be too much, right? These 3 dishes were so terrifying that even she felt sick just looking at them. She couldn't imagine how Lin Feng could possibly eat such dreadful dishes. However, Lin Feng's attitude was unwavering. Though it's challenging, I'm willing to give it a try. After speaking, Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly reached out his trembling hand toward the dish named Rotten Giant's Eye Soup. Don't be afraid, Lin Feng, it's just a dish. It's all an illusion. Close your eyes and just go for it. Brave Feng Feng isn't afraid of difficulties. Charge. Chapter 37, The Goddess Takes Me to Meet Her Best Friend. Thunder rumbled in his stomach, and rain poured down like a waterfall. This was the true manifestation of Lin Feng finishing his last dish. Before he could explain the situation to Oh Yang Bing, he clutched his stomach and rushed toward the restroom. However, as soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the private room, a stunningly beautiful woman in a white long dress walked in. Upon seeing the woman, Oh Yang Bing's expression darkened instantly, and her tone betrayed obvious displeasure. You've scared everyone away. Are you satisfied now? The woman not only showed no sign of remorse but instead let out a sly, mischievous smile. Don't worry, I just made him have a little stomach cramp. I didn't kill him. Oh Yang Bing's brows furrowed tightly. Did you put laxatives in the food? Of course not. I'm a proper gentleman. I wouldn't do something so despicable. What do you mean? Oh Yang Bing was confused. The stunningly beautiful woman named Liang Xiyu immediately adopted a smug expression and began to explain. What I mean is, the dishes I made are all harmless and non-toxic. Eating them normally is absolutely fine. But if someone were to eat them all, the dishes would undergo a chemical reaction in the eater's stomach. What's the difference between that and giving someone a laxative? Of course there is a difference. Liang Xiyu retorted confidently. Laxatives only cause diarrhea if you take a little bit, but my dishes require you to eat everything before the reaction occurs. Who would have thought you found such a fool of a man who actually ate all the dishes? But it all depends on Bing Bing baby. If you hadn't tricked that cute guy into thinking he wouldn't get more food unless he finished everything, he probably wouldn't have fallen for my trick. So I'm an accomplice too? Bingo! Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was far away in the restroom, truly understood what it meant to feel utterly helpless. He had thought that without taste or smell, he could easily handle the so-called test. Little did he know that the other party would start testing him from the outside. What was this pus and blood stewed meat, rotten giant's eye soup, maggot-infested cheese pasta, and the most disgusting toilet hell curry? Each dish subjected him to unbearable pain and torment. Sister Tongzi, is there any medicine to save me? If this keeps up, I'll lose my life. Recommendation: purchase the 100 herbs pill for 3,000 points. It cures all minor illnesses and mysterious ailments instantly. 3,000? That's so expensive. He glanced at his interface again. Holy crap! 85,000 goodwill points. Did Sister Ouyang just contribute that much? What are you waiting for? If Sister Ouyang thinks so highly of me, I must show her my strong side. Tongzi's sister. Buy the 100 herbs pill. 100 grass pill purchased successfully, consumed 3,000 goodwill points, current balance, 82,000. As the notification sounds rang out, Lin Feng, who had been wearing a mask of pain, immediately returned to normal. His stomach no longer hurt, his waist no longer ached, his legs no longer felt numb, and his mind was much clearer. No wonder the 100 herbs pill can cure all minor illnesses. It really works. After resolving the diarrhea issue, Lin Feng hurried back to the private room. Inside the private room, Oh Yang Bing was chatting with her friend Liang Xiyu about life when suddenly the door swung open. How did you get back so quickly? Liang Xiyu looked at Lin Feng at the door in astonishment. Lin Feng looked at Liang Xiyu, who had been lying on Oh Yang Bing's lap just a moment ago, and asked, "Who are you?" Oh Yang Bing was about to introduce her friend to Lin Feng, but Liang Xiyu stopped her. Immediately after, Liang Xiyu looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression and said, "Just a moment ago, you were eating the meal I made with my own hands, yet now you've forgotten all about me. You've really disappointed me." Lin Feng's expression darkened. "So you're the chef from the radio. Tongzi's sister. Look up this bad woman's profile. Name, Liang Xiyu. Age, 27. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 93 pounds. Appearance, 94. Overall rating, 9.5. Wow. My overall score is so high. That's right, it's me. But I'm not the head chef, you know." Liang Xiyu shook her head, a faint smile lingering on her lips. "You're not the head chef?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Liang Xiyu nodded and said in a sweet voice, "No one said that only the head chef can cook." Apparently unable to bear it anymore, Yang Bing stepped forward. "Lin Feng, her name is Liang Xiyu. She's the owner of this Japanese restaurant, and she's also my best friend." "Hello there, little brother Lin Feng." The scene shifts, and Lin Feng is seen sitting in his newly purchased niche car. Standing before him was Yang Bing, looking a bit reluctant. "You haven't even had a proper lunch yet, and you're already rushing back so early?" Lin Feng sighed lightly. "There's nothing I can do. I have to support my family." Yang Bing wanted to blurt out something like "I'll support you," but the words stuck in her throat. In the end, after a brief farewell, Lin Feng drove off in his small car. Watching the small car disappear from sight, Yang Bing's expression grew increasingly complicated. Just then, the familiar teasing voice echoed in her ears once more. "Just let him go like that? That's not your style, Miss Yang." Yang Bing glared at Liang Xiyu, who had just walked up beside her. "Lin Feng is different from other men. He's not after your money. Even if I tried to keep him, he wouldn't stay." "Liang Xiyu, oh? Are you sure?" Yang Bing, "Absolutely certain." "Liang Xiyu, this is getting interesting." Yang Bing, "I'm warning you, don't even think about him." "Liang Xiyu, even rabbits don't eat the grass by their own nests." Yang Bing, "Better that way, or else I'll never let you off the hook." Liang Xiyu, the world has truly changed. The Ice Queen Yang Bing is actually starting to protect her own. Yang Bing, "What's that? You don't agree?" Meanwhile, after leaving the Japanese restaurant, Lin Feng rushed back to Shaoxiang Yuan without stopping. From a distance, he spotted Yuan Hua pacing anxiously under a large tree by the roadside. Recalling how Yuan Hua had driven his A8 in front of him to show off, he had also tried to imitate him by driving his car in front of Yuan Hua. However, his greeting was a bit rude. Beep. The deafening honk quickly drew Yuan Hua's angry curses. "You idiot! Can't you drive? Can't you see there's someone here?" Before he could finish, Yuan Hua fell silent. Because Lin Feng had stepped out of the driver's seat. "Hello, Yuan. Damn it. Old Lin." Chapter 38, The Wealthy Sister's Concerns. "Old Lin, is this car really the one you just bought?" Despite having seen Lin Feng's green license plate with his own eyes, Yuan Hua still couldn't believe that Lin Feng had actually bought a new car. Facing the doubt, Lin Feng retorted without mercy. "Otherwise, do you think I'd be stupid enough to spend 5,000 yuan to rent a car that doesn't belong to me?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua immediately adopted a resentful expression. "You have the nerve to say that? Last night, who do you think stole my keys and drove off in my car?" Feeling awkward, Lin Feng cleared his throat and said, "Well, old Yuan, I did all this for you, you know." "For me? What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying." Yuan Hua was puzzled. "Old Yuan, look, last night at the banquet, there were so many art school girls there, and most of them were there to find a boyfriend. If you had shown off your A8 at that time, do you think what would have happened?" Yuan Hua, "Get surrounded by the art academy girls?" "Exactly. If you really showed off your A8, you'd become the most outstanding man at the event, second only to Zhao Gongzi, and the art academy beauties would definitely swarm around you." "Yuan Hua, that's exactly the effect I want." Lin Feng feigned a serious expression. "While that would be effective, there's a major drawback." "What flaw?" Yuan Hua asked curiously. "The flaw is that those girls might be after your car, not genuinely interested in dating you." "Old Yuan, you don't want to be played with, do you? Moreover, this car is rented. Do you think they'll still have a bright future with you if they find out you're just a delivery guy?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yuan Hua suddenly understood. "So you really took my car for my own good, old Lin?" "Of course. You're my best friend. How could I bear to see you suffering like this?" Despite Lin Feng's appearance of deep brotherly affection, he was grinning behind his back. Yuan Hua actually believed his lies. "Since that's the case, I won't hold the car theft against you. But brothers should settle accounts clearly. I didn't even drive the car for very long, yet you've been using it for so long. You must help me cover some of the rental costs. We're brothers. Why be so strict?" Yuan Hua gave a sly smile. "You don't have to pay either, as long as you let me borrow your new car for 2 days. Then I think I'll just split the rental fee with you." "You're changing your mind too quickly. Stop stalling. Pull out your phone, I'll transfer the money to you." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. "Xiao Feng." Looking in the direction of the voice, it was none other than Su Wanqing and her daughter appearing not far away. Lin Feng, who had just been about to transfer money to Yuan Hua, immediately turned around and walked towards Su Wanqing and Zhao Wanwan. Upon reaching Zhao Wanwan, Lin Feng knelt down and gently rubbed the little girl's head. "Wanwan, you're dressed so nicely. Are you going somewhere with your mom?" The adorable Zhao Wanwan nodded excitedly. "Yes. Today is the weekend, and Mom is taking Wanwan to the amusement park." "Wow. Wanwan is so lucky." Lin Feng praised her enthusiastically. But Zhao Wanwan's smile faded instantly. "But Mom's car broke down, so I can't go." Lin Feng looked at Su Wanqing in surprise, who sighed softly and said, "It won't start. The engine must be broken. Why don't you ride with me?" Lin Feng suddenly suggested. This time, it was Su Wanqing's turn to be surprised. "Xiao Feng, you have a car? I just picked up this small car this morning. If Sister Wanqing doesn't mind, let me give you both a ride." Following the direction Lin Feng pointed, Su Wanqing saw the small, niche car parked by the roadside. "Is that okay? If it's inconvenient, we can just take a taxi. Today is Little Wan's big day to go to the amusement park. Even if it's inconvenient, I can't let Little Wan down. Right, Little Wan?" "Right. Xiao Feng is the best. Mom, let us ride in Xiao Feng's car." Since Zhao Wanwan had spoken up as a doting mother, Su Wanqing couldn't possibly refuse. "Well, then, we'll trouble Xiao Feng." With that, Lin Feng invited Su Wanqing and her daughter into the car under Yuan Hua's shocked gaze. He had thought Lin Feng would say something else, but to his surprise, the guy closed the door and drove off. He was left standing there dumbfounded. After a long while, Yuan Hua finally snapped out of it. "Damn it! This guy prioritizes women over friends. I knew there was something fishy about him suddenly buying a car. He was just waiting here. Lin Feng, you bastard, you won't even leave a married woman alone." As he spoke, he turned to look at Xiao Xiangye Yuan again. Could it be that old Lin came here to work as a security guard because he is after the residents here? That can't be, right? No. He left the banquet hall last night without any hesitation. Something's definitely off. And that car it must have cost at least 100,000. He has only been working for a month. Where did he get that kind of money? Could it be that old Lin is being kept by someone? On the other side, in the back seat of a small car, Zhao Wanwan was like a curious child, excitedly peering out the car window, occasionally letting out excited cheers. "Wow! Xiao Feng's car is so fast. Faster than Mom's car." Lin Feng shook his head. His car, which cost over 10,000, couldn't compare to Su Wanqing's $1 million luxury vehicle. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and turned to look at Su Wanqing in the passenger seat. "By the way, Wanqing, isn't Wanwan about to have a break?" "Yes, she'll be off after next Wednesday." "What's wrong? Late Cheng? You seem a bit upset." Lin Feng asked curiously. Su Wanqing sighed softly. "It's all because of that little girl, Wanwan." "Lin Feng, Wanwan? What's wrong with her?" "Su Wanqing, look at this little girl. She's getting more and more mischievous. At kindergarten, the teachers are watching over her, but at home, I really don't know what to do." Lin Feng, "Oh, I see. Why don't you sign Wanwan up for an interest class, Late Cheng?" Su Wanqing, "A hobby class?" Lin Feng, "Yes, I heard online that many talented people are actually nurtured from a young age. I think you could start cultivating Wanwan's interests from now on." Su Wanqing, "But I don't even know what this little girl likes, or how to nurture her interests." Lin Feng, "You can try different things slowly. Playing the piano, drawing, singing, dancing, swimming, there are so many hobbies. There must be one that Late likes." Su Wanqing, "All right. I'll talk to Wanwan about it another day." As they chatted, the three of them arrived at their final destination, Rainbow Amusement Park. Lin Feng had planned to leave after sending off the mother and daughter, but to his surprise, Su Wanqing took the initiative to ask him to stay. Xiao Feng, if you're not in a hurry to go back, could you come in with me and Wanwan?" Chapter 39, Accompanying the Rich Lady's Sister to the Amusement Park. No child can resist the allure of an amusement park, even one of noble birth. As soon as they entered Rainbow Amusement Park, Zhao Wanwan dashed off like a wild horse, dragging Lin Feng, who had been left behind by Su Wanqing, everywhere. "Little Feng brother, Wanwan wants to ride the carousel." Behind them, Su Wanqing watched their backs and sighed in relief. "Thank goodness I left Xiao Feng behind. Otherwise." The scene shifts to Lin Feng, who looks like a superhero, holding Zhao Wanwan, who is full of excitement, and sitting steadily on the carousel. As the music began to play, the carousel slowly started to spin, and Zhao Wanwan's laughter echoed through the air. Her clear laughter seemed to pierce through the clouds, filling the entire amusement park with a joyful atmosphere. Suddenly, Zhao Wanwan seemed to have discovered something new, waving her hands excitedly. "Mom! Wanwan is here." Following the direction of her gesture, a beautiful figure can be seen standing outside the carousel's railing. She was tall and slender, wearing a white dress that fluttered in the breeze, resembling a fairy descended from heaven. Her delicate features were adorned with a warm, loving smile. As the carousel slowly came to a stop, Zhao Wanwan couldn't wait to jump out of Lin Feng's arms. Then, she took a few cute little steps, like a joyful little rabbit, and ran straight toward Su Wanqing. As soon as she reached Su Wanqing, she tightly hugged her mother's legs, tilted her head up, and blinked her big, watery eyes, saying in a spoiled tone, "Mom, let's go ride the carousel together, okay?" Su Wanqing reached out and ruffled Zhao Wanwan's hair. "Didn't Xiao Feng just take you on it?" Zhao Wanwan shook her little head and pouted. "But I still want to ride the carousel with Mom." Su Wanqing heard this and clearly paused for a moment. However, she quickly recovered. She then curved her lips into a gentle smile and whispered to Zhao Wanwan. How about mom takes you next time? Look, there are so many people in line today. If you play again, you might have to wait a really long time. However, Zhao Wanwan didn't seem convinced. She pouted her little mouth and muttered unhappily. Again? Mom always says next time. I've heard it so many times. Seeing the tears welling up in Zhao Wanwan's big, watery eyes, Su Wanqing grew even more anxious. Just then, Lin Feng stepped in. He quickly walked over to Zhao Wanwan, gently picked her up, and held her close, speaking in a voice filled with tenderness. Wanwan, you shouldn't get angry with mom. Zhao Wanwan clearly didn't take Lin Feng's words to heart. She still pouted and said, but mom never plays with me when we come to the amusement park. I want to play with mom. Lin Feng glanced at Su Wanqing, who looked flustered, then leaned close to Zhao Wanwan's ear and whispered softly. Surprisingly, the moment Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Wanwan, who had been looking so upset just a second ago, seemed like a completely different person. The gloom on her face vanished instantly. She blinked her wide, confused eyes at Lin Feng. Really? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Little Feng wouldn't lie to our adorable Wanwan. In the end, Zhao Wanwan, with her smile restored, pulled Su Wanqing toward other entertainment facilities. Su Wanqing didn't ask what Lin Feng and Zhao Wanwan had said, and Lin Feng didn't mention it either. Everything seemed as though nothing had ever happened. But strangely, after this farce ended, Zhao Wanwan seemed to have matured overnight. She no longer insisted on Su Wanqing accompanying her to play. Even for many dangerous attractions, she didn't teabag Lin Feng to accompany her. Nevertheless, there were still plenty of fun and exciting activities at the amusement park. After the family of three had tried most of the rides, 2 hours had passed. After playing for so long, Zhao Wanwan had unknowingly fallen asleep on Lin Feng's back. Later, Lin Feng and Su Wanqing went to a cafe inside the amusement park. After confirming that the little girl wouldn't be woken up by their conversation, Lin Feng turned his attention to Su Wanqing. But before he could ask, Su Wanqing, who had noticed something, spoke up first. Are you wondering why I didn't accompany Wanwan on the carousel? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Everyone has their own privacy. I'm sure Wanqing has her own reasons. Su Wanqing paused for a moment, then snapped back to reality. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Feng had clearly grown more alluring. After a long moment, she seemed to make up her mind and spoke slowly. When I was a child, I had an accident while riding the carousel. An accident? Lin Feng asked curiously. Su Wanqing nodded. When I was little, I was just like Wanwan, very mischievous and restless. I would insist on going to the amusement park almost every week. At first, my father would take me, but later he became too busy with work, so my mother took over. At first, everything was normal, but that one time was different. I was unusually excited because I was going to the amusement park with the neighbor's kids. But that day, my mom wasn't feeling well, but she still went anyway to avoid ruining my fun. Just as the carousel was on its 10th rotation, Mom fainted and fell to the ground along with me. Although the machine stopped in time, my mother suffered significant injuries, and I developed a deep fear of carousels after that accident. By the time she got to this part, Su Wanqing's body couldn't help but tremble. Lin Feng, seeing this, quickly offered a steady shoulder. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up such a sad topic. Su Wanqing shook her head. It's not your fault. It's my mistake. I'm not only a bad daughter, but also a failed mother. I won't judge the past, but Sister Wanqing is definitely a qualified mother. Su Wanqing raised her head tremblingly. Really? Am I really a qualified mother? Lin Feng smiled and nodded, of course. Late Qing, you know you have psychological trauma, but you still insisted on accompanying late to the amusement park. How could you not be a good mother? But I didn't have the courage to ride the carousel with Wanwan. There are many ways to show love. Even if Late Qing can't accompany Late will definitely feel your love, and I believe Late won't blame Late Qing either. She really won't blame me? Late Qing, do you know what I secretly told Late earlier? What? Chapter 40, The Wealthy Sister's Gratitude. You really said that to Wanwan? In the cafe, Su Wanqing trembled as she covered her mouth, as if trying to suppress something. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Sister Wanqing, Wanwan is so mature at such a young age, it's all thanks to you as her mother. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's eyes instantly welled up with tears, which began to roll down her cheeks, and her voice became choked with emotion. So, does that mean I'm really a qualified mother? If that's not enough to be considered qualified, then there probably isn't a single qualified mother in the world. Hearing this, Su Wanqing could no longer contain her emotions. She covered her mouth with her hands, and tears poured out like a flood breaking through a dam. Perhaps her sobs were too loud, for Zhao Wanwan, who had been sound asleep on the sofa, suddenly woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at her mother curiously, her chubby little face filled with confusion. Mom, why are you crying? Did I do something wrong again? Zhao Wanwan's voice was clear and innocent. Su Wanqing, who had already been unable to control her tears, burst into tears upon hearing her daughter's thoughtful words. Seeing this, the anxious Xiao Wanwan started crying too. "Mom, please don't cry. I'll be a good girl from now on." After an unknown amount of time, the three finally emerged from the amusement park. "Xiaofeng, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this embarrassment." Su Wanqing looked at Lin Feng with guilt. The mother and daughter had really made a scene in the cafe earlier. Zhao Wanwan was fine, but as an adult, she had cried even harder than a child, which was utterly embarrassing. "Sister Wanqing, please don't say that. I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of," Lin Feng hurriedly comforted her. Then he turned his head and looked at Zhao Wanwan with tenderness. "Does our Wanwan also not feel embarrassed?" Zhao Wanwan immediately nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, answering in a soft, childlike voice. "Wanwan doesn't think she's embarrassed at all." Lin Feng's lips curved into a warm smile, then he shifted his gaze back to Su Wanqing. "Look, even Wan Yan said that. You shouldn't feel embarrassed anymore, should you, Wanqing?" Su Wanqing remained silent, simply staring at Lin Feng. Her eyes grew increasingly filled with gratitude. At the same time, the familiar notification sound began to ring in Lin Feng's ears. Su Wanqing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Su Wanqing's affection +1, +10 affection points. The long-suppressed feelings of affection erupted completely at that moment. In just a few breaths, Lin Feng received over 1,000 points. As the notification sound gradually faded, Lin Feng finally spoke. "There is still some time before the park closes. Should we go ride the carousel one more time?" Though he was asking the mother and daughter, Lin Feng and Zhao Wanwan exchanged a knowing glance towards Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing looked at the sincere man in front of her, then at Zhao Wanwan in her arms, who was filled with anticipation. After a moment of internal struggle, she made her decision. "Let us go ride it one more time." Soon, the three of them were back at the carousel. Since the park was about to close, the busy staff member, who was in a hurry to finish work, had originally planned not to run the machine again. However, thanks to Lin's financial influence, the worker granted them one more chance. As Su Wanqing walked through the long corridor and approached the carousel, the painful memories of the past flooded back. Her face turned pale, and her body trembled slightly beyond her control. "Mom, are you okay?" Zhao Wanwan looked worried, her big eyes filled with concern and anxiety. Standing beside her, Lin Feng was equally worried, staring intently at Su Wanqing, afraid she might feel unwell. "Lei Cheng, maybe we should just give up?" "No. I must sit." Su Wanqing's voice was weak but unwavering. In the end, she forced herself to ignore the trembling in her body and struggled to sit on the wooden horse. But when she tried to lift Wanwan onto her lap, Wanwan, like a startled little rabbit, suddenly took a few steps backward. Her innocent little face was filled with resistance and fear. Su Wanqing was baffled. She didn't understand why Zhao Wanwan was acting this way. Lin Feng, seeing this, hurried over and spoke to Zhao Wanwan in a gentle and utterly doting voice. "Wanwan, haven't you always wanted to ride the carousel with Mom? Why did you run away now?" Zhao Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes and replied in a soft, childlike voice, "Wanwan really wants to be with Mom, but Wanwan doesn't want Mom to get hurt." Lin Feng paused for a moment before gently reassuring her. "Don't worry, Wanyan. Xiaofeng will be watching you and Mom from behind. Nothing will happen." Zhao Wanwan seemed a bit skeptical of Lin Feng's words. She hesitated for a moment and asked in a soft voice, "Really?" Lin Feng pretended to be angry and frowned. "This is the second time today that Wanwan has doubted Xiaofenggu. Xiaofenggu is really disappointed, really disappointed." The scene shifted, and the stationary carousel began to spin again. However, this time, the person accompanying Zhao Wanwan was no longer Lin Feng, but Su Wanqing. The accident from her childhood had left a deep shadow on Su Wanqing. But with Lin Feng and Zhao Wanwan's encouragement, she chose to confront her past and become a truly qualified mother. Zhao Wanwan, who finally got to ride the carousel with her mother, was clearly much more excited than before. She lets herself go completely on the carousel, and everything around her seems enveloped in her joyful laughter. Su Wanqing, who had initially been a bit reserved, was gradually infected by her daughter's joy, forgetting her fears and fully immersing herself in this joyful moment shared between mother and daughter. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Just as Su Wanqing had finally overcome her fear of the carousel, the amusement park announced closing time. The three of them had no choice but to leave in a hurry. As the sun set, Su Wanqing held Zhao Wanwan in her arms and looked at the man in front of her with genuine affection. "Xiaofeng, thank you so much for today." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "If you must thank someone, thank Wanwan. I think she's the one who helped you move on from the past." Su Wanqing looked at Zhao Wanwan, who had fallen asleep again in her arms, and smiled. "No matter what, I, Su Wanqing, will remember this kindness today." After exchanging a few more polite words, Su Wanqing finally got into a taxi with Zhao Wanwan and left. After watching them leave, Lin Feng drove his small car to his next destination, the hospital. Meanwhile, inside the moving taxi, the car had only been moving for a short while when Zhao Wanwan woke up. She looked at Su Wanqing with a soft voice and asked, "Mom, where is Xiaofeng? Little Feng brother has to go to the hospital and can't come back with us for now." "What? Wan Yan hasn't had enough fun with Xiaofeng yet. Wan, do you really like Xiaofeng?" "Of course. Xiaofeng is the second person Wan Yan likes the most." "Second? Who is first then?" "First is definitely Mom." Chapter 41, Visiting the Annoying Female Boss. Hospital, Special Ward. Yufei stared at the man in front of her in shock. "You. How did you get here?" The man who had arrived was none other than Lin Feng, who had come specifically for this. He calmly placed the nutritional supplements he had bought aside and explained. "When Jia told me you were hospitalized, so she asked me to come check on you." Yufei's expression changed instantly. "You didn't tell Wen Jia about us, did you? Do I look like the kind of person who would do that?" "You do," Yufei blurted out. Lin Feng was speechless. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "It must have been when you wanted to transfer me to the surveillance room, and when Jia misunderstood." "Are you sure?" Yufei remained skeptical. "If you don't believe me, I'll call Wen Jia right now and have her tell you herself." At that moment, the ward door opened once more. However, this time it wasn't a visitor, but Yufei's attending physician Huangya. She was wearing a white lab coat, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with a beautiful face and a gentle demeanor. She walked over to Yufei's bedside with a smile and asked softly, "Miss Yu, how are you feeling today?" Yufei smiled and replied, "I feel much better. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Huang." Though her voice was still weak, the gratitude in her words was evident. Dr. Huang shook her head. "You should thank your colleagues, not me. If they hadn't brought you to the hospital in time, even I wouldn't have been able to save you." After speaking, Dr. Huangya turned her gaze to Lin Feng standing nearby. Just then, her expression changed. Her previously gentle expression turned cold, and even her tone carried a hint of chill. "You're Miss Yu's boyfriend?" Huangya's voice was icy and direct, sending a chill down one's spine. Lin Feng froze for a moment before shaking his head repeatedly. "No, Dr. Huang, you've misunderstood. We're just ordinary colleagues." Huangya shook her head in disappointment. "If you had said you were just ordinary friends, I might have looked at you differently. But you can't even call yourselves friends? That's truly disappointing." At the end, she added another sentence. "As expected, none of you men are any good." Hearing this, Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. "Dr. Huang, have you misunderstood something?" "Misunderstanding? Don't tell me you're the one who did this to Miss Yu." Huangya snorted coldly. "Ha? Me? I only found out today that she was hospitalized. How could it be my fault?" Lin Feng grew increasingly confused. Apparently unable to bear it any longer, Yufei, her face flushed with embarrassment, stepped forward. Dr. Huang, you've really misunderstood. He and I aren't the kind of relationship you think we are." But Huangya clearly didn't believe their explanation. "Miss Yu, you don't need to speak for him. I've been a doctor for years and have never wronged a single scumbag." "Me, a scum?" Lin Feng was speechless. He was just being a good person, visiting his superior, yet he had been labeled a scum for no reason. Seeing that Lin Feng, the scum, was still pretending to be clueless, the enraged Huangya couldn't help but speak up again in anger. "Miss Yu has been feeling unwell since this morning. As her boyfriend, not only did you fail to bring her to the hospital promptly, but you even left her alone in the hospital for so long. If you're not a scumbag, then who is?" "Wait, Dr. Huang, may I ask what exactly is wrong with her?" Lin Feng stammered. "I'm a gynecologist, specializing in treating patients' private areas. What illness do you think Miss Yu has?" "Gynecology?" Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Yufei on the bed in astonishment, hoping she would give him a reasonable explanation. But Yufei was too shy to even look him in the eye, let alone explain anything. Finally, Dr. Huangya, furious, left the room after throwing out a single sentence. "Miss Yu, as women, I must advise you, choose your men carefully." Once the ward was left with only Lin Feng and Yufei on the bed, the atmosphere suddenly became incredibly awkward. After an unknown amount of time, the shy Yufei finally broke the awkward silence with a stammer. Dr. Huang is actually a very kind person. She was just very angry. Please don't complain about her." "So, was it really my fault that you ended up in the hospital?" Lin Feng's tone was filled with complex emotions. "Well, it's not entirely your fault. I was just too sensitive and accidentally got infected." Upon hearing this, the ward fell into a brief silence. After a long while, Lin Feng finally spoke up. "I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." After another long pause, Lin Feng finally said, "It's almost mealtime. You must be hungry too. What would you like to eat? I'll go buy it for you." "No need, we can order room service. You have to give me a chance to make it up to you. Otherwise, I'll never be able to shake off this reputation as a scoundrel." "Alright, then, congee with steamed buns." "Alright, I'll go right away." Only when the ward was empty and she was alone did she finally exhale deeply. She didn't know why, but whenever she was alone with Lin Feng, her heart always raced. And just now, she had actually agreed to let Lin Feng buy her dinner. She had already made up her mind to keep her distance from Lin Feng. Just this once. Once he buys the food, I'll send him away. From now on, we're on different paths and have nothing to do with each other. However, the scene shifted and Lin Feng actually started feeding her. Yu Fei, this isn't my fault. It's this man forcing me. I don't want this. I'm an independent woman. Yu Fei, just this once. Just this once. Though she kept denying it in her heart, staring at the thoughtful and considerate man before her, Yu Fei couldn't help but stare in awe. This little guy is actually pretty handsome when he is serious. But soon, she realized something was off. Oh my god. Yu Fei, what are you thinking? You wouldn't have developed feelings for this guy, would you? He is the first man who dared to threaten you. He even took your virginity, how could you? Just as Yu Fei was struggling internally, a soft finger touched her lips. Coming to her senses, she saw that Lin Feng had somehow moved closer, and the distance between them was now just a finger's length. Moreover, Lin Feng's finger was pressed against her lips. Feeling the overwhelming masculine scent emanating from Lin Feng, Yu Fei's cheeks flushed instantly. Even her voice trembled slightly. What are you doing? You were too careless eating the steamed buns, there's a lot of grease on your lips. Let me wipe it off for you. Just wipe them off. Why are you standing so close? If I say it was an unconscious action, would manager you believe me? Chapter 42, Forced to kiss on my female boss. In the quiet hospital room late at night, Yu Fei held her slightly flushed cheeks in her hands, muttering to herself. I'm crazy. Yu Fei, you're really crazy. You actually agreed to let that guy do that here. As she muttered to herself, she couldn't help but recall the scene of Lin Feng feeding her. At that moment, Lin Feng had been so gentle and considerate. Since she started working, it was the first time someone had taken such meticulous care of her. Of course, the scene that made her heart race the most was when Lin Feng wiped the oil stains off her. At that moment, they were so close that Lin Feng's entire face seemed to be magnified several times over in her eyes. His deep eyes, arched eyebrows, delicate nose, slightly tanned skin, and those sensual red lips. Every time she thought of Lin Feng's red lips, she couldn't help but swallow, and the blush on her face grew deeper. This time was no exception. But just as she was secretly swallowing her saliva, the tightly closed door suddenly opened. A young man appeared before her eyes, holding a thick blanket in his arms. It was clear that he intended to stay the night. You really plan to stay here overnight? Yu Fei stammered, looking at the man. I just went to look for a blanket and got scolded by Dr. Huang. Do you think it's appropriate for me to leave now? No, this wasn't anyone else, it was Lin Feng. He had chosen to stay not only out of guilt toward Yu Fei but also to try to mend their relationship. After all, Yu Fei was now his target, and he couldn't afford to waste a binding slot. But there's only one bed here. You can't possibly share a bed with me, can you? Yu Fei stammered shyly. Don't worry, I'm not the type to fight over a bed with a patient. Then how are you going to sleep? Yu Fei blurted out. Lin Feng immediately adopted a smirk. Are you concerned about me, Ms. Yu? Yu Fei's face flushed red. Who cares? I'd rather you left right now. So Ms. Yu doesn't want me to stay? Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish and leave. Saying this, Lin Feng showed no signs of lingering. He left the ward the same way he had entered, carrying his blanket. Only after the ward door closed again did Yu Fei finally burst into a tirade. You bastard! You just said you'd make it up to me. I only said one harsh word, and you turned around and left. Go ahead and leave. Anyway, I never relied on men in the first place. Though she spoke those words, Yu Fei's demeanor visibly sank, as if a dark cloud had descended over her. But before long, a beam of light pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating Yu Fei. Yu Fei stared in astonishment at the man who had returned for some unknown reason. How did you come back? I suddenly remembered that there's a pest control operation at the dorm today. Rather than sleep with the corpses, I thought it'd be better to spend the night in a clean hospital. Yu Fei was the second in command at Xiaoxian Yuan. How could she not know about the pest control operation in the employee dormitory? Strangely, she didn't seem to have any intention of stopping Lin Feng. It was as if, deep down, she wanted Lin Feng to stay. And so, Lin Feng managed to check into the ward using an extremely absurd excuse. However, he was sleeping on the cold floor. Even though the thoughtful nurse had prepared a thick blanket for him, he could still feel a deep chill. Perhaps unable to bear watching Lin Feng toss and turn anymore, Yu Fei couldn't help but speak up. Just sleep. Can you stop moving around so much? Lin Feng hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry. I don't want to do this either, but the floor is just too cold. Lin Feng's words left Yu Fei speechless. After a long while, she finally whispered. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's okay, it's not your fault. I'm the one who insisted on staying. As soon as the words left his mouth, the familiar notification sound rang out. Yu Fei's affection +1 +3 affection points. Yu Fei's affection +1 +3 affection points. Although both the quantity and speed were far behind the other girls, this was undoubtedly a major breakthrough in their relationship. Since that's the case, we must act quickly while the iron is hot. Manager Yu, thank you. The sudden expression of gratitude left Yu Fei completely bewildered. What are you thanking me for? When Jia told me about the perfect attendance thing. You mean that? I gave everyone full attendance, you're not the only exception. Regardless, I still want to thank Manager Yu. This is my first job, and I'm grateful you didn't let it have any blemishes. Verbal thanks are the least sincere, Yu Fei muttered under her breath. Mr. Yu, what did you say? Nothing, I didn't say anything. Since that's the case, please continue listening to me, Mr. Yu. Listen to what? I want to apologize to you for what happened earlier. The previous matter? Yes, earlier I mistakenly believed some rumors and thought Mr. Yu was a bad person. Fortunately, Sister Wen promptly enlightened me, and I finally realized that Mr. Yu is actually such a good person. Yu Fei bit her red lips, seeming to hold back something. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and said, You're overthinking it. I'm no saint. I'm the very same wicked woman you've all been talking about. However, before she could finish, Lin Feng interrupted her. No. Manager Yu isn't a female demon. She's just too strict about her work. Even if she were a female demon, she'd be a kind-hearted, emotional one. Yu Fei was startled. In the scene Lin Feng couldn't see, her eyes welled up with tears, which kept welling up inside them. But she forced herself to speak the words she didn't believe. Don't think this will change my opinion of you. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. I just want to clear up the misunderstanding between us. Do you really think there's only a misunderstanding between us? Yu Fei sat up abruptly, her voice rising several octaves. I'm sorry. Threatening you was my fault, and so was causing you to get infected. Apologizing now? Don't you think it's too late? The tears she had been holding back for so long finally poured out. In just a moment, Yu Fei had become a tearful mess. Looking at the beautiful woman crying tears like rain on the bed, Lin Feng let go of his pride and walked over to Yu Fei. He reached out his hand, gently wiping the tears from Yu Fei's face while speaking in a voice filled with self-reproach and repentance. I know that anything I say now is just an excuse, but I will prove my sincerity through my actions. Do you think I care about you? Who gave you the right to touch my face like that? Get your dirty hands off me, woo-woo. Before Yu Fei could finish speaking, someone pressed against her. Her first instinct was to struggle, but his strength was overwhelming, and his attacks were relentless. In the end, she succumbed. Chapter 43, Sparring with the Female Boss on the Hospital Bed. In the pitch-black hospital room, two slender figures were tightly embraced on the bed. The entire room seemed to come alive with their presence. But before long, a soft, breathy moan broke the long-awaited silence. No, not there, it's not healed yet. The words snapped Lin Feng back to his senses. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Yu Fei said nothing, only blushing and covering her face. Then rest well. I'll go down first. With that, Lin Feng prepared to return to his own seat. However, just as he was about to get out of bed, a soft, delicate hand suddenly pulled him back. What followed was Yu Fei's trembling and nervous voice. It's already like this. Just sleep up there. Lin Feng clearly hadn't expected Yu Fei to ask him to stay the night. This might not be appropriate. At this point, one should still maintain some dignity. If you think it's not appropriate, then you go downstairs to sleep. If you end up getting sick, don't come looking for me. Yu Fei said angrily. Well, if that's the case, I guess I'll just have to tough it out and crash here with Manager Yu for the night. The scene shifts, and the two are lying face to face. It's strange, really. Just a few days ago, they were still sworn enemies. Yet now, they were sharing the same bed. Truly, life is unpredictable, and sometimes things just happen. It was probably because she couldn't stand Lin Feng's intense stare anymore. Yu Fei finally couldn't take it anymore. You, why are you staring at me? Lin Feng seemed completely unaware of how inappropriate his behavior was. He replied casually. I just suddenly thought that Manager Yu looks pretty good, so I wanted to take a closer look. Yu Fei heard this and was immediately furious. Nonsense. I was born beautiful. Wait, are you implying I wasn't attractive before? Lin Feng, upon hearing this, quickly waved his hands and explained. No, it's just that Manager Yu has always been so stern, so our focus wasn't really on her appearance. That's because you're always late or slacking off. How can I not be strict? Yu Fei said angrily. Lin Feng felt a bit awkward, scratched his nose, and forced a laugh before saying, I guess you're right. Just then, he seemed to suddenly remember something important and quickly added. Oh, right, Manager Yu, there is something I've been curious about. What is it? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking up. It's just that you're at your age, Mr. Yu, why don't you have a boyfriend yet? You should be married by now, right? Yu Fei's expression darkened. Are you calling me old? Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hands, no way. I was just curious about your love life. Yufei glared at Lin Feng and said, men are just useless creatures who think with their lower bodies. What's the point of them? Well, Ms. Yu, even though there are a lot of jerks in this world, there are also plenty of good men. You wouldn't be talking about yourself, would you? Don't I look like one? Lin Feng blinked. You're flirting with Mr. Tang while sleeping in the same bed with me. Are you a good man? But it was you who invited me to stay, you manager. What about just now? Did you tell me to bully you? Lin Feng fell silent. This only made Yufei more certain of her feelings. See? Men are all the same. After a long silence, Lin Feng finally spoke up. Ms. Yu, have you been hurt in love before? Yufei, who had been resting with her eyes closed, clearly startled at the question. Though it was fleeting, it was noticed by the sharp-eyed Lin Feng. He took a deep breath and mustered the courage to press his body against Yufei's. The moment their skin touched, Yufei's body trembled involuntarily. However, she did not push Lin Feng away but kept her eyes tightly closed, pretending to sleep. Seeing this, Lin Feng took the opportunity to wrap Yufei's delicate body in his arms and spoke in a voice that was incredibly gentle. Life is like a cup of warm tea. If you cling to the past and refuse to discard the tea leaves along with the water, all that remains is bitterness that will taint the next cup. You're just an ungraduated college student, are you trying to teach me how to live? Yufei furrowed her brows slightly. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. I just want to see manager you smile more, because you really look beautiful when you smile. Yufei bit her red lips, and her gaze toward Lin Feng grew increasingly complex. Now I understand why you caught Mr. Tang's attention. Your mouth is truly something else. What good is being able to talk if you can't win manager Yu's favor? You agree, right? Exactly. If you want to win my favor, you can't just talk the talk, you have to walk the walk. After saying that, Yufei kissed him forcefully. Her kiss was so forceful, so intense, as if she wanted to pull Lin Feng into her body. Just then, the long-awaited notification sound finally erupted. Yufei's affection +1, +3 affection points. Yufei's affection +1, +3 affection points. The speed was there, but the quantity was lacking. However, Lin Feng had no time to spare for such matters at the moment. The woman in front of him was too fierce. He had to step in and subdue this arrogant woman on behalf of his fellow men. What? You want to take her on? Get in line first. A scorching summer, a scorching hospital ward, and 2 scorching individuals. By the time everything had settled down, an hour had already passed. Lin Feng sighed softly. When Dr. Huang comes tomorrow, she'll definitely kill me. Yufei, panting heavily, glared at Lin Feng with a playful scold. You weren't afraid back in the dorm, but now you are? Different times, different circumstances. You're a patient now. What if your condition worsens? Every word Lin Feng spoke was filled with deep concern. Yufei, upon hearing this, softened her tone. Actually, I've already recovered. If you hadn't come, I would have been discharged tonight. What? Lin Feng looked stunned. Yufei laughed. Otherwise, do you think I'd be stupid enough to joke around with my own health? So that means we can continue, then? Lin Feng's true nature immediately showed through. Yufei's face flushed red. I'm too tired. It's okay, I've got plenty of strength. Then be gentle. As you command. Chapter 44, The Rich Sister is Angry. The next day, in the morning. As dawn broke, Yufei's calls echoed in Lin Feng's ears like the tolling of a bell. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. The voice was soft yet persistent, as if it held some kind of magic that made Lin Feng unable to ignore it even in his sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes slowly to the sound of her calls. It's not even dawn yet. Why wake me up so early? It's already 6 o'clock. You should be leaving. Lin Feng didn't seem to mind, speaking lazily. No rush, let me sleep a little longer. Before he could finish speaking, he curled up like a lazy cat and rested his head on Yufei's thigh. Although the two had already been completely open with each other, when Lin Feng leaned in, Yufei couldn't help but feel shy. Hey, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Though she told Lin Feng to get up, Yufei didn't take any action, instead letting him sleep peacefully on her lap. What was even more surprising was that as Lin Feng's breathing grew steady, Yufei seemed to be infected by his sleepiness, and her eyelids began to grow heavy. Ultimately, unable to resist the onslaught of sleepiness, Yufei slowly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep alongside Lin Feng. Though their sleeping positions were rather odd, at that moment, they looked so harmonious, as if the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them. After an unknown amount of time, Yufei finally opened her eyes slowly. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing her face in warmth. She rubbed her eyes and turned her head to look out the window. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was shining brightly. Everything seemed so beautiful. However, when her gaze fell on the spot where the man should have been lying on her thigh, she was startled to discover that he was gone. Just as Yufei was puzzled, a tempting fragrance suddenly filled her nostrils. Following the scent, Yufei quickly spotted the breakfast on the table. The breakfast looked very abundant, with congee, steamed buns, milk, and fruits, among other things. Above the breakfast, there was a note stuck on the table. The note wasn't long, but its contents immediately brought a faint smile to her face. At least you have a shred of conscience. At the same time, in a small car parked not far away downstairs, Lin Feng also received a long-awaited notification sound. You phase goodwill +1, +3 goodwill points. You phase affection +1, +3 affection points. Though not much, but old Lin here doesn't turn down any opportunities. The next second, a brand new interface appeared. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 153 pounds. Endurance, 34. Appearance, 91. Goodwill points, 105,333. Assets, 990,000 dragon coins. Finally saved up 100,000 goodwill points. First, I had to attend to the young Miss, Yang Bing, then take turns dealing with Tang Rou and Lu Xia in the dormitory, followed by taking care of a mother and daughter at the amusement park, and finally going to the hospital to comfort Yufei in person. It can be said that he hasn't had a moment's rest since the day before yesterday. However, the rewards for being a sycophant are still quite substantial. 100,000 points. He can finally level up. Tongzi's sister. Level up. The first upgrade requires 100,000 affection points. Please confirm if you wish to upgrade. Yes. 100,000 affection points successfully consumed. The system is upgrading. Please wait a moment. As the prompt sounded, a progress bar-like indicator appeared before Lin Feng. 10%, 20%, 30%. When the progress bar reached 100%, the system sounded again. Ding. Upgrade successful. Host permissions have been updated as follows. 1. The total number of bound targets has increased from 10 to 20. Current remaining binding attempts, 13. 2. The daily bound object limit has increased from 4 to 8. Today's available binding attempts, 8. 3. Dragon coin exchange for goodwill points feature unlocked. Hosts can now exchange dragon coins for goodwill points at a rate of 1,000 dragon coins equals 1 goodwill point. For location tracking feature enabled, hosts can now use goodwill points to locate any bound object. Leave a ellipsis here. Readers can suggest any game-changing features they'd like to see, and the author is open to suggestions. The scene shifts, and Lin Feng returns to Shaoxiangye Yuan. However, as soon as Lin Feng got out of the car, before he could close the door, a familiar voice came from behind him. Xiao Feng? Looking in the direction of the voice, the beautiful woman standing on the other side of the car was none other than Tang Rou. Today, Tang Rou was still dressed fashionably, exuding an enchanting aura. Her flawless face, no matter how many times he looked at it, never grew old. Lin Feng closed the car door and smiled as he approached Tang Rou. Good morning, Sister Tang. Looking at Lin Feng, who was just a few inches away, Tang Rou couldn't help but recall the ambiguous confession from yesterday. Her flawless cheeks instantly flushed with a faint blush. Even her voice trembled slightly. Good morning, good morning. Lin Feng asked, Ruojia, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Then why is your face so red? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Well, maybe it's just too hot, Tang Rou said, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's morning, I think it's pretty cool. Maybe it's because I just ran over here. To avoid Lin Feng asking more questions, Tang Rou quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, Xiao Feng, where did you go yesterday? Why weren't you in the dorm? And what's the story with this car? I had to go out on short notice yesterday. As for this car, it's the graduation gift I bought for myself. Tang Rou furrowed her brows slightly. You haven't even graduated yet. Where did you get the money to buy a car? Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he explained. I asked my family for some money, paid the down payment, and will pay the monthly installments from now on. Tang Rou was surprised. You took out a loan? Lin Feng nodded, just a little bit. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou's expression clearly darkened. If you needed money, you could have told me. Why take out a loan? You haven't even graduated yet. However, Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. I know that if I asked you, Sister Rong, you could easily come up with the money for a car, or even more. But, Sister Rong, I'm a man. I want to earn my own money and live my own life. Tang Rou, who is usually gentle, furrowed her brows even more. Is it that so-called male pride of yours again? Lin Feng looked at Tang Rou and said earnestly, Sister Rou, you'll support me, right? Tang Rou remained silent for a moment before suddenly saying, what if I say I oppose it? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. No way, Sister Rou would definitely support me. Under normal circumstances, Tang Rou wouldn't bother arguing with Lin Feng. But for some reason, a sudden surge of anger welled up inside her. Then you're wrong this time. Before she could finish, a voice as clear as a nightingale's song interrupted her. Lin Feng? Chapter 45, Oh no! The rich woman and the goddess have met. It's over, the crematorium is coming. Lin Feng never imagined he'd run into the last person he wanted to see at this moment. If he had known he'd run into both women here at the same time, he never would have dared to get involved with Yufei. Yufei, serves you right, you scummy guy. Seeming to notice something off about Lin Feng, Tang Rou suddenly asked with concern. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Lin Feng snapped back to reality and answered awkwardly, nothing, I'm fine. Tang Rou furrowed her brows slightly, then turned to look at the stunningly beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared in front of them and said, So, Xiao Feng, aren't you going to introduce me? Oh, sure, I'll do that right away. Before Lin Feng could speak, the woman who had suddenly arrived moved forward quickly like a gust of wind, extended her hand politely, and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Ouyang Bing. Tang Rou smiled and replied, Oh, you're Miss Ouyang. Nice to meet you, I'm Tang Rou. Ouyang Bing's gaze darted between Tang Rou and Lin Feng before she asked with interest. May I ask what the relationship is between Miss Tang and Lin Feng? Lin Feng was about to explain, but the next moment, he felt Ouyang Bing's gaze, which felt like death itself. There was nothing he could do but keep his mouth shut. Tang Rou noticed this and a fleeting expression flashed across her beautiful eyes. Then, she smiled faintly and said softly, I'm Lin Feng's adopted older sister. Ouyang Bing nodded thoughtfully, Oh, so you're his godmother. Just then, Tang Rou suddenly asked, May I ask what the relationship is between Miss Ouyang and Xiao Feng? Lin Feng also wanted to explain, but Tang Rou seemed to have guessed his thoughts. With just a glance, she silenced him. Lin Feng was feeling utterly miserable inside. No, I'm just a gold digger trying to climb the social ladder. Why are you all treating me like this? I didn't do anything wrong. Ouyang Bing raised the corner of her mouth, flashing a meaningful smile, then spoke softly. I'm Lin Feng's university professor. Tang Rou was taken aback for a moment before smiling and saying, Ms. Ouyang came to our house looking for little Feng because he did something wrong at school, right? If that's the case, I can apologize on his behalf as his older sister. Miss Tang, you've misunderstood. Lin Feng is a model student at school, excelling in both academics and conduct. How could he have done anything wrong? Tang Rou raised her eyebrows slightly, her tone growing peculiar. Oh? Then what does Mr. Ouyang want with Xiao Feng? Ouyang Bing paused for a moment before explaining with a smile. I bought an apartment here at Shaoxiangye Yuan yesterday, and I came today specifically to move in. Ouyang Bing's answer clearly caught Tang Rou off guard. Mr. Ouyang is moving to Shaoxiangye Yuan? Yes, I've lived in the previous neighborhood for a long time and have grown a bit tired of it. Coincidentally, I heard from Lin Feng 2 days ago that the environment here at Shaoxiangye Yuan is quite nice, so I decided to move here for a while to experience the new living environment. Tang Rou felt a surge of inexplicable jealousy. She turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with deep resentment. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, his expression seeming to say, No way, Sister Rome, believe me, I really didn't say anything. It was her idea to move here. Tang Rou, I believe you? Tang Rou blared at Lin Feng before smiling and turning to Ouyang Bing. May I ask which building Ms. Ouyang resides in? I will definitely pay her a visit with Xiao Feng in person when I have the chance. Of course. I live in Building B, Unit 1602. Building B, Unit 1602? Tang Rou was stunned. Lin Feng closed his eyes in agony. It's over, it's over. Completely over. My happy life hasn't even begun yet, and it's already over. Oh no. Ouyang Bing, who was confused, first looked at Lin Feng, then turned to Tang Rou and asked in confusion. What's wrong, Miss Tang? Tang Rou smiled gently. I never expected that I and Miss Ouyang would have such a connection. Destined? Ouyang Bing grew more confused as she listened. Tang Rou explained, because I also live in Building B, and my place happens to be right next to Ouyang's. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Bing clearly paused for a moment. Now she finally understood why Lin Feng had stopped her from buying the 1602 apartment yesterday. It was all because of this Tang Rou. You bastard, Lin Feng. You just wait and see. Compared to Ouyang Bing, Tang Rou's resentment was even greater. Although she had never been in a relationship, she knew that Ouyang Bing and Lin Feng were definitely more than just ordinary teacher-student relations. If she hadn't been involved with Lin Feng, it would have been one thing, but he had just confessed his feelings to her the morning before. And the next day, he brought another woman into Shaoxiangye Yuan. How could she possibly accept that? After a brief silence, Ouyang Bing suddenly burst into laughter. So that means I'm neighbors with Miss Tang now? Though she was unhappy, Tang Rou could only accept the reality. Yes, I never expected it to be such a coincidence. That's great. I was just worried about moving here. No one knows me, and I'm not familiar with the area. Since we happen to meet today, why don't we exchange WeChat contacts? Sure. And so, under Lin Feng as witness, the two successfully added each other on WeChat. For a moment, Lin Feng really wanted to throw both their phones away, but his rational mind told him he couldn't do that. After exchanging a few more polite words with Tang Rou, Ouyang Binghan bid farewell to the two and prepared to leave. However, she had only taken a few steps when she suddenly stopped, as if she had remembered something. She then turned around without looking back and said, You weren't in the dorm yesterday, so I had the computer I prepared for you sent to Manager Ma. Please pick it up when you have time. After saying that, Tang Ro left without looking back. It wasn't until Tang Ro's figure had completely disappeared from their sight that Yang Bing turned to Lin Feng with a dark expression. You should give me a reasonable explanation. Lin Feng swallowed hard. If I say we're just ordinary stepsister and stepbrother, would you believe me? Do you think I'd believe that? Do you even believe your own lies? I believe you. I believe you my ass. Lin Feng, you shameless, ungrateful bastard. I trusted you so much, and you betrayed me. Don't get so worked up. Let me explain first. Explain my ass. I'll kill you. On the other side, Tang Ro, who had left, couldn't calm down no matter how hard she tried. Her mind was filled with images of Lin Feng and Yang Bing. Although she had always been confident in her appearance, Yang Bing's looks were no less stunning than hers. More importantly, Yang Bing was young. Moreover, when Yang Bing stood beside Lin Feng, it gave her a sense of perfect match between a man and a woman. Thinking of this, her eyes welled up with tears. Xiaofeng, how could you do this to me? Chapter 46, the female manager actually has a crush on me. Oh my god. Xiaofeng, what happened to your face? In the manager's office, Ma Wen couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Following her gaze, one could see a man in a rather pitiful state standing at the door. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I encountered a kitten on the way here and accidentally got scratched by it. What kind of cat? It really scratched you pretty badly. Lin Feng recalled the scene of being scratched and shuddered. It must have been an untamed wild cat. A wild cat? All the wild cats in the neighborhood were driven away, so how could there still be one? Ma Wen furrowed her brows. It probably slipped in during the commotion. Lin Feng brushed it off casually, then shifted his gaze to the box in the corner. Wenjia, this big box must be the stuff Rongjia left here, right? Yes, that's right. Tang Miss had someone send it to you, but since you weren't at the dorm, she had it delivered here instead. Then I'll take it with me. As he spoke, Lin Feng began to move the items. However, just as he was about to touch the box, Ma Wen suddenly called him back. Wait. Her voice betrayed a hint of urgency. Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and looked at Ma Wen in confusion, asking, Wenjia, is there something else? Don't move the things yet. Sit down first. Though filled with questions, Lin Feng obediently sat down and waited for Ma Wen's next instructions. Before long, Ma Wen walked over to Lin Feng with a medical kit in her hands. Realizing what was happening, Lin Feng hurriedly spoke up. Wenjia, I can handle this myself. There's no need. But before he could finish, Ma Wen interrupted him. Sit still. Lin Feng felt as though he had been frozen in place, unable to move at all. Seeing this, Ma Wen immediately began examining Lin Feng's wounds. That stray cat really went all out. Look at the state you're in. Wenjia, I'm fine. Lin Feng, of course, welcomed his beautiful older sister's concern. But one can't just keep accepting everything, one also needs to pretend to be strong for a bit. That's how you build a stronger connection. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ma Wen playfully scolded him. You're bleeding, and you say you're fine. I'm a physical education student. Scratches and bleeding are common during training. Wenjia, you really don't need to worry so much. This was a move to play the sympathy card further. It was meant to make Ma Wen realize how tough Lin Feng had it in the past, thereby earning her sympathy. Sure enough, Ma Wen, who had been looking so resentful, softened her gaze the moment she heard those words. What you did in college is none of my business. But now that you're working under me, I won't allow you to get hurt again. Wenjia. At this point, it was enough. Enough, don't say anything. I'll apply some ointment first. We don't want any scars left behind. Before long, Lin Feng transformed into a docile little kitten. Ma Wen, on the other hand, carefully applied the ointment to Lin Feng. Her movements were so gentle, as if she were afraid that even the slightest pressure would hurt Lin Feng. As she was halfway through applying the ointment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Wenjia, I went to see Manager Yu last night. Ma Wen stopped what she was doing and asked. How is she now? Is she okay? They said she can be discharged today. That's good. Ma Wen visibly relaxed. At that moment, Lin Feng added. I apologize to Manager Yu. Ma Wen was taken aback for a moment, then her expression turned joyful. So, the misunderstanding between you two has been resolved? Lin Feng nodded. Wenjia is right. Mr. Yu is indeed a good person. We talked for a long time at the hospital last night and cleared up all the misunderstandings. That's the way it should be. Enemies should be reconciled, not held against. You'll need Manager Yu's help in the future. As she spoke, Ma Wen affectionately ruffled Lin Feng's hair. Lin Feng clearly didn't expect Ma Wen to make such an affectionate gesture toward him, leaving him completely speechless. At first, Ma Wen hadn't noticed, but when she sensed the awkward atmosphere, she hurriedly withdrew her hand. Xiaofeng, I've already applied the ointment to most of your face. You can finish the rest yourself. She shoved the ointment into Lin Feng's hands and hurriedly prepared to leave the awkward room. However, just as she took a few steps, she suddenly stumbled and fell, having tripped over an electrical cord. Fortunately, Lin Feng acted quickly and prevented a tragedy from occurring. Lin Feng, who seemed to have descended like a savior, looked so handsome and charming. So much so that Ma Wen couldn't help but stare at him in awe. Ma Wen's affection +1, +3 affection points. Ma Wen's affection +1, +3 affection points. When they slowed down, Lin Feng finally tried to call out to Ma Wen. Wen Jia, Wen Jia. After calling out countless times, Ma Wen finally snapped back to reality. What's wrong? Wen Jia, are you okay? You almost fell just now. No, I'm fine. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Since you're okay, Wen Jia, I'll head back now. Oh, okay, go ahead. Not long after, Lin Feng left carrying a large box. Ma Wen was left standing there alone, dazed. After a while, she finally snapped out of it. Xiao Feng, does he have a girlfriend? Goodness. Ma Wen, what are you thinking about? Xiao Feng is only 23 years old. You're a whole generation older than him, and you're actually thinking about him? Don't you have any shame? But Xiao Feng was really handsome just now. On the other side, Lin Feng looked at the steadily rising goodwill points and was equally surprised. He never expected that even though he already had someone, Ma Wen could still contribute to his affection points. It can only be said that women's imagination is truly out of this world. With that, he carried the large box Tang Rou had given him and quickly arrived at the dormitory building. But just as he was about to enter the building, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Lei Qing's sister. No doubt about it, it was Su Wanqing, the most beautiful woman in Shaoxiang Yuan, who had a 5-year-old daughter. Upon arriving here, Su Wanqing saw Lin Feng holding the large box and immediately broke into a happy smile. Xiao Feng. Sister Wanqing, what are you doing at the employee dormitory? Of course I came to find you, Xiao Feng. Find me? The scene shifts to Lin Feng, who was carrying a large box, returning to his dormitory. He placed the large box on the table, quickly tidied up a clean chair, and came over to Su Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, please sit down. Su Wanqing didn't sit down immediately but instead began to look around Lin Feng's small dormitory. I didn't expect your dorm to be so clean, Xiao Feng. It's okay, I don't clean it much either. By the way, Wanqing, you mentioned you needed to talk to me earlier. What was it about? Actually, I have something I'd like to ask you to do. Chapter 47, the rich lady asked me to be her child's father. Lei Qing's sister, you want me to be Wanwan's dad? The sudden outburst shattered the silence in the room. This was followed by Su Wanqing's frantic explanations. No, it's just pretend. Pretend? Lin furrowed his brows. Su Wanqing nodded. The kindergarten wants to hold a parent-child sports day before the holiday, and I don't want the other children to think that Wanwan doesn't have a father. Then why did you ask me, Wanqing? I don't even look like someone with a child, do I? Lin Feng smiled wryly. Su Wanqing stammered awkwardly. Because I don't have any male friends. Besides you, Xiao Feng, I couldn't find anyone else suitable. Not a single one? Lin Feng was surprised. Yes. How could that be? Before he could finish, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something, and his face lit up with excitement. Could it be because of your husband, Sister Wanqing? Su Wanqing bit her red lips before finally nodding. He doesn't want to see me in contact with other men. After we got married, I cut off all ties with my previous friends. Lin Feng was speechless. Though he had already suspected as much, hearing Su Wanqing say it outright still came as a shock. But upon reflection, it made sense. Su Wanqing was so beautiful it wasn't surprising that someone might use the guise of friendship to stay by her side. If someone were to steal her away, it wouldn't be worth the risk. Xiao Feng, you'll help me, right? Su Wanqing spoke again, her voice filled with pleading and hope. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. I'm the only male friend Su Wanqing has. If I don't help you, who will? Su Wanqing was overjoyed. Really? You're really willing to pretend to be Wanwan's father? Wanwan is so cute. How could I refuse to be her father? Lin Feng whispered softly. Thank you, Xiao Feng, truly thank you. Perhaps because Su Wanqing was too excited, she suddenly threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. When a beautiful woman throws herself into his arms, Lin Feng naturally doesn't refuse. But there was only a bed between them. At this moment, he was afraid he might lose control. Fortunately, Su Wanqing quickly came to her senses and shyly backed away from his embrace. I'm sorry, Xiao Feng, I got too excited. It's okay, I'm used to it. Lin Feng blurted out. Ha! Realizing his mistake, Lin Feng quickly corrected himself. What I meant to say was, Wanqing, no matter where or when, my shoulders will always be open for you. Su Wanqing froze in surprise. Su Wanqing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Su Wanqing's affection +1, +10 affection points. After a long while, Su Wanqing finally curved her lips into a smile that could captivate a nation. Thank you, Xiao Feng. After exchanging a few more polite words, Su Wanqing bid farewell to Lin Feng and left the dormitory. However, as soon as the door closed, Su Wanqing couldn't bear the shame she felt and collapsed to the ground. Ah! Su Wanqing! You're completely mad. Even if you're that excited, you can't just throw yourself into someone's arms. Luckily, Xiaofeng didn't mind. But Xiaofeng's chest is really firm and warm, even warmer than his. Recalling the scene of lying on Lin Feng's chest earlier, Su Wanqing's delicate face couldn't help but flush with a blush. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Lin Feng looked at the steadily rising points and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. This money is coming in way too fast. When he left the hospital, he had over 5,000 points left. But now, the 4-digit points had transformed once again, reaching 5 digits. And it was a staggering 25,000 points. This speed was truly astonishing. However, the price he paid was extremely high. For instance, the scars covering his body. Physical wounds can be healed, but emotional scars are much harder to mend. Just thinking about Tang Rou and Ouyang Bing gives him a headache. How could it be such a coincidence that they happened to meet at that exact moment? Ouyang Bing was still manageable, she let her vent her anger and didn't hold it against him. But Tang Rou is different. Although Tang Rou showed it outwardly, her departing figure made it clear that she was truly heartbroken. If only I had known this would happen, I never should have harbored those desires for Ouyang Bing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. Just then, the phone nearby vibrated. Picking it up, it was a call from Lu Xia. Hello, Xia Jia, what's wrong? Lu Xia, Xiaofeng, did you forget about coming over for lunch today? The forgotten memory suddenly resurfaced in Lin Feng's mind. Damn it! How could I forget something so important? How could I? I'm just changing clothes in the dorm right now. I'll be there soon. Lu Xia, hurry up, or someone's going to be upset. Alright, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng quickly grabbed a decent outfit from his wardrobe and rushed into the bathroom. By the time he emerged from the bathroom, he was a different person. Not exactly handsome, but at least he looked like a young heartthrob. Lin Feng, what do you mean at least? I've always been like this. The scene shifted to Lin Feng, now dressed to the nines, arriving at the gates of Lu Xia's mansion. He was about to meet his younger sister-in-law, and Lin Feng was still feeling quite nervous. Ouyang Bing and Tang Rou's side had already run into trouble. Lu Xia was his last hope for survival. He couldn't afford for anything to go wrong. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his racing heart before pressing the doorbell. Soon, a delighted figure opened the door. At this moment, the only person who could welcome him so warmly was his old flame, Lu Xia. Who else could it be? Lu Xia said with a look of deep resentment, "Didn't you say you were just going to change clothes? Why did you take so long?" Lin Feng calmly took out the gift he had prepared. "I went to buy you your favorite pineapple pastries, didn't I? A mere pineapple pastry to win me over? You're being a bit too insincere, aren't you?" As she scolded him, Lu Xia's small hands began to roam over Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng, who was no longer the innocent young man he once was, understood Lu Xia's blatant hint perfectly. For the sake of entering the house, for the sake of his younger sister-in-law, he was willing to go all out. One hand wrapped around Lu Xia's waist, the other pinching her smooth, delicate cheeks. After a brief moment of sensation, he pressed his lips firmly against hers. Lu Xia, who had been waiting for this moment, naturally wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, and the two embraced at the door. Until an untimely voice suddenly rang out, causing them to hurriedly push each other apart. Enough already! I'm still inside. Please give it a 5-star review. Thank you all. Updated every day at 12:02 a.m. sharp. Chapter 48, The Rich Woman's Sister is a Real Pain. On the sofa, Lin Feng felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. For around him, there was a stunningly beautiful woman scrutinizing him from every angle. Finally, unable to endure her blatant gaze any longer, Lin Feng spoke up. Xia Jia, aren't you going to introduce us? Lu Xia, who had just realized what was happening, immediately grabbed the woman who was making Lin Feng feel uncomfortable and introduced her. Xiaofeng, she's the younger sister I mentioned before, Lu Fei. Oh, it's Fei's sister. I've heard Xia's sister talk about how stunning Fei's sister is, and seeing her in person today is truly. However, before Lin Feng could finish his flattering words, Lu Fei, with a cold expression, interrupted him. You called me Fei Jie? Yes, is there something wrong with that? Lin Feng's heart tightened. You're the man my older sister has set her sights on. Do you think it's appropriate for you to call me Sister Fei? Lu Fei looked displeased. Lin Feng froze for a moment before awkwardly saying, Well, I think since my relationship with Xia Jia isn't confirmed yet, we should just use our ages to address each other. Not yet? You've already slept together, and you were just openly showing affection at the door. Or are you just playing around and have no intention of taking responsibility for my sister? Lu Fei's face darkened instantly, and her voice grew icy. Lin Feng's expression changed instantly. No, I didn't. My feelings for Xia Jia are genuine. So, you're saying you'll marry my sister? Lin Feng looked at Lu Fei, who was closing in on him, then at Lu Xia, who was full of anticipation, feeling utterly helpless. This scene was something he had actually anticipated long ago. But he hadn't expected Lu Fei to be so direct, attacking him before he'd even had a chance to settle in. What could he do? He could only resort to the prepared excuses he had prepared to deal with the two of them. He sighed helplessly. I wanted to marry Xia Jia, but I don't have the qualifications. No qualifications? What do you mean? Lu Fei pressed. Lu Xia, standing nearby, couldn't help but bite her red lips. Lin Feng pointed to his cheap clothes and said, Do you think a poor guy like me is worthy of a woman as wonderful as Xia Jia? Before he could finish, Lu Xia couldn't wait to express her feelings. Xiao Feng, I don't care if you're poor or rich. As long as you're willing to marry me, I'll be satisfied. However, Lin Feng shook his head firmly. Xia Jia, I know you don't care, but I do. I'm a man with hands and feet. I don't want people to say I'm a freeloader. I want to use my own hands to give the woman I love a happy life. As he spoke, Lin Feng's emotions were deeply felt, and anyone who saw him would be deeply moved. Someone even remarked, this guy really has a sense of responsibility. But Lu Fei remained unmoved, mocking him coldly. What era are we in? Still playing this outdated game of machoism? You're being so hypocritical. Lin Feng hadn't expected Lu Fei to be so difficult. With no other option, he had to push forward. In your eyes, this might be a hypocritical lie, but in my eyes, it's the truth of my heart. Fine. Even if it's true. Have you considered my sister? Do you know how old she is? You can fight and strive for your macho ideals, but what about my sister? How long do you think she'll wait for you? Lu Fei's words were like sharp swords, piercing deeply into Lin Feng's chest. He had to admit that he had been too hasty earlier. When he looked at Lu Xia again, her eyes were already moist, and tears were welling up inside them. What should I do? Am I really going to mess this up? At this critical moment, only the system could save the day. Friendly reminder, host, the system store has items that can make you return to your youth. Return to youth? Are you serious? As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of dazzling items appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Youth Preserving Pill, locks your current appearance and prevents aging. Price, 100,000 goodwill points. Youth Restoring Pill, can restore youth to a certain extent. The degree of rejuvenation varies depending on the user. Price, 200,000 goodwill points. Divine Beauty Pill, restores youth while granting unparalleled beauty. Price, 1 million favor points. After quickly scanning through the list, Lin Feng couldn't afford any of them. Just as Lin Feng was feeling dejected, an ancient text caught his attention. Beauty Enhancing Hands, a special technique that helps others rejuvenate through massage. The longer the massage, the better the effect. Only applicable to women. Price, 20,000 goodwill points. Massage can make someone regain their youth. That's insane? But it's way too cheap. Soon, the system provided an explanation. It turned out that the beauty hands technique didn't work immediately. It required prolonged, uninterrupted massage to produce results. Moreover, its beauty-enhancing effects are significantly weaker compared to other products. Lin Feng didn't care if it was weak or not, as long as it worked. The real reason was that he was broke and could only afford the cheapest beauty hand. System, purchased the beauty hand. Beauty hand purchased successfully, consumed 20,000 goodwill points, current balance, 5,432. As soon as the prompt sounded, Lin Feng's mind was filled with obscure information, all the techniques for using the beauty hand. He had thought the beauty hand was simple, but upon closer examination, he realized it was far more complex than he had imagined. Back to reality. Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't made a move, Lu Fei had completely lost patience. She directly declared him defeated. Now you see the true face of a man, don't you? However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng, who had remained silent the entire time, spoke up. Can I talk to Xia Jia alone for a moment? You're just trying to trick my sister again, aren't you? Lu Fei said suspiciously. I just want to talk to her from the bottom of my heart. Lu Fei snorted coldly. Who knows if you're just using that as an excuse to deceive my innocent sister? Lin Feng fell silent. Just then, Lu Xia, who had been silent, spoke up. Her voice hoarse, she said, Fei, go back to your room first. I'll talk to him alone. Lu Fei immediately retorted, Sis. This guy is smooth talking. You can't handle him alone. Lu Xia remained silent, only staring intently at Lu Fei with her reddened eyes. In the end, unable to withstand the pressure, Lu Fei backed down. I'll give you 5 minutes. Only after Lu Fei had completely disappeared from their sight did Lu Xia finally speak. She's gone. Say whatever you want. Compared to before, Lu Xia's voice was noticeably colder. Lin Feng didn't get angry either. After all, he was the one who had played with someone's feelings. Xia Jia, I still stand by my previous stance. I can't marry you, at least not yet. But don't worry, I won't let you wait in vain. I have a unique method that can help people regain their youth. Chapter 49, Bound to the Rich Woman's Sister. Speak. What did you say to my sister? Facing the interrogation from his sister-in-law Lu Fei, Lin Feng, who had just met her for the first time, was completely bewildered. I didn't say anything. However, Lu Fei clearly didn't believe him. She glared at Lin Feng with hatred and said through gritted teeth, "If you didn't say anything, how could my sister suddenly change her mind?" Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. Could it be that your sister never intended to marry him in the first place? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Fei jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Impossible. I know Lu Xia very well. She is dying to be with you every day. How could she not want to marry you? Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. Well, I don't know then. I didn't say anything. Lu Fei, seeing this, grew even angrier. So you're not going to explain yourself, are you? Lin Feng looked at Lu Fei innocently. I didn't say anything. What do you want me to explain? Fine. You'd better never say a word about it. Lu Fei threw those words at him before storming off to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lu Xia was busy preparing dinner. Hearing the footsteps, she instinctively looked up. When she saw her younger sister Lu Fei storming in with a furious expression, she couldn't help but look surprised. What's wrong? You look so angry? Lu Fei snapped back. It's all because of the little man you're raising. No, not just him, it's you too. What does that have to do with me? Lu Xia frowned. You have the nerve to say that. Before he came, we agreed that if he ever showed any signs of not wanting to marry you, you'd end things with him completely. But what happened? You went back on your word. Why? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Why give him another chance? Perhaps it was Lu Fei's sharp questioning that left Lu Xia speechless. Lu Fei, who had no patience left, continued her interrogation. Speak up. Why did you back out? Seeing Lu Fei growing increasingly agitated, Lu Xia knew that if she didn't give her a reasonable explanation, this matter would never end well. After a moment of deliberation, she spoke slowly. I just think Xiaofeng is right. A man should have his own career. Sister, you're about to inherit your ex-husband's fortune of over 100 million. Lu Fei looked utterly disbelieving. Lu Xia, but that money isn't Xiaofeng's. If others find out about my past, they'll definitely gossip about him behind his back. I don't want to see him being talked about. Lu Fei, so you're just going to let him struggle on his own? Lu Xia, Xiaofeng is still young. A few years of hard work won't hurt. Besides, what kind of man doesn't strive for something? Lu Fei, what about you? By the time he's finished striving, you'll be 40. If he fails, that's one thing, but if he succeeds, what if he looks down on you for being old and dumps you? Lu Xia, no, Xiaofeng isn't that kind of person. Lu Fei, how do you know he's not like that? You've only known each other for a month. Lu Xia, we've only known each other for a month, but our feelings for each other are deeper than anyone else's. Lu Fei was speechless. She hadn't expected Lu Xia to be so stubborn. After a long while, she finally spoke. So, you're determined to be with him? Lu Xia grabbed Lu Fei's hand and played the emotional card. Fei, I know you're worried I'll be deceived by a bad man, but Xiaofeng is truly different from other men. Alright. I'll give him another chance. Give him another chance? What does that mean? Lu Xia was confused. This time when I return to the country, I'll stay for a month. If he doesn't do anything wrong during that month, I'll genuinely wish you both happiness. But if he turns out to be a hypocrite, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Xia raised her eyebrows. Do you really have to go that far? Lu Fei smiled slightly, her expression softening. You're the only family I have left in this world. How can I leave in peace if I don't see you happy? Fei Lu Xia's eyes welled up with tears. Enough. You're an adult. Stop crying. Hurry up and cook. I'm starving. Then come help me. No. You're just making me feel bad. Lu Fei stuck out her tongue playfully at Lu Xia, then walked out of the kitchen in big strides. She didn't go back to the sofa but headed straight to the bedroom. However, as she passed by Lin Feng, she glared at him fiercely. This left Lin Feng feeling quite helpless. System, check Lu Fei's profile. Querying, please wait. Name, Lu Fei. Age, 35. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 99 pounds. Appearance, 94. Overall rating, 9.3. Only 94 for appearance? I thought it was 95. System, bind to Lu Fei. Binding target, Lu Fei, starting binding. Binding successful. Remaining binding attempts, 12. If possible, Lin Feng didn't want to get too involved with Lu Fei. Because Lu Fei is really hard to deal with. However, given the current situation, he will inevitably have to deal with Lu Fei more frequently in the future. Rather than remain passive, it's better to take the initiative. Just like how he handled Lu Xia, he'll handle Lu Fei. Plus, he could earn some extra points, why not? However, the approach needs to be carefully considered. The scene shifts to a family of 3 sitting happily around the dining table. While they appear to be enjoying themselves, the only ones truly connected are Lu Xia and Lin Feng. As for Auntie Lu Fei, she was treated like a transparent person, completely ignored by the two. Finally, Lu Fei couldn't take it anymore. You two are really enough. I'm still here. What's wrong, Fei? Lu Xia is confused. What do you mean? You two are feeding each other while eating, and it's making me sick. If you can't stand it, just take your bowl and go eat in your room. Lu Fei stared at Lu Xia in disbelief. What did you say? Before Lu Xia could speak, Lin Feng interrupted her. Xia Jia, we did go a bit too far just now. Let us tone it down a bit and let Fei Jia eat her meal in peace. Lu Xia didn't want to spoil her younger sister, but since her husband had spoken, she could only obey. But Lu Fei showed no sign of gratitude. Don't think I'll thank you for this. Lin Feng didn't bother to explain either. If someone doesn't appreciate it, explaining more won't help. After lunch, Lu Xia started shooing people away. However, the person she was chasing wasn't anyone else, it was her own sister, Lu Fei. You want me to leave? Lu Fei was stunned. I have something to do with Xiao Feng. Go out and take a walk. Why? Because I'm your older sister. You're my sister, but you can't be so rude. Then is being the owner of this house enough for you? Lu Xia, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell Mom. In the end, Lu Fei left with tears in her eyes. As soon as Lu Fei had left, Lu Xia hurriedly dragged Lin Feng into the bedroom. Xiao Feng, I'm ready. Let us begin. What are they starting? Let us guess. Chapter 50, Massaging the Rich Sister. In the unusually tense bedroom, two figures were engaged in a loud, secret conversation. Xia Jia, are you ready? Ready. Then take off all your clothes, Xia Jia. Everything? During the massage, there might be some impurities, so it's best if you take everything off. Facing Lin Feng's request, Lu Xia hesitated not a moment and immediately stripped herself completely naked. Although Lin Feng had already seen everything he needed to see, when Lu Xia appeared before him in such a bold manner, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with excitement. Xiaofeng, are you okay? Lu Xia asked with concern. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm fine. Let us begin. Lu Xia glanced at a certain area and said, but you seem to be struggling to hold back. Maybe we should do that first. Xia Jia, I know you're thinking of me, but my special technique is very physically demanding. If I use my strength on other things, I won't be able to give you a massage. Lu Xia shrugged it off. If it can't be helped, then it can't be helped. We have plenty of time in the future, I'm not in a hurry. But Lin Feng shook his head firmly. No way. I promise Xia Jie I'd make you feel young again. I can't go back on my word. Looking at the man before her, whose feelings were so sincere, Lu Xia could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Xiao Feng, meeting you in this vast world is the greatest blessing of my life. Lu Xia's affection +1 + 3 affection points. Lu Xia's affection +1 + 3 affection points. Xia Jia, meeting you is also my honor. But could you please let go of me? I'm about to lose control. Hearing this, Lu Xia finally panicked and let go. I'm sorry, Xiao Feng, I forgot. It's okay, Xia Jia, just lie down. Lu Xia bit her red lips. Xiaofeng, do you really not need my help? Xia Jia, you can help me for a moment, but you can't help me for a lifetime. I have to overcome this on my own. Alright then. Soon, Lu Xia lay down on the makeshift massage bed Lin Feng had set up. And our Lin technician was now officially on the job. Xia Jia, are you ready? Always ready. Alright, I'll begin. On the other side, after being ruthlessly kicked out of the house by Lu Xia, Lu Fei started wandering around the neighborhood. She actually wanted to go out and play, but she hadn't been back in so many years and had no idea where to go. Just then, a beautiful figure approached the confused and helpless Lu Fei. Miss, is there anything I can help you with? Who are you? Lu Fei curiously examined the person. I'm the deputy manager of the community property management, Yu Fei. Indeed, the woman was none other than Yu Fei, the female tyrant who had just returned from the hospital a short while ago. If Lin Feng had seen this scene, he would have couldn't help but exclaim, wow, the two yes have met. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Property manager? Then you must know Lin Feng? Yu Fei paused for a moment. Are you referring to the security guard at the entrance of the community, Lin Feng? Lu Fei nodded repeatedly, yes. That's him. So, you want me to take you to find Lin Feng, right? No need, I know where that guy is. Ha? Yu Fei was surprised. Lu Fei quickly corrected herself, I don't need you to take me to him. I just want to find out more about this Lin Feng. May I ask what your relationship is with Lin Feng? Yu Fei didn't know why she asked that. Perhaps she sensed a sense of danger from Lu Fei. I'm Lin Feng's friend. A friend asking me about Lin Feng? Yu Fei clearly didn't believe her. Lu Fei knew her excuse was ridiculous, so she made up an even more outlandish lie. Actually, I've fallen for Lin Feng, but I don't know much about him, so I thought I'd ask manager you for help. What Lu Fei said afterward, Yu Fei didn't hear at all. Her mind went completely blank the moment Lu Fei mentioned that she liked Lin Feng. She didn't know why she felt this way, but her heart just couldn't help but ache. After a long while, she finally snapped back to reality at Lu Fei's repeated calls. Manager you, manager you. Ha? Miss, what did you just say? Lu Fei was a bit annoyed, but she still spoke patiently. I said I'd like to learn more about Lin Feng. Please tell me everything you know. Oh, sure. Let's sit down and talk. Meanwhile, downstairs in the bedroom, Lin the technician was engaged in strenuous work. The scene is indescribable, use your imagination. Lin Feng, Xia Jia, how do you feel? Lu Xia, it's incredibly comfortable, even better than a spa. Lin Feng, do you feel anything unusual? Lu Xia, besides feeling a bit warm, I don't feel anything else. Lin Feng, feeling warm is exactly what you should feel. Lu Xia, what do you mean? Lin Feng, Xia Jia, my unique technique uses massage to help you eliminate impurities from your body, thereby restoring your youth. The most direct manifestation of this impurity elimination is the gradual warming of your body. Lu Xia, so, Xiao Feng, are you saying that the impurities in my body are about to be expelled? Lin Feng, at this rate, it should be pretty quick. Lu Xia, then you'll have to keep massaging, right? Lin Feng, if we don't keep massaging until the impurities are expelled, this massage will be in vain. Lu Xia, Xiao Feng, you've worked hard. Lin Feng, it's my honor to massage for Sister Xia. Suddenly, Lin Su, who was busy working, seemed to sense something and his expression changed. Xia Jia, what's going on? You can't be the only one enjoying this, Xiaofeng should enjoy it too. But that's too. Something that can only be implied, not spoken. Xiaofeng doesn't mind my age, so how could I possibly mind Xiaofeng? Xia Jia. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden scream broke the atmosphere filled with endless imagination. Xiaofeng. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw that the once fair-skinned Lu Xia was now completely surrounded by a black liquid that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng grabbed Lu Xia tightly and rushed into the bathroom. When the two emerged from the bathroom, Lin Feng's face bore a satisfied expression. Beside him, Lu Xia had undergone a complete transformation compared to before she entered. Her skin had visibly become fairer and smoother, and the fine lines around her eyes had vanished, replaced by a pair of eyes as clear and bright as autumn water. Lu Xia walked to the mirror and examined her reborn self from head to toe. Although she trusted Lin Feng implicitly, the idea of reversing the aging process was simply too absurd to believe. Even she had no idea what to expect before this. But now, she believed completely. Lin Feng truly had the ability to restore youth. She threw herself into Lin Feng's arms with joy. Xiao Feng, thank you so much. You have no idea how worried I was that I might grow old before you. Lin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile, just words? But I just helped you in the bathroom, didn't I? That was in the bathroom. What does that have to do with outside the bathroom? Right, Xia Jia? You're so mean. Chapter 51, The Rich Woman's Sister is Too Fierce, Lin Feng is overwhelmed. By the bedside, Lin Feng and Lu Xia lay quietly together. Neither of them spoke, silently savoring this rare moment of peace. Time ticked away slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Xia finally broke the silence. She parted her red lips, her voice as delicate as wind chimes in the breeze, clear and melodious. Xiao Feng, I feel so happy right now. Lin Feng replied, I'm happy too. However, his expression did not match his words. His face looked so tired and weak, as if all his energy had been drained away. All of this was due to Lu Xia. Originally, Lin Feng believed that with his miraculous beauty-enhancing hands, he could completely control Lu Xia. Indeed, he had successfully gained control over her. Not only that, but he also used his hard work to earn a significant amount of goodwill points from her. However, he overlooked one crucial thing. No woman can resist the allure of youth, especially one who was about to turn 40. Lu Xia's gratitude was like a tidal wave that engulfed him in the depths of the ocean. At first, Lin Feng could handle Lu Xia with ease. But as time went on, he gradually felt overwhelmed and even began to struggle to keep up. Lu Xia grew more fierce with each battle, while he grew more exhausted. If he hadn't used his ultimate move in the end, their battle would have likely lasted until nightfall. As soon as the battle ended, he collapsed to the ground. Looking at Lu Xia, she showed no signs of fatigue, but instead looked refreshed and vibrant. At that moment, he fully understood those two truths. There's no such thing as land that can't be cultivated, there are only oxen that work themselves to death. At 30, one is like a wolf, at 40, one is like a tiger. These two phrases couldn't have been more fitting for Lu Xia. After all, this was only his first massage for Lu Xia, and the results weren't that great yet. The more he continued, the better the results would be. By then, Lu Xia would undoubtedly be even more excited. He couldn't handle it today, what would happen later? He'd end up dying in Lu Xia's bed. No way. Lin Feng, would rather crawl on my knees than die lying down. System, is there any equipment to enhance that aspect? Saying those words almost drained all of Lin Feng's courage. Because he had previously sworn he would never touch such things, only to be proven wrong so quickly. There's no choice. The enemies are too fierce. We must strengthen our firepower.
Soon, various items began to appear in Lin Feng's mind. Golden Spear Pill, Golden Spear, Slay Gods and Demons, effective for 1 day, price 5,000 favor points. Endurance Elixir, permanently increases endurance with no adverse effects on the body.
Price 10,000 goodwill points.
Golden Kidneys, upgrade your kidneys, providing endless energy, easily capable of performing like a night owl. Promotional item, limited time price for 3 days, 100,000 favor points. After looking around, Lin Feng found himself torn between choosing the Endurance Elixir or the Golden Kidney. The Endurance Elixir was cheaper and the best item he could afford at the moment. However, the Golden Kidney was clearly more effective than the potion, and it was also a limited time promotional item. If he bought it, Lin Feng would never have to worry about his kidneys again. But he only had around 18,000 goodwill points combined, and the Golden Kidney was only available for 3 days.
Could he really earn that many points in 3 days?
Just then, Lu Xia, who was lying in his arms, blurted out another sentence.
Xiaofeng, we'll always be together, right? Don't you still trust me? Lin Feng asked.
Lu Xia shook her head. No, I just feel like all of this is too good to be true, like a dream.
Lin Feng was taken aback.
He wanted to say the same thing, it all did feel like a dream. Coming back to his senses, he immediately embraced the beauty and spoke softly.
We'll always be together.
Yes, I believe you. The two of them stayed in bed, inseparable, for who knows how long. Lin Feng finally bid farewell to Lu Xia and left. He only had 3 days left, and he had to make the most of his time to earn points. That's right, Lin Feng ultimately chose the Golden Kidney. The endurance potion was effective, but too much of a hassle. Better to work harder and get the best kidney. Just as he stepped out of the bedroom, he felt as though something was watching him. Following the gaze, he immediately spotted his younger sister-in-law, Lu Fei, sitting on the sofa. Lu Fei was staring at him intently, her beautiful eyes filled with a look of suspicion.
Lin Feng awkwardly greeted Lu Fei.
Sis, how did you get back so quickly?
Quick? Do you know what time it is?
As always, the familiar icy tone. Lin Feng looked at the clock on the wall in confusion.
He didn't notice until he looked, but it was a shock.
Goodness, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. They hadn't even finished eating yet. That meant he and Lu Xia had been in the bedroom for nearly 5 hours. No wonder his legs were still shaking.
I've got something to do, so I'll be going.
Hurriedly tossing out a sentence, Lin Feng left the place.
Why didn't he take the opportunity to flirt with his sister-in-law? With her attitude like that, is he asking for trouble?
Lin Feng had only been gone for a short while when Lu Xia emerged. Lu Fei had intended to tell her older sister about the information she had recently obtained from Yu Fei. But when she saw the completely transformed Lu Xia, she blurted out in shock.
What the hell? Who are you? What are you doing in my sister's room? That's my room. How could I be there?
Lu Xia retorted angrily.
Your room? So you're really Lu Xia? Lu Fei, you've had enough. Don't be ridiculous. I didn't get a face transplant.
On the other side, Lin Feng, who had fled in a panic, quickly boarded the elevator. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close, a pair of delicate hands suddenly reached in. Lin Feng thought Lu Fei had caught up with him and his face turned pale. But when the elevator doors were forced open and he saw the owner of those delicate hands, he couldn't help but smile with joy.
It's you! Chapter 52, The Rich Sister is in the Hospital?
As the saying goes, those destined to meet will meet, no matter the distance. When fate aligns, two people are bound to cross paths. Just as he had escaped the clutches of the Lu sisters, Lin Feng bumped into the beautiful influencer he had been longing for, Han Kier, in the elevator. Last time he failed to bind her, but this time he wouldn't let her slip away again.
System. Bind Han Kier. Binding target, Han Kier, starting binding. Binding successful. Remaining binding attempts, 11. After hearing the notification sound, Lin Feng finally approached Han Kier with enthusiasm. Do you live on this floor? As before, Han Kier was still a bit socially anxious, but she didn't ignore Lin Feng. Instead, she nervously replied. Yes, I live in 1203. Her voice was very soft, but Lin Feng heard her clearly. She lives in 1203. And the two sisters, Lu Xia and Lu Fei, lived in 1201. The middle unit, 1202, was vacant. In a way, they could be considered neighbors. As for the issue of Tang Rou and Ouyang Bing becoming neighbors in Building B, he hadn't even resolved that yet. On Building C, Han Kier and Lu Xia have also become neighbors. It can only be said that the world is indeed a small place. Just then, Han Kier spoke up. Did you eat the snacks I gave you earlier? Apparently afraid that Lin So might misunderstand, she added. Don't misunderstand me. I just wanted to do this product follow-up because my work is related to snacks. I like them all. Lin Feng blurted out. Which snacks do you think are the best? Or which ones left a strong impression on you? Feel free to share your thoughts. Han Kuo grew more and more excited as she spoke, and someone unaware might have thought she was actually an online influencer in private. And for a moment, Lin Feng even mistook the scene for a live broadcast. Because at that moment, Han Kuo was just as talkative and excited as the Han Kuo shown on camera. But soon, realizing something was off, Han Kuo reverted back to her shy, introverted self. I'm sorry, I was being too forward. Just pretend I never said anything. It's okay, I didn't have anything to do anyway. Han Kuo's eyes lit up. So, you're willing to do a follow-up interview with me? Lin Feng chuckled. I can't just eat all your snacks for free, can I? Thank you. Han Kuo's goodwill +1, +10 goodwill points. Han Kuo's affection +1, +10 affection points. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally appeared below Building C. Today, I really can't thank you enough. Han Kuo expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. It's actually me who should be thanking you. Night shifts are so boring, and thanks to the box of snacks you brought, I was able to get through the night. Well, since that's the case, how about I bring you some snacks every week? Han Kuo suddenly suggested. That's not really appropriate. You work hard to earn your money, how could I possibly let you keep spending it on me? Lin Feng declined. Those snacks were given to us by the manufacturer, they're free. If you really feel bad about it, just give me some feedback after you finish eating them. Is that really okay? Lin Feng continued to pretend. In reality, he was over the moon inside. He had been worried about how to approach Han Kuo, and now she was actually offering herself to him. Just be the good guy and do it for me, please. With a beauty begging like that, what else could Lin Feng do? He could only smile to himself and add Han Kuo on WeChat. After exchanging a few more polite words, they parted ways. This chance encounter not only allowed Lin Feng to add Han Kuo on WeChat but also earned him 2,000 goodwill points from her. Though not much, it was better than nothing. Back to the dorm to play games. Lin Feng's gaming setup was a standard gaming laptop, nothing fancy, but it could handle all the games he wanted to play. He had thought he would have to work for several months before he could upgrade his gaming setup. But unexpectedly, he managed to do it in just 1 month. And he did it by living off others. But when he opened the large box Tang Ro had given him and saw the computer hidden inside, he was speechless. A massive dual-screen setup, a gaming-grade case, a sleek logo with his name on it, and a drool-worthy 5090 graphics card. This was exactly the computer he had always dreamed of. Even though the computer was right there within his grasp, Lin Feng couldn't feel a single ounce of joy, and he didn't even feel like playing games anymore. Lying in bed, staring at Tang Ro's WeChat, he couldn't bring himself to send a single message. After staring blankly for an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally decided to come clean with Tang Ro. Although this might mean losing Tang Ro, if he did nothing, their relationship would truly be over. However, just as he finished editing the message and was about to send it, a sudden phone call interrupted him. Wang Shui? Why is she calling? The scene shifted, and Lin Feng found himself at the hospital. Sister Shui, what's going on? Why did Sister Ro suddenly end up in the hospital? Lin Feng asked anxiously. Wang Shui sighed softly and said, there was an event this afternoon. Mr. Tang was supposed to give a speech as the representative. When he was getting off the stage, he accidentally stepped into thin air. How could he accidentally step off the stage? Lin Feng frowned. I don't know either, but Mr. Tang has been in a bad mood since this morning. This morning? Could it be because of me? Before Lin Feng could think further, familiar screams echoed from the VIP ward inside. Get out! All of you get out! It was Tang Ro's voice. And it sounded so sad, so desperate. Lin Feng instinctively looked at Wang Shui, waiting for her to give him a reasonable explanation. When Miss Tang fell, her face accidentally hit the steps. The doctor said there's a possibility she might be disfigured. Lin Feng's heart trembled. For a woman, appearance is her life. If her face is disfigured, it would be worse than death. Lin Feng already felt guilty toward Tang Ro, and now he had no idea how to face her. After an unknown amount of time, he finally spoke up. Shui Jia, I want to spend some time alone with Ro Jia. In the VIP ward, Tang Ro, with her face wrapped in bandages, stared blankly out the window. Her eyes had once been bright and full of hope, but now they were filled with nothing but darkness and despair. Soon, the ward door opened again. Get out! I don't want to see anyone right now. Tang Ro didn't even turn her head, her voice hoarse as she drove them away. But the person who came only trembled and called out weakly. Sister Tang. The familiar voice made Tang Ro jolt in surprise. When she turned around, the man standing before her was none other than Lin Feng. Xiao Feng. The next moment, Tang Ro seemed to think of something. She covered her face and turned away while pushing Lin Feng away. Who let you in? Get out! But Lin Feng seemed to have not heard her at all, taking one step after another toward Tang Ro. Tang Ro, who had been pushing him away, now pleaded with him in a desperate voice. Please, just go out, okay? In response, she was met with Lin Feng's warm embrace and the long overdue apology. I'm sorry. Chapter 53, Comforting the Wealthy Older Sister. When she fell and injured herself, Tang Rou didn't cry. Even when she found out she would be disfigured, she didn't cry. Even when she discovered the ambiguous relationship between Lin Feng and Ouyang Bing, she still managed to hold back her tears. However, when she heard Lin Feng say those two words, "I'm sorry," she couldn't hold back anymore. The tears she had held back for so long, along with the pent-up frustration in her heart, all poured out in that moment. Soon, the entire hospital room was filled with Tang Rou's heartbreaking sobs. After a long while, the sobbing gradually subsided. Lin Feng gently wiped away the remaining tears from Tang Rou's face while speaking softly. "Don't cry anymore. The gauze is soaked through. If it touches the wound, it will hurt." But Tang Rou pouted her lips in utter distress and said, "The pain in my body doesn't compare to the pain in my heart." Lin Feng paused for a moment before sighing softly. "Ruojia, let me change the gauze first. We'll talk about the rest later, okay?" Tang Rou remained silent, only gazing at Lin Feng with a look of deep sorrow. After receiving Tang Rou's silent consent, Lin Feng carefully removed the bandage. His movements were gentle, afraid of causing her any pain. But when the bandage was removed, the wound beneath was exposed to Lin Feng's eyes, and his eyes immediately turned red. A brown scar as long as his thumb, and skin bruised in patches of blue and purple. And he had heard from Wang Shui that Tang Rou hadn't shed a single tear. He truly didn't know how she had endured it. "System, is there any item to heal wounds? We recommend the host purchase Scarless Ointment, which can heal all wounds without leaving a trace." "Alright, I'll purchase the Scarless Ointment. Scarless Ointment costs 10,000 goodwill points. Please confirm your purchase." "Yes." Although it was expensive, Lin Feng couldn't bear the guilt in his heart. Points can be earned again. But if Tang Rou is gone, she'll be lost forever. 10,000 goodwill points consumed. Trace-free cream purchased successfully. Current goodwill points balance, 10,860. "Sister Tang, do you trust me?" Lin Feng suddenly asked. Tang Rou looked confused. "When I was in college, I went out with some classmates and bought a lot of strange things from a mysterious stall. Among them was a salve that could remove scars." Tang Rou heard this and clearly became excited. "Really? It can really remove scars without a trace?" Lin Feng deliberately hesitated for a moment before continuing. "The vendor claimed it could, but I've never tried it myself. I brought it along today. I was wondering if you'd be willing to give it a try." As he spoke, Lin Feng pretended to take out the scar-removing ointment he had just purchased from his pocket. "I'm willing." Without any hesitation, Tang Rou made her decision. "Aren't you afraid it won't work?" Lin Feng was surprised. "Of course I'm afraid, but I still trust you." "Thank you, Sister Rong." Lin Feng's nose grew moist. At that moment, Tang Rou suddenly changed the subject. "But before that, I have a question I'd like to ask you, Xiao Feng." "Ruojia, are you asking about my relationship with Mr. Ouyang?" Tang Rou shook her head and said, if this ointment doesn't work, if I really end up disfigured, would you reject me and leave me, Xiao Feng?" "No way." Lin Feng answered just as firmly. Tang Rou said nothing, but smiled happily. Tang Rou's affection +1, plus 10 affection points. Tang Rou's affection +1, plus 10 affection points. An unprecedented speed, faster than any previous time. How fast exactly? Lin Feng had no idea. All he wanted now was to get rid of this ugly scar as soon as possible. "Ruojia, I'll start applying the ointment now. Let me know if it hurts." "Okay." He opened the scar cream, dipped his finger into it, and gently pressed it onto the wound. Since the scar hadn't fully scabbed over yet, Lin Feng was extra careful with his movements. Even with his utmost care, Tang Rou still felt a twinge of pain. But soon, Tang Rou's gaze was drawn to Lin Feng, who was working with such focus and dedication. The focused Lin Feng was so handsome that Tang Rou couldn't help but stare, even forgetting the pain. By the time she snapped back to reality, Lin Feng had already finished. "Ruojia, how does it feel?" Lin Feng asked. "My face feels hot, like something is about to break through," Tang Rou replied. "If that's the case, then the scar-removing cream is already working," Lin Feng said, pretending to sigh in relief. Tang Rou was overjoyed. "Does that mean my face will really heal?" "I can't be 100% sure, but it should work. Let's wait and see." As time passed, the prominent scar on Tang Rou's face began to harden at a visible pace. Finally, with a crisp snap, the dark scar shattered and fell off Tang Rou's face. As the scab fell away, Tang Rou's face, which had been too painful to look at, gradually regained its former radiance. In fact, it looked even whiter and more delicate than before. Tang Rou could only feel the changes on her face, but she didn't know the specifics. So, she nervously grabbed Lin Feng's hand and asked, "Xiao Feng, how does my face look?" Lin Feng remained silent, calmly picking up a mirror from the side and placing it in front of Tang Rou. To her surprise, Tang Rou closed her eyes in fear before the mirror was even in front of her. "Ruojia, don't be afraid, I'm here." Under Lin Feng's soothing words, Tang Rou finally cautiously opened her eyes. When she saw herself in the mirror, even more beautiful than she had ever been before, she burst into tears with excitement. Wah, 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 this is wonderful, this is wonderful. Lin Feng remained by her side, watching over her. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Rou finally calmed down. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Without you, I really don't know how I would have faced myself. But Lin Feng playfully teased her in a pretend angry tone. Oh? Really? When I first came in, someone was trying to chase me away. Tang Rou's face flushed red. I was just in a bad mood back then, and I didn't want you to see me like that. Don't mention that. Even if you, Tang Rou, turned into an ugly monster today, I, Lin Feng, wouldn't leave. Why? Because you're my one and only wrong sister. Hearing those words, all the grievances, pain, and thoughts of Yang Bing vanished from Tang Rou's mind. She wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and kissed him passionately. Tang Rou's affection +1 + 10 affection points. Tang Rou's affection +1 + 10 affection points. Chapter 54, The Rich Woman's Confession. I think I know how to respond to you now. After speaking gently, Tang Rou suddenly blurted out. Lin Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment before responding awkwardly. Sister Rome, I'm actually not in a hurry. You can take your time. However, before he could finish his sentence, Tang Rou gave her reply. I reject your confession. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. Reject? Reject? In response, Tang Rou offered her explanation. I've actually liked you for a long time, but I was afraid you didn't like me, so I hesitated to confess. You know how excited I was when I heard you liked me too? I wanted to agree right then and there and be with you, but I felt it was too hasty, so I backed out again. I had planned to wait until I was ready before being with you, but then I unexpectedly discovered your unusual relationship with Miss Ouyang. At this point, Tang Rou shot Lin Feng a look filled with resentment. Lin Feng, who dared to act but not take responsibility, could only scratch his head awkwardly. After a brief pause, Tang Rou continued. It was also then that I realized how much I love you and how important you are to me. However, after thinking about it all day today, I don't think you're entirely to blame. I also bear some responsibility. If I had confessed my feelings to you sooner, perhaps there wouldn't have been a third party involved. Since things have come to this point, I'll find an opportunity to clarify things with Miss Ouyang and then compete fairly with her for you, Xiao Feng. What do you mean, compete? Lin Feng was taken aback. Otherwise, would you be able to choose between me and Miss Ouyang? Tang Rou said impatiently. Lin Feng immediately backed down. If that's the case, I still think it's better for you to handle it, Sister Tang. Tang Rou rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and scolded him playfully. I knew you were just a bully. Lin Feng was feeling so bitter inside. Although I am indeed a bully, Yang Bing's connections are truly formidable. There's no way I can take her on. Just then, Tang Rou suddenly changed the subject, her curiosity piqued. But I'm curious, how far have you and Miss Ouyang gone? I suddenly remembered that I think dinner is ready at home. I'll go back and cook first, and come back later. Saying this, Lin Feng, feeling guilty, got up to leave. However, he had only taken a few steps when he was ruthlessly called back by Tang Rou from behind. Come back here. Lin Feng sat back down immediately, like a well-behaved child. Tang Rou said coldly, from now on, I ask, you answer. If you dare to lie to me, I'll tear your house down tomorrow. Sister Tang, my family doesn't live in Jinghai City, Lin Feng said weakly. Did I give you permission to speak? Tang Rou shouted angrily. After all, she was a billionaire tycoon, and the aura she exuded was overwhelming. Lin Feng was too scared to move. After a long while, Tang Rou finally asked her first question. Have you already held hands with her? We did. Tang Rou's expression darkened. If you've held hands, just say so. What does held hands mean? Are you trying to fool me? Or do you want to see me confront Miss Ouyang? Lin Feng shook his head repeatedly. We did. We did. Tang Rou asked her second question, have you hugged her? Having learned his lesson, Lin Feng dared not be vague. We hugged. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou's face darkened noticeably. With anger in her voice, she asked her third question. Have you kissed her? Kiss, I've kissed her. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Feng heard the sound of something suddenly snapping. When he looked back at Tang Rou, her face had already turned completely dark, and her voice was filled with intense anger. You dare to defy the teacher's orders? Your nerve is truly extraordinary. Lin Feng, I dare to mess with your plans, what as a mere teacher? Of course, he couldn't possibly say that out loud. Otherwise, Tang Rou might have dealt with him on the spot. He carefully explained, actually, I didn't mean to. It was just that the atmosphere was so tense at the time, and I couldn't help myself. By the time I realized what I'd done, it was already too late. You couldn't resist earlier or later, but you had to do it when the atmosphere was so tense. You're really something. At that moment, Tang Rou was furious, and Lin Feng dared not say another word, only enduring silently. After calming down for a long time, Tang Rou finally asked the last, and most important, question. So, did you sleep with her? This time, Lin Feng didn't dodge the question. Besides, he had nowhere to hide. He sighed softly and said, "Yes, we did." In an instant, Tang Roa's face lost all color, and her voice grew hoarse. "When did this happen?" "It was the night I went to the class reunion. I drove her home, and I couldn't resist." The rest of the words, Lin Feng couldn't bring himself to say. At this point, Tang Ro probably didn't want to hear them either. The two fell into a comfortable silence. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Ro finally spoke. "You should go back first. I want to be alone for a while." Lin Feng wanted to stay, but compared to staying, Tang Ro needed some alone time more at that moment. "Alright, I'll go back first. If there's anything, you can contact me." After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and started to leave. Just as he reached the door, he stopped. Then, without looking back, he said, "It's best to keep your good looks under wraps for now. If people find out you've suddenly improved, it could cause trouble." Tang Ro didn't respond. Lin Feng sighed softly before opening the door and leaving. Only after the door closed again did Tang Ro, who had been holding back her emotions for so long, cover her mouth and begin to cry softly. Her sobs were as heartbreaking as ever, so sorrowful and pitiable. Unfortunately, no one was there to comfort her this time. Outside the ward, Lin Feng had just stepped out when Wang Shui, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over. "How is she, Xiao Feng? Is Miss Tang feeling better?" "She's probably a little better now," Lin Feng said with a wry smile. "What do you mean should be a bit better?" Wang Shui frowned. "Lin Feng, she looked like she was about to cry before going in, and now she still looks like she wants to cry. Isn't that better? In any case, Sister Shui, you don't need to worry anymore. Sister Rong is fine now." "Are you sure?" Wang Shui clearly didn't believe him. "What would I gain by lying to you? Alright, then let's go check on Mr. Tang." As she spoke, Wang Shui prepared to open the door, but Lin Feng stopped her. "Shui Jia, Ro Jia said she wants to be alone for a while. Don't go in and disturb her." Wang Shui finally let go. "Alright then. You've been through a lot today. Thanks for coming all this way. Sister Shui is joking. Sister Ro is one of the few family members I have in this city. She's in the hospital with a fracture. How could I just stand by and do nothing? Regardless, I still want to thank you." "Just words? What else do you want?" "At least." Chapter 55, Sleeping with the Secretary of a Rich Woman? The next morning, as the cool morning breeze gently brushed through the sheer curtains and touched Wang Shui's soft eyelashes, the beautiful woman, feeling the gentle touch, slowly opened her eyes. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, Wang Shui looked confused. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" Just then, Wang Shui seemed to sense something. She mechanically turned her head to the side. The next second, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. "Ah!" The sound was so loud that even the birds perched by the window were startled into flight. Naturally, the man sharing the bed with Wang Shui, Lin Feng, was also forced awake. "What's all the noise? Can't people sleep?" Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he immediately blurted out when he saw the woman beside him. "What the hell are you doing here?" Wang Shui gritted her teeth. "You should be asking me that. How did you end up here?" "Right? How did I end up here?" Lin Feng looked around and realized he was in a hotel. "Wait, that's not the point. How did you end up sleeping with me?" "I only remember us drinking together yesterday. After that, I don't remember a thing." Wang Shui snorted coldly. "Let me help you remember. Yesterday, you used the excuse of wanting me to treat you to dinner, got me drunk, and then brought me here to the hotel and did those beastly things to me." Lin Feng immediately denied it. "No. How could I have done such a beastly thing to you? You stripped me naked. Did you or didn't you do those beastly things to me? Even if my clothes were taken off, that doesn't necessarily mean we did that. Plus, how did you get me drunk and bring me to the hotel?" "I said you got me drunk and brought me here with the intention of doing something to me." Wang Shui stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. What did you say? You wanted to take advantage of me? It's not impossible. After all, I'm so handsome and have such a great body. You might have wanted me all along." Seeing Lin Feng's smug expression, Wang Shui was so angry she was trembling all over. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen anyone as shameless as Lin Feng, who dared to accuse others first. With a shriek, Wang Shui grabbed a pillow and began smashing it furiously at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you cowardly beast. I'll kill you today." The fierce attack sent Lin Feng scrambling for cover, but with nothing to hide behind, he couldn't escape. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he lunged at Wang Shui. Even as she was subdued beneath him, Wang Shui continued to taunt him. "Let me go right now, or I'll call the police." Upon hearing the mention of the police, Lin Feng's anger flared up immediately. "You tried to take advantage of me, and now you want to call the police? Fine. You said I did something beastly to you, didn't you? Well, I'll show you today." With that, Lin Feng leaned in and kissed Wang Shui's red lips. Wang Shui's pupils contracted sharply. Coming to her senses, she immediately struggled to resist. But Lin Feng was too strong, and she couldn't do anything to him. Before long, she was being pushed back step by step. Just as Lin Feng lifted the blanket covering her and prepared to take the final step, Wang Shui suddenly burst into tears. "No, don't, I beg you, don't." Perhaps moved by Wang Shui's cries, Lin Feng actually calmed down. Looking down at Wang Shui, who was now a tearful mess, he immediately slapped himself hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound startled Wang Shui. Before she could react, Lin Feng spoke. "I'm sorry, I acted impulsively just now. But I really don't remember anything from last night." Wang Shui stopped crying and choked out. "Actually, I don't remember either. I was just so scared that I said those things." Lin Feng was speechless. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. "Since neither of us remembers, let's go to the hotel and check the surveillance footage. It should show what happened." Wang Shui didn't say anything, just nodded silently. The scene shifted, and the two of them appeared in the surveillance room. After nearly an hour of reviewing the footage, the two finally uncovered the truth. There was no one trying to sleep with anyone else. The truth was that both of them were drunk. They then linked arms and went to the hotel together, checked into a room, and entered it together. As for whether they crossed that line, the surveillance footage doesn't show that. However, if it did happen, based on what the surveillance footage showed, it was likely consensual. After leaving the surveillance room, Wang Shui kept apologizing. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." "Never mind, I didn't lose anything anyway." Lin Feng waved his hand. "What did you say?" Wang Shui was stunned. "Well, I need to get back to work. I won't stay with you. I'll go first." The best strategy is to leave. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had vanished from Wang Shui's sight. Watching Lin Feng leave, Wang Shui couldn't help but curse under her breath, "That shameless scoundrel." The next moment, she seemed to think of something, and her face unintentionally flushed with a deep blush. But there is one thing he was right about: his physique is truly amazing, especially that part. But she quickly realized something was wrong. "Oh no! I didn't go back all night. Akai is going to be furious. I'm doomed. What should I do?" On the other side, after leaving the hotel, Lin Feng went through some trouble to find his car and then drove back to Shaoxiang Yuan as fast as he could. He had taken the day off yesterday, but he hadn't taken today off. Although both of his superiors were close to him, he couldn't bring himself to skip work. But when he arrived at the security booth, he was told by the on-duty colleague that he had taken the day off again. Where? He was drinking last night, wasn't he? Did he take the day off while he was drunk? Does he have some kind of magical ability? Just then, the phone in his pocket started vibrating. He opened it to find a message from the female tyrant Yu Fei. The message read, "Come to my office immediately." Now he roughly knew why he had taken the day off. Soon, he arrived outside Yu Fei's office. Actually, this was his first time coming to Yu Fei's office. Unlike Ma Wan, he didn't visit her every other day. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Soon, a familiar voice came from inside the office. "Come in." Chapter 56, Does the female boss like bondage play? "No, Manager Yu, what are you doing with the rope?" "Manager Yu, let us talk this out. Why are you tying someone up? Why are you putting on a blindfold?" Manager Yu, I'm here to perform, not to sell myself. Please don't do anything reckless." In the office, Lin Feng, who was tied up tightly, kept muttering non-stop. Soon, a slender hand holding a sharp knife pressed against Lin Feng's throat. Feeling the intent to kill from the cold weapon, Lin Feng's voice trembled uncontrollably. "Mr. Yu, let us talk this out. Why are you pulling out a knife?" However, Yu Fei looked impatient. "Enough nonsense. From now on, I ask, you answer. If you dare to lie to me, don't blame me for the bloodshed." "This scene feels strangely familiar," Lin Feng blurted out. "What did you say?" Yu Fei asked, confused. Lin Feng quickly changed his tone. "I said I already know everything." Yu Fei didn't press the matter and began her interrogation. "Tell me, what is your relationship with Miss Lu?" Lin Feng instinctively thought of Lu Xia, but he found it odd that Yu Fei referred to her as Miss Lu. Shouldn't she be called Mrs. Niu or Mrs. Lu? But with the knife at his throat, he didn't have time to think about it. It's just the relationship between the property owner and the security guard. "Are you sure?" Yu Fei's voice dropped noticeably. Lin Feng swallowed hard and said, "Well, actually, I've helped her a few times." "Oh? What did you help her with?" Yu Fei asked curiously. "Nothing much, just helping her carry things, driving her around, and delivering stuff." Yu Fei narrowed her eyes, adopting a look that suggested she had seen through everything. "I doubt that's all, is it?" Seeing that he couldn't bluff his way out, Lin Feng could only confess honestly. "Actually, I occasionally go to her place to fix the pipes, change light bulbs, and check the wiring." "That's all?" Yu Fei remained skeptical. Just that simple." Yu Fei fell into deep thought. After a long while, she finally spoke. "Do you know what Miss Lu told me yesterday? She went to see you yesterday?" Lin Feng was surprised. "Did I tell you to ask me questions?" As she spoke, Yu Fei gave Lin Feng's thigh a hard slap. With Lin Feng's current defenses, he wasn't afraid of such minor scratches, but he enjoyed acting and teasing others. Especially when it was Yu Fei, who was all talk and no action. Ouch. Ouch. I'm sorry, Ms. Yu, please spare me. Seeing Lin Feng beg for mercy, Yu Fei, satisfied, finally let go of him. Next time, don't speak out of turn without my permission. Don't blame me if I do something even worse. As she spoke, Yu Fei's fingertips accidentally brushed against Lin Feng's tent. Feeling the tingling sensation, Lin Feng begged for mercy repeatedly. Manager Yu, I'm sorry. I'll be a good boy and answer any questions you have. Please don't harm my little brother. I'm the only male heir of the Lin family. If it's gone, our family will be extinct. Yu Fei's face flushed red. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really cut it off. Lin Feng immediately dropped the joking tone. I'm sorry, Manager Yu, I was wrong. Yu Fei gave Lin Feng a reproachful glance before saying, Yesterday, Miss Lu told me she likes you. Before she could finish, Lin Feng interrupted her. What are you talking about? She told you she likes me? You're surprised? Yu Fei asked in confusion. Shouldn't I be surprised? Lin Feng retorted. So you didn't know she liked you? Of course. Lin Feng said confidently. However, his inner thoughts were, of course I knew. We already slept together, how could I not know? But what is going on with Lu Xia? Didn't we agree not to tell anyone about us? It's one thing to tell others, but she had to tell Yu Fei? Doesn't she know how difficult Yu Fei is to deal with? At that moment, Yu Fei spoke up again. Miss Lu told me that she fell for you the first time she saw you, which is why she asked me to find out more about you. I thought you liked her too. Thank goodness you don't. As she spoke, Yu Fei blushed like a shy young woman. Unfortunately, Lin Feng couldn't see this scene, otherwise, he would have teased her for sure. However, he still sensed something was off. Wait. You said Miss Lu fell for me at first sight? And she asked you to find out more about me? What is wrong? Yu Fei asked in confusion. What's the name of this Miss Lu you're talking about? Could it be Lu Fei? Weren't you talking about her earlier? Yu Fei was confused. Lin Feng's face turned dark. Great. Turns out he misunderstood the whole thing. He had wondered why Yu Fei, such a dedicated person, would suddenly refer to Lu Xia as Lu Xia. The truth turned out to be like this. Luckily he caught on in time, otherwise things would have gotten really messy. But what's this Lu Fei up to? Why go find Yu Fei? And tell her you like me? Ha, you're not even worth my time. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The violent Yu Fei used force to snap Lin Feng out of his daze. I was just thinking about something. Sorry. What were you thinking about? You were so deep in thought. Yu Fei suspected. Nothing much, just some details from last night at the hospital. Lin Feng said casually. There was no way around it, Yu Fei was too sharp. He could only say something so embarrassing to avoid her suspicion. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yu Fei's face flushed red, and she no longer had time to suspect Lin Feng. It wasn't until Lin Feng kept calling her that she snapped back to reality. Manager Yu. Ha? What's wrong? What do you mean? You've been tying me up for so long. It's time to let me go, isn't it? Lin Feng was speechless. He had thought Tang Rou's accusation was already pretty harsh, but he never expected Yu Fei to take it even further. It could only be said that she truly was a female demon. No way. You haven't answered my question yet. I already answered. Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. You didn't answer it completely. Then hurry up, my mom is calling me to eat. I asked you, do you have any feelings for Miss Lu? Of course not. Lin Feng replied immediately. Are you sure? Of course. Don't you think about our status? She lives in a mansion, and I'm just an ordinary security guard. How dare I even think about her? But you're the one who dared to covet Mr. Tang, aren't you? That's different. What I have with Sister Rong is called a thief and a prostitute. No, wait, let us say mutual admiration instead. Mutual admiration? So you and Mr. Tang have already slept together, right? As he spoke, Lin Feng felt as though his life was in someone else's hands. Startled, he stammered. Mr. Yu, let us talk this out calmly. Don't act impulsively. I'm not acting impulsively. I'll ask you one last question. What question? Chapter 57, Getting Intimate with My Female Boss in the Break Room. Between me, Mr. Tang, and Miss Lu, which one of us do you choose? Facing the female tyrant's interrogation, Lin Feng felt his heart racing and sweat breaking out on his forehead. He clenched his hands tightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally managed to say, can I not answer that question? Yu Fei raised the corner of her mouth, flashing a mischievous smile, as if she were hatching some devious plan. Of course you can. But if you do, I think the Lin family might face extinction. Lin Feng's face turned pale instantly. I choose you. I choose you. Yu Fei narrowed her eyes, looking highly skeptical. You wouldn't be trying to flatter me just because you're scared, would you?
Lin Feng shook his head vigorously.
No. This is what I truly feel. Besides, I've never done anything with Rong Jie. As for Miss Lu, we're not even remotely related.
Yu Fei raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Lin Feng's response.
Are you sure you haven't done anything with Tang Zong?
I can swear on my life.
Lin Feng immediately declared.
Since it was just a bet, he wasn't the least bit afraid.
Yu Fei fell silent once again.
After a long while, Lin Feng finally broke the silence.
Manager Yu, can you let me go now?
Not yet.
Yu Fei refused immediately.
Why?
I've already said everything I needed to say.
Lin Feng was clearly annoyed, his voice rising several notches.
You did say that, but how can I believe you? For example, you said nothing happened between you and Mr. Tang.
Maybe nothing has happened so far, but what about the future?
Can you guarantee that nothing will ever happen between you two?
Yu Fei's sharp words left Lin Feng speechless.
Yes, how could he guarantee that? Of course he couldn't. Today at the hospital, they just added a few crosses and circles.
Once Tang Rou is discharged, the two of them will soon be at each other's throats.
Wait, what does Tang Rou have to do with this? She's not even my girlfriend.
After being confused for a while, Lin Feng finally snapped out of it.
He then voiced his suspicions to Yu Fei. Yu Fei, you wouldn't have fallen for me, would you?
Yu Fei, whose heart had been pierced, visibly panicked, and her voice trembled slightly.
What? How could that be? I could never like you.
Lin Feng clearly didn't believe her and pressed further. Then why have you been asking me about my relationship with other women?
If you don't like me, you shouldn't care, right? Yu Fei couldn't defend herself.
Seeing that Yu Fei still refused to admit it, Lin Feng resorted to his ultimate move.
If you still won't admit it, then I'll never contact you again, and we'll never spar together again. Yu Fei's face turned pale. No way. So, you're admitting you like me, right? Yu Fei bit her red lips, hesitating to speak. After a long pause, she finally gathered her courage and spoke again. That's right. I've fallen for you. What's the big deal? I'd love to do something about it, but you've got me tied up. I can't move. Why don't you untie me first, and then we can talk? What do you want to talk about? Yu Fei stammered. Of course, we'll talk about our future together.
In the end, Yu Fei was won over by Lin Feng's gentle persuasion and helped him untie the ropes and remove the blindfold. After stretching his limbs, Lin Feng finally refocused his attention on the beauty before him. He reached out, lifted Yu Fei's delicate chin, and spoke in a voice filled with unmistakable innuendo. I never thought I'd end up in this situation with Manager Yu. Life really is unpredictable.
Yu Fei swallowed nervously and said, What are you trying to do? This is the office, don't do anything inappropriate. What do I want to do? Of course I'm concerned about my superior. Without me, Manager Yu must be feeling pretty lonely, right? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not lonely at all. Let go of me immediately.
If someone sees us, we'll be in trouble. Although she was rejecting him with her words, Yu Fei's body showed no signs of resistance.
In fact, her body even moved closer to Lin Feng. With such obvious hints, how could Lin Feng let the beauty down?
He picked her up with one hand and walked toward the inner room's rest area. Placing Yu Fei on the small bed, Lin Feng pounced on her.
No, be gentle. At the same time, in the manager's office,
Ma Wen looked at today's attendance sheet and furrowed her brows.
Why did Xiao Feng take another day off? And it was you, manager, who approved it? Did something happen to Xiao Feng?
Unable to shake her concerns, Ma Wen immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Lin Feng's number, but unfortunately, no one answered. Sending him a message also went unanswered. With no other options, Ma Wen had no choice but to handle it personally. After all, Lin Feng was her favorite younger brother. However, she didn't go straight to Lin Feng's dormitory,
but instead went to Yu Fei's office first. Manager Yu, are you there? It's Ma Wen.
Strangely, she knocked on the door for a while but no one answered. She was about to leave when she suddenly noticed that the office door wasn't locked. So, she went inside without permission. Upon entering the office, she saw ropes scattered on the ground and a blindfold, which made her even more puzzled.
What's going on here? Just then, faint sounds began to emanate from the restroom inside. Ma Wen spoke up in confusion while slowly moving forward. Manager Yu, are you in the restroom? At first, the two people inside, engrossed in their struggle, didn't hear Ma Wen's call. It wasn't until Ma Wen was almost within earshot that the sensitive Yu Fei finally reacted.
As she broke free from someone, she hurriedly replied.
Manager Ma, I'm not feeling well. I'm resting in the break room. Is there something you need?
Ma Wen didn't think much of it. After all, Yu Fei had just been discharged from the hospital and had rushed back to work.
Feeling unwell was perfectly normal. Nothing important. I just wanted to ask about Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, who had been excited, stopped upon hearing this.
Yu Fei gave him a playful scolding glance before responding. Lin Feng? What does Ma Jing want to ask about him? I saw the attendance sheet and noticed he took another day off. I called him, but no one answered. So I wanted to ask if you knew what happened to Lin Feng. Oh, I see. Lin Feng said his relatives came to visit, so he went to accompany them. He should be busy right now. Oh, it's just his relatives. I was so scared, I thought something had happened to him. Ma Wen sighed in relief. Alright, I'm fine. I won't bother manager you anymore. You should rest well. After saying that, Ma Wen left. However, as she passed by the rope, she paused for a moment, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. In the restroom, Lin Feng was once again subjected to Yu Fei's intense interrogation. Tell me, what's your relationship with manager Ma? Why is she so concerned about you? I'm a people pleaser. Isn't it normal for her to care about me? Are you going to say it or not? I'll tell you if you want, but only if you beat me. Oh, you've got the wrong person. Chapter 58, pushed down by my female boss again? You wicked woman, just wait and see. I'll be back. After spending an unknown amount of time in the break room with his female boss, Lin Feng left, muttering curses under his breath. He was visibly weakened, staggering as he walked. As soon as he left, Yu Fei, looking refreshed and radiant, emerged from the break room. Compared to Lin Feng, her mental state looked much better, especially the slight curve of her lips, which was filled with mockery and satisfaction. Little punk, you think you can intimidate me? When I was out there making a name for myself, you weren't even a man yet. To be honest, this guy has an incredible amount of energy. He managed to last so many rounds. But that's exactly what I'm looking for in a partner. If you can't even satisfy my basic needs, you don't deserve to be my man. On the other side, after leaving the property management office, Lin Feng dragged his exhausted body back to the dormitory. He was completely drained and needed to rest. Similarly, after this incident, he was even more determined to get a kidney transplant. Today was a day of shame. One day, he would make Yu Fei sing Conquer beneath him. However, as soon as he entered the dormitory building, he bumped into the manager, Ma Wen, who was just coming down the stairs. Ma Wen's sudden appearance caught Lin Feng off guard. He clearly remembered that Yu Fei had made an excuse to go visit relatives, yet Ma Wen had still come. Though puzzled, he still smiled and greeted her. Sister Wen, what are you doing here? Ma Wen was still immersed in the disappointment of not finding Lin Feng. The sudden voice snapped her back to reality. But when she saw Lin Feng's pale face, her expression turned worried. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? You look so pale? Lin Feng forced a smile. I played too hard with some relatives and am exhausted. What were you doing? You're so tired? Ma Wen furrowed her brows. Lin Feng thought back to the recent sensual scene and smiled. Nothing much, just some adult games. Adult games? Ma Wen was confused. By the way, Wen Jia, why are you here at the dorm? I saw you took another day off, so I was worried something might have happened to you, so I came over to check on you. Wen Jia, you've gone to so much trouble. You know I was worried, yet you didn't answer my calls. Do you know how many times I called you? Ma Wen said resentfully. My phone just ran out of battery. It didn't die earlier or later, but it had to die right when I called you? Ma Wen clearly didn't believe her. Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his nose. Earlier, he had been in the middle of a fierce battle. When would he have had time to answer the phone? I'll forgive you this time, but if it happens again, just wait and see what I'll do to you. As she spoke, Ma Wen wrapped her arm around Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng looked at Ma Wen in surprise. Wen Jia, what's this? Ma Wen's face flushed. You were walking all over the place. I was worried you'd fall, so I was just being kind and letting you hold my arm for a moment. So kind? Could it be that Wen Jia has ulterior motives? Lin Feng teased with a smirk. However, before he could finish speaking, Ma Wen reached out and gave him a light tap on the head, then pouted playfully. You're not much older than me, yet you have so many bad thoughts. Sister Wen hasn't seen me before. How do you know I'm not much of a man? Lin Feng stammered. What did you say? Nothing. Let's go upstairs, Wen Jia. As she took a step forward, a deep blush spread across Ma Wen's delicate face. The scene shifted, and the two seemed to have been enchanted by magic, blinking and finding themselves back in Lin Feng's dormitory. However, just as Lin Feng was about to sit on the bed as usual, an unexpected incident occurred. Just as his buttocks were about to make contact with the bed, his legs suddenly went limp, as if all the strength had been drained from them, leaving him unable to support his body. Caught off guard, Lin Feng's body lurched backward, and Ma Wen, who had been supporting him, was also knocked over by the sudden turn of events. The two of them crashed heavily onto the bed. Both of them were stunned by the unexpected situation and momentarily forgot to get up. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other in silence. The entire dormitory was filled with an unusual atmosphere. After a long moment, Lin Feng finally snapped back to reality. He tried to move his body, but found that his legs had completely lost sensation, as if they were no longer his own. Wen Jia, can you get up for a moment? My legs are going numb. Lin Feng finally couldn't resist breaking the awkward silence. Ma Wen, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly climbed off Lin Feng. However, her movements were somewhat awkward. Just as she turned her head, Lin Feng noticed that her cheeks and the area around her ears were flushed a delicate pink, like a ripe apple. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity couldn't be missed. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, and he said without hesitation, "Wenjie, you look so cute when you're shy." Those words were like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples across the surface. Ma Wen froze for a moment, then turned around in shock, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief and stammered. What did you say?" "I said you're adorable, Wenjie." Lin Feng blinked innocently, as if the compliment was the most natural thing in the world. Ma Wen was completely speechless upon hearing those words. She stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. Me, cute? This was an adjective she had never heard before. Lin Feng seemed dissatisfied with Ma Wen's reaction. He leaned forward without hesitation, until he was only a finger's length away from her face, then stopped. Lin Feng's sudden approach caught Ma Wen off guard. Because he was so close, she could even feel his breath gently brushing against her cheek, causing a faint tingling sensation. And what Lin Feng said next made her heart race even faster. "Yeah, you're so cute." Those words were like a flame, instantly igniting a deep desire within Ma Wen. She could no longer suppress her emotions. She cupped Lin Feng's face and kissed him without hesitation. Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated Ma Wen's actions, responding naturally to the unexpected kiss. His lips were soft and warm, intertwining with Ma Wen's lips as if they were meant to be together. Soon, their passion grew even more intense, and their bodies gradually lost control. Finally, after a passionate embrace, the two of them collapsed onto the soft bed. Ma Wen's affection +1, +3 affection points. Ma Wen's affection +1, +3 affection points. Since they could enjoy sweet kisses and earn points at the same time, why not? Chapter 59, My sister-in-law wants to catch us in the act? You're crazy. You're crazy. Ma Wen, you're really crazy. Even if you're that desperate, you can't do that to Xiao Feng. Just thinking about the intimate scene in Lin Feng's dormitory not long ago, Ma Wen's face turned bright red. No. I need to calm down. I can't see Xiao Feng again for a while. I can't. After giving Lin Feng's dormitory a lingering glance, Ma Wen finally left the place with resolve. At the same time, inside the dormitory, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Ma Wen suddenly came to her senses and didn't continue her madness, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. After being drained by Yufei for so long, his legs were still trembling. How could he possibly handle Ma Wen? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. After a moment of relief, Lin Feng began to tally his gains. He already had over 10,000 goodwill points, Tang Rou contributed a little, Yufei contributed a large amount, and the recently departed Ma Wen contributed another batch. Now his goodwill points had reached 30,000. This pace was undeniably fast. However, he still needed 70,000 more to reach his goal of 100,000. And he had less than 2 days left. To earn 70,000 points in 2 days, he can only target people with high feedback ratios. Tang Rou is definitely out of the question, at least until she takes the initiative to approach him. He won't have another chance. Ouyang Bing has a temper and is still angry right now, so there is probably no chance with her either. The only options left are Su Wanqing and Han Kier. Han Kor had just been matched yesterday, and visiting her today would be too abrupt. Considering all this, he had no choice but to target Su Wanqing. She is an orphan with an elderly mother. But he has no choice. He doesn't want to be mocked by others, and he doesn't want to be dominated by women. As the chosen one, he must take up the banner and show all the men how he can suppress those women. He acted decisively and dialed Su Wanqing's phone. "Hello, Sister Wanqing, it's me, Xiaofeng. Are you busy right now? I have a little idea about tomorrow's parent-child sports day." Soon, Lin Feng appeared in the neighborhood, dressed neatly and looking very handsome. After all, he was going to meet the first beauty of Shaoxiang Yuan, so his appearance had to be on point. For this occasion, he even took out his long-cherished Fatal Seduction perfume. Fatal Seduction perfume, specifically designed to tempt lonely and isolated women. Just a whiff, and they'll be deeply captivated. All the above content is purely fictional and created by Lin Feng. Please do not believe it. However, just as he was striding confidently toward his destination, an unexpected person appeared behind him. That person was none other than Lin Feng's future sister-in-law Lu Fei. As the saying goes, enemies always meet. Lu Fei had merely stepped out to dispose of some trash, only to unexpectedly encounter the man she had been longing for all along. She had originally intended to greet Lin Feng, but upon seeing his smug expression, she immediately grew suspicious. Where is this guy dressed up so nicely going? Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and her expression became particularly vivid. Could he be going to see another woman? For some reason, ever since she saw Lin Feng, she had felt a strong sense of distrust toward him. And her intuition told her that Lin Feng was definitely a scoundrel. Now it seemed like Lin Feng was getting more and more suspicious. With that thought in mind, she secretly followed him. As for taking out the trash, let whoever wants to do it. Before long, she followed Lin Feng to Building A. Why are you here at Building A? She had assumed that Lin Feng, dressed so sharply, must be heading to meet the woman he was hiding outside. But to her surprise, he actually came to Building A. Could there be more victims besides Lu Xia? You bastard, Lin Feng. I knew you were a monster with a human face. Just wait and see how I'll expose your true colors. Lu Fei was still ranting, but Lin Feng had already entered the elevator. Fortunately, the elevator stops for a while at every floor, so she just needed to count the floors below. However, no matter how much she had planned, she never expected the elevator to stop at so many floors. What should she do? She hadn't even seen him yet, and she'd already lost him. Was she just going to give up? No way. I'm Lu Fei, nothing can stop me. It's just a few extra floors. I'll search every floor until I find you. But first, she needed to change her appearance. Soon, the property management staff member, Xiao Lu, officially logged in. Hello, I'm from property management. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was already familiar with the area, arrived outside the single mother's mansion. After knocking on the door for a moment, a stunningly beautiful face that Lin Feng couldn't get enough of appeared before him. Xiao Feng, you're here. Lin Feng smiled and replied, I came in a hurry and didn't bring anything. Lei Qing's sister shouldn't mind if I just drop by for a meal, right? Su Wanqing gave Lin Feng a playful scolding glance. If you had actually brought something, I wouldn't have let you in. The two exchanged a knowing smile before Lin Feng finally stepped into Su Wanqing's home. This was his first time stepping into Su Wanqing's home, and a mix of curiosity and anticipation welled up inside him. Although they lived in the same neighborhood, each building and apartment had its own unique style and atmosphere, like little worlds unto themselves. Take Lu Xia's house, for example. It was filled with an air of luxury, with expensive furniture, dazzling crystal chandeliers, and priceless antique artifacts. However, this opulence felt somewhat empty, as if it lacked the warmth of everyday life. In contrast, Tang Rou's house was much better. The decor is more casual and relaxed, simple yet comfortable. Even when she's alone, the cozy atmosphere never feels lonely. Plus, there's the lively and playful Xiaomi, who occasionally acts fierce, adding a lot of vitality and energy to the home. Upon entering Su Wanqing's house, one is immediately drawn to its distinctly childlike decor. The room is filled with various entertainment devices, toys, stuffed animals, and numerous colorful paintings. If he hadn't known beforehand that this was Su Wanqing's home, he might have mistaken it for a magical fairy tale world. Before he had a chance to look around much, Zhou Wanwan, with her twin ponytails, rushed over to him with an easel in hand. Little Feng, come and look. This is the painting I just finished. The content of the drawing doesn't matter, but a child's enthusiasm must never be ignored. Are you a child prodigy? You drew this so well. Hee, I think I'm a child prodigy too. Su Wanqing, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. She dropped a sentence and headed toward the kitchen. You two play on, I'm going to cook. After Su Wanqing left, Zhao Wanwan clung to Lin Feng. Little Feng brother, guess which one is you? Is there a picture of me in this? Of course. There's little Feng brother, mom, and Wanwan too. Chapter 60, The Emotional Moment of a Single Mother. Mom! Look at the picture I just drew. With a cheerful shout, 5-year-old Zhao Wanwan, holding her drawing board, ran out of the room like a joyful little bird. At that moment, Su Wanqing was busy in the kitchen preparing a hearty lunch. Hearing her daughter's voice, she replied without turning her head. Wanwan, go play with Xiao Feng brother. Don't come disturb mom while she is cooking. However, Zhao Wanwan didn't leave as her mother had hoped. Instead, she ran straight to Su Wanqing's side, clinging tightly to her legs, and said in a spoiled tone, No, mom hasn't seen the drawing I just made yet. Su Wanqing sighed helplessly. She stopped what she was doing, turned around, and prepared to glance at her daughter's artwork half-heartedly, hoping to get her to leave quickly. But when her gaze fell upon the drawing board, she was completely speechless. What had once been a blurry mess where it was impossible to tell what was a person or an animal had now transformed into a vivid, lifelike painting. Although the lines were still a bit crude, the difference from before was like night and day. Su Wanqing stared in disbelief, unable to believe that this could have been created by her 5-year-old daughter. Wanwan, did you draw this? Of course I did. I'm a child prodigy. Zhao Wanwan proudly crossed her arms, her adorable little fangs glistening in the sunlight, as if declaring her uniqueness to the world. However, just as she was eagerly awaiting her mother's praise, Su Wanqing suddenly adopted a skeptical expression, raising the corners of her mouth in a half-smile as she looked at her. Child prodigy? I think this drawing was done by your older brother Xiao Feng, wasn't he it? Su Wanqing's words were like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples to spread out in all directions. Zhao Wanwan's face flushed red, and her previously straight posture unconsciously curved downward. No, it's not. This is all I drew. Zhao Wanwan's voice was noticeably softer than before, as if she didn't even believe her own answer. Are you sure? Su Wanqing wasn't swayed by Zhao Wanwan's words and pressed further. Zhao Wanwan felt her innocence was being questioned, and tears of grievance immediately welled up in her eyes. but she didn't cry out loud. Instead, she turned toward the living room and shouted in a voice filled with sorrow. "Xiaofeng, Mom doesn't believe me. Come quickly and testify for me." Soon, Lin Feng, with a gentle expression, came running over. He quickly walked over to Zhao Wanwan, gently stroked her head, and comforted her softly. "Wanwan, be good. Don't cry." Once Zhao Wanwan's emotions had calmed down a bit, Lin Feng picked her up and brought her to Su Wanqing. "Sister Wanqing, this drawing was indeed drawn by Wanwan. This can't be possible. Wanwan clearly couldn't draw before, how could?" Su Wanqing trailed off, her initial suspicion completely replaced by astonishment. Lin Feng ruffled the little girl's hair and said, "Earlier, Wanwan's painting technique was incorrect. In fact, she has a lot of natural talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to paint such a beautiful picture with just a little guidance from me." "So you're saying this painting is really by Wanwan?" Su Wanqing still found it hard to believe. "It wasn't me who drew it. Who else could it be?" Zhao Wanwan pouted angrily. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately scolded Zhao Wanyan. "Wanwan, you shouldn't speak to your mother like that." Though his voice carried a hint of seriousness, it was mostly filled with affection for Zhao Wanwan. However, Zhao Wanwan wasn't convinced. She puffed out her lips and retorted unhappily, but Wanwan didn't do anything wrong. "It's Mom who doesn't believe Wanwan." Lin Feng was about to say something else when Su Wanqing suddenly interrupted him. Su Wanqing walked over to Zhao Wanwan, gently stroked her head, and said softly, "Wanwan is right. It was Mom who was wrong." Zhao Wanwan immediately broke into a wide smile, acting like a victor as she proudly proclaimed her victory. "Did you hear that, Xiaofeng? Mom said she was wrong." Lin Feng sighed helplessly. "Then why don't Wanwan go draw Mom another picture? Brother has something to tell Mom." Zhao Wanwan looked at Su Wanqing, then at Lin Feng, and nodded obediently. Immediately, she slid out of Lin Feng's arms and ran off happily, like a little bird. As soon as Zhao Wanwan was out of sight, Su Wanqing quickly walked up to Lin Feng. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude as she sincerely said, "Xiaofeng, thank you." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "It's just Wanwan's natural talent. I only gave her a little guidance." "Does she really have a talent for painting? Isn't the evidence right in your hands, Wanqing?" Her gaze fell on the sketchpad in her hands, and Su Wanqing's expression grew even more delighted. At the same time, Lin Feng heard the familiar notification sound. Su Wanqing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Su Wanqing's affection +1, +10 affection points. Watching the points rise rapidly, Lin Feng couldn't help but curve his lips upward. All his effort in guiding the young girl hadn't been in vain. The scene shifted to Lin Feng and Su Wanqing, along with her mother, sitting around the dining table. A small incident occurred as they were sitting down. Zhao Wanwan had always liked Lin Feng, and upon learning that he was having dinner at home, she was overjoyed. She pushed her little chair over to Lin Feng and refused to budge, no matter how much Su Wanqing tried to shoo her away. Su Wanqing could only apologize to Lin Feng. "Xiaofeng, Wanwan has been spoiled by me. Don't mind her, okay? Wanwan is so cute, how could I mind? Right, little Wanwan?" As he spoke, Lin Feng playfully pinched the little girl's rosy cheeks. Since Lin Feng had said that, what else could Su Wanqing do? She could only watch as Zhao Wanwan clung to Lin Feng. However, seeing how carefully Lin Feng was taking care of Zhao Wanwan, and how harmonious and natural their interaction was, Su Wanqing's eyes gradually welled up with tears. She tried to suppress her emotions, but the wave of emotion kept surging up from her heart. As if sensing Su Wanqing's unusual state, Lin Feng turned his head with concern and looked at her. "Sister Wanqing, what's wrong?" Su Wanqing quickly wiped her eyes with her hand, trying to hide her tears, but her voice was still hoarse. "Nothing, I'm just a little moved." "Moved?" Lin Feng feigned ignorance. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and then spoke slowly. "From the day she was born until now, I've been the one taking care of her. I once thought that this might be how my life would be, but I never expected this little girl to be so attached to you." However, before she could finish, Lin Feng's hand gently rested on her shoulder. The warm touch made Su Wanqing's body tremble slightly. "Wanqing, if you ever need me, I'll be here to accompany you and Wanwan." Lin Feng's voice was low and gentle, filled with comforting strength. Su Wanqing lifted her head and looked at Lin Feng, tears of emotion welling up in her eyes. "Really?" she asked uncertainly. "If I couldn't, why would I have come all the way here today?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. A wave of warmth surged through Su Wanqing's heart. She looked at Lin Feng gratefully, her vision blurring once more with tears. "Thank you, Xiaofeng, truly thank you." "Mom, why are you crying again?" "Mom isn't crying. Mom is just happy." Chapter 61, My sister-in-law really came to catch them in the act. Damn it, did that kid find out and slip away early? How come there's no one at any of the houses I've checked? A sudden outburst of cursing echoed through the empty corridor. Following the sound, a stunningly beautiful woman in uniform was seen storming into view, cursing angrily. This was none other than Lu Fei, who had come to catch her husband cheating. Since she had made up her mind to catch him in the act, she had launched a massive search in Building A. Strangely enough, she had searched every floor she suspected, yet she hadn't found a single trace of Lin Feng. Her stomach was growling loudly, and she had completely lost her patience. The last one, just the last one. If he is not here, then forget it. I'm done with this. With that resolve, Lu Fei forced a smile and approached the door of the last apartment. After ringing the doorbell for a moment, a familiar face appeared before her. Excuse me, is there Fei Jia? How is it you? Lu Fei, who had been smiling brightly moments ago, immediately adopted a grim expression. She clenched her teeth and said, after searching high and low, I finally found you. You really made me work hard to find you. Looking for me? Fei Jia, what's the matter? What's the matter? You'll find out soon enough. In a fit of anger, Lu Fei shoved Lin Feng aside and stormed inside. Lin Feng was left standing there dumbfounded. What's going on here? But soon, he seemed to think of something and rushed after her without even closing the door. Damn it! This is bad. Despite Lin Feng's speed, he couldn't stop Lu Fei from appearing before Su Wanqing and her daughter. Su Wanqing looked at the beautiful woman in uniform with a puzzled expression and asked, May I ask who you are? Lu Fei was equally confused, but more so by surprise. Because the Su Wanqing before her, both in appearance and figure, was far more stunning than her. Of course, what shocked her the most was Zhao Wanwan. She immediately began to speculate about Zhao Wanwan. Who is this child? Could she be this person's child? Could it be Lin Feng's child with her? Goodness! Lin Feng is so young, this child must be at least 5 years old. Just then, 5-year-old Zhao Wanwan spoke up. Pretty auntie, who are you? Why did you come to Wanwan's house? Coming to her senses, Lu Fei looked at Su Wanqing in astonishment. Is this your daughter? Su Wanqing was confused but nodded anyway. Seeing this, Lu Fei's face immediately darkened. Though she didn't know the exact relationship between Lin Feng and the mother-daughter duo, she could tell from this alone that the three of them were definitely more than just ordinary friends. You bastard, Lin Feng. You already have my sister, yet you still dare to seduce another woman. Flirting is one thing, but flirting with someone else's mother. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you worthless beast, I'll change my last name. Just as Lu Fei was about to explode, Lin Feng finally arrived. He immediately stepped in front of Lu Fei and began introducing them. Lei Qing's sister, this is Fei's sister. She is someone I specially invited to help out. Before Lu Fei could respond, Lin Feng quietly stopped her. Sister Fei, I know why you're here, but you've misunderstood me. Please calm down first. I'll explain everything to you later, okay? But Lu Fei wasn't someone who would give Lin Feng a chance to defend himself. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, Lin Feng, I'll expose your true colors today. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, the homeowner, Su Wanqing, spoke up. Oh, you're Little Feng's colleague. Hello, I'm Su Wanqing, Little Feng's friend. Su Wanqing smiled and spoke in a gentle voice. As she spoke, she gracefully walked up to the two of them. Her presence made the air around them feel fresher. Accompanying Su Wanqing was a lively and adorable little girl that was Zhao Wanwan. However, as soon as she reached Lin Feng, Zhao Wanwan clung to his leg like a little monkey. Then, she stared intently at the unfamiliar ant in front of her with her large, black gem-like eyes, as if filled with curiosity. Lu Fei, seeing this, couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion. Are you two really just friends? Su Wanqing paused for a moment before nodding gently, confirming that she and Lin Feng were indeed just friends. Just then, Zhao Wanwan, who was already nestled in Lin Feng's arms, suddenly blurted out another question. Little Feng brother, who is this beautiful auntie? Lin Feng gently stroked Zhao Wanwan's head and explained with a smile, the pretty aunt is my colleague. Zhao Wanwan blinked her eyes, seeming unfamiliar with the word colleague. She tilted her head and asked again. Colleague? What does colleague mean? Lin Feng patiently explained, it means working together, doing things together. Zhao Wanwan's eyes lit up and she excitedly said, I want to be Xiao Feng's colleague too. Lin Feng looked at her in surprise and asked curiously, oh? Why? Zhao Wanwan smiled and replied, because Wanwan wants to play with Xiao Feng. You little girl. Lu Fei, who witnessed this scene, grew even more puzzled. From Su Wanqing's behavior, it was clear that she and Lin Feng were just ordinary friends. But wasn't this little girl getting a bit too close to Lin Feng? Am I overthinking this? Just then, Lin Feng suddenly became serious. Sister Wanqing, Sister Fei probably didn't have time to eat before coming over. Would you mind if we add another set of chopsticks? Before he could finish, Lu Fei immediately objected. No need, I can go back and eat on my own. But before she could finish, her stomach growled. Su Wanqing laughed and said, since it's a friend Lin Feng invited over, I naturally don't mind. What about Wanwan? Does Wanwan mind? Wanwan doesn't mind at all. And so, Lu Fei, who had originally come to catch someone in the act, ended up staying for dinner without even realizing it. Lu Fei, I'll state this again, I'm not crashing the meal. I'm infiltrating the enemy's ranks to gather more intelligence. Chapter 62, Zhao Wanwan's outrageous comments. Miss Su, I don't know how you and Lin Feng met. Would you mind sharing? Midway through lunch, Lu Fei suddenly blurted out. Su Wanqing glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. There's nothing inconvenient about it. The reason I met Xiao Feng goes back to over half a month ago. As she spoke, Lu Fei kept her eyes fixed on Su Wanqing and Lin Feng, afraid of missing any important details. However, after hearing the entire story of how they met, she was completely puzzled. Because their meeting had been far too ordinary. Just then, Lin Feng activated his skill on Lu Fei. System, use Steel Heart on Lu Fei. Eavesdrop on thoughts, target, Lu Fei, duration, 1 hour. As soon as the system's prompt sounded, Lin Feng heard Lu Fei's voice in his ears. Could this guy really be a good person? Did I really misjudge him? That can't be. No, I can't let this trip be in vain. I must obtain evidence of his infidelity. Moments later, Lu Fei smiled and said. So that's how Miss Su and Lin Feng met. No wonder your relationship is so good. Su Wanqing remained silent, but a faint blush involuntarily appeared on her cheeks. Seeing this, Lu Fei quickly seized the opportunity and asked again. By the way, Miss Su, where's late father? Why didn't he come to dinner with us? As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, the once bustling and lively dining table suddenly fell silent, as if by magic. Even Zhao Wanwan, who was usually lively and energetic, froze as if someone had pressed the pause button, stopping her movements and dropping her chopsticks with a clatter onto the table. The little face that had been radiating joy and happiness now drooped like a flower that had lost its sunlight. Lu Fei looked at the scene in shock, unsure why her question had caused such a strong reaction. She looked around at the 3 people present, confused, and asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Lin Feng remained silent, only letting out a soft sigh, which seemed to carry endless helplessness and sorrow. Then, he stood up silently, walked over to Zhao Wanwan, and gently embraced her, whispering softly. "Come on, Wanwan, Xiao Feng will take you to play games." Soon, the large dining table was left with only the confused Lu Fei and the increasingly dejected Su Wanqing. After a long while, Su Wanqing finally broke the suffocating silence. Wanwan's father passed away in a sudden car accident when she was 2 years old. Her voice was low and tinged with sadness. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei was deeply shaken. She finally understood why Lin Feng had reacted that way earlier and why Zhao Wanwan had fallen silent and looked so dejected. Miss Su, I'm sorry. I didn't know about your family situation and asked an inappropriate question. However, before Lu Fei could finish her apology, Su Wanqing smiled and interrupted her. It's all in the past. Miss Lu, there's no need to apologize. But, Miss Lu, if you consider me a friend, please don't say such things. Since Su Wanqing had said that, what else could Lu Fei say? At that moment, Su Wanqing suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Miss Lu, what kind of work do you do in the neighborhood? I don't think I've seen you before. The sudden question caught Lu Fei off guard. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and came up with a response. I work in the Property Management Customer Service Department. I spend most of my time in the office, so it's no wonder you haven't seen me before, Miss Su. Su Wanqing nodded, seeming to understand. Oh, I see. That's why I hadn't seen you before. After a brief pause, Su Wanqing spoke again. Now that we've met, Miss Lu is welcome to drop by our place anytime you have the chance. Wouldn't that be inconvenient? Lu Fei furrowed her brows. Su Wanqing smiled and shook her head. I don't have many friends in this neighborhood. If Miss Lu wants to come, I'd be delighted to have you. How could it be inconvenient? Lu Fei's heart stirred. Since Miss Su has said so, I won't be so polite then. Sister Fei, since you're older than me, can I call you Sister Fei from now on? Of course, that is fine. Then can you tell me how you and Xiao Feng met? It seems like you two get along pretty well. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, Lin Feng had already returned to her princess room with Zhao Wanwan in his arms. As soon as the door closed, the little girl clung to Lin Feng and started crying. Xiao Feng, I miss my dad. Don't let her carefree and tomboyish appearance fool you, she knows everything deep down. That's why she was crying so bitterly and sorrowfully. For a moment, the entire room was filled with the little girl's sobs. After an unknown amount of time, the crying gradually subsided. Lin Feng gently wiped the tears from the little girl's face while speaking softly. Didn't I tell you crying makes you ugly? Do you want to be ugly and never get married? Zhao Wanwan heard this and immediately puffed out her lips, looking extremely aggrieved. If I can't get married, I'll just marry little Feng brother. Lin Feng heard this and his expression suddenly changed. He stared at Zhao Wanwan with a serious expression and asked sternly. Wanwan, who taught you to say such things? Zhao Wanwan blinked her innocent big eyes and answered without hesitation. No one taught me, Wanwan learned it all from watching TV. Lin Feng was surprised. You learned it from watching TV? Zhao Wanwan nodded vigorously, yes. The TV said that if you really like someone, you should marry them. Wanwan can't marry mom, so Wanwan can only marry Xiao Feng. Lin Feng was speechless. He never expected that this 5-year-old girl had already understood the concept of marriage and expressed it so bluntly. Is this really the Zhao Wanwan he knew? Could she be the Tianshan Tongmu from the legends? After a long pause, he said seriously, Wanwan, Xiaofeng knows you really like me, but marriage is a serious matter. You can't just say such things lightly. Wanwan isn't talking nonsense. Wanwan just really wants to marry Xiaofeng, brother. As she spoke, the anxious Xiao Wanwan began to cry again. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't bother with lectures anymore. He immediately hugged Zhao Wanwan and comforted her. I'm sorry, it's Xiaofeng's fault. Xiaofeng shouldn't have doubted Wanwan. Lin Feng tried his best to calm her down, and Zhao Wanwan finally calmed down. But the first thing she said after calming down once again shocked Lin Feng. Actually, Wanwan wants Xiaofeng to be her daddy. Why? Lin Feng struggled to contain his emotions. Compared to the former, he naturally found the latter more acceptable, as that was precisely his intention. Because mom has to take care of Wanwan alone, and it's too hard for her. Wanwan wants to find someone to take care of mom and Wanwan. So Wanwan came to me, right? Yes. Xiaofeng is the best person for Wanwan and mom. If Xiaofeng could be Wanwan's dad, then Wanwan would have a dad, and mom wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. You little girl, you're pretty clever. Xiaofeng, will you be Wanyan's dad? Chapter 63, Lin Feng is being kept by a wealthy woman? What did you say? You want me to confess right here? On the balcony, Lu Fei stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. I need to accompany Wanqing and Wanwan to practice for tomorrow's sports meet. I'll have to ask you to handle the on-site coordination. Why do you get to practice with them? I want to be the on-site coordinator. Lu Fei was clearly dissatisfied with Lin Feng's arrangement. After getting to know Su Wanqing better, she now had a much warmer feeling towards Su Wanqing and her daughter. However, this didn't mean she was willing to be at someone else's beck and call, especially when that someone was Lin Feng, whom she didn't think much of. Fine, I'll be the field coordinator. Sister Fei, you can be Wanwan's dad. I'll do it. She, Lu Fei, had studied abroad in the United States. Why would she care about playing a man? But Lin Feng grew anxious and grabbed Lu Fei by the arm. Sister Fei, don't be ridiculous. There will be many children at tomorrow's parent-child sports event. If they see that Wanwan's father is a woman, Wanwan will definitely be mocked. Lu Fei looked at the harmonious mother-daughter pair in the living room and eventually softened her heart. Alright, fine, I'll do it. Thank you, Sister Fei. Just then, Lu Fei suddenly blurted out, but are you and Wanqing really just ordinary friends? The question struck Lin Feng like a bolt of lightning, catching him off guard. But he quickly composed himself and replied calmly. Wanqing already clarified everything, doesn't Sister Fei believe her? His voice was steady and firm, with no hint of doubt. However, Lu Fei wasn't convinced by Lin Feng's words. She furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of doubt. But I just feel like something's off between you two, especially when the three of you are together. It feels like you're a family. Her words were gentle, but they felt like a heavy hammer striking Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng instinctively glanced at the mother and daughter inside the house. Zhao Wanwan was sitting obediently on the sofa, while her mother was smiling at the little girl. Lin Feng took a deep breath, then took Lu Fei's hand and spoke in a serious tone. Fei, please don't say such things in front of Wanwan. Even though she's only 5 years old, she understands everything. If she hears you, it'll cause trouble. Lin Feng's tone betrayed a hint of anxiety, as if he was genuinely worried that Wanwan might be hurt. Despite Lin Feng's valid reasons, Lu Fei still looked skeptical. With no other option, Lin Feng had to play his trump card. If you still don't believe me, Sister Fei, then why don't you call Sister Xia over? Call my sister over? Are you sure? Lu Fei was surprised. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Feng to make such a request. If this can clear up Sister Fei's misunderstanding about me, I'm certain and absolutely sure. Lin Feng answered without hesitation, his expression unusually serious, leaving no room for doubt about his resolve. Looking at the man before her with such a resolute expression, Lu Fei's heart began to waver. Could I have overthought this? Is he really not a scoundrel? Is he just trying to take care of this widow and her orphan child? In the end, she made her decision. Forget it. Sister has been pretty tired these past few days. Let her rest at home. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief. He was actually afraid that Lu Xia would come over. Women in the heat of passion are especially sensitive. If Lu Xia saw the intimate gestures between the three of them, it wouldn't be something a massage could fix. More importantly, doing so might completely ruin his chances of getting close to Su Wanqing. Fortunately, Lu Fei stepped in at the crucial moment. The two of them talked on the balcony for a while before returning to Su Wanqing and her daughter one after the other. I've already discussed all the details with Sister Fei. If there are no issues, let us get started. It's possible, but shouldn't we change the location? Don't worry, I've already had the venue arranged. Arranged? Meanwhile, at the independent tennis court facility. Nyoma Yuanhua was recreating the kindergarten parent-child sports day event according to the instructions sent by Lin Feng. Of course, while recreating the scene, he didn't forget to strongly condemn someone. That old Lin is really too much. How dare he make a great delivery guy do this kind of thing? If it weren't for the fact that we have a little connection, I wouldn't bother with you. However, the truth was that Lin Feng had paid a whopping 1,000 yuan in labor fees to hire this laborer. 1,000 yuan was just pocket change for Lin Feng, nothing worth mentioning. But for Yuan Hua, the delivery rider, that was enough to keep him from working for several days. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's actions left him filled with confusion. What's old Lin up to? Could it be related to the wealthy woman who's supporting him? Ever since he saw Lin Feng's niche car, Yuan Hua had grown increasingly suspicious that Lin Feng was being kept by someone. Otherwise, how could someone like Lin Feng, who hadn't even graduated from university and came from an average family, afford a car? I guess I'll have to slow down a bit. Despite his cautious approach, Yuan Hua had underestimated Lin Feng's speed. He had called Lin Feng several times, but Lin Feng hadn't brought anyone over yet. Just as he was about to lose patience, a cute little girl in a tennis outfit burst in. Wow! This place is so big! Yuan Hua thought it was someone else's child who had wandered in by mistake, so he prepared to shoo her away. Little sister, this place has been reserved by the older brother. You should go play somewhere else. The little girl blinked innocently and said. But Xiao Feng said this area is all reserved for Wan Wan today. As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar voice reached Yuan Hua's ears. Old Yuan, I just asked you to set up the area. Why are you bullying the kids? Looking in the direction of the voice, the person walking in was none other than his close friend Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng wasn't alone. By his side were two equally stunning women dressed in tennis attire. Lu Fei need not be mentioned, but Su Wanqing's beauty was even more stunning than his goddess, Ouyang Bing. Oh my god! A goddess has truly descended.